Good morning and welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. Today on the docket, Henry Segura. That's right, Henry Segura trial all day, every day. But now we are entering, I believe, our 10th or 11th day of this trial. But just to give you a little bit of a summary about what's happening in this case, we have to start from the beginning. This is the quadruple homicide case out of Florida. Segura is on trial for the murder of his girlfriend, Brandy Peters, and her 3 children, Tamia Peters, who was 6 years old, Tania Peters, who was also 6 years old, and Javante Segura, who was 3 years old and was the actual son of Henry Segura. Now, this was a 6-year-old case. There had 9 delays in this case, but we finally have a trial. Now, if Segura is convicted, he faces the death penalty. This is a big case in Florida, and it's captured the nation. Now, the prosecutors in this case are claiming that he committed these murders because he owed thousands of dollars in child support payments. The prosecution rested their case the other day, and it was up to the defense to begin their case, and that began yesterday. It's their theory, the defense's theory, that someone else committed this murder, and it wasn't Henry Segura. Let's first start off with James Carlos Santos. Now, for those of you who have been following this case, this is the guy who claimed that he ordered the killings against Peters because she allegedly stole money from a Mexican drug cartel. Well, he pled the fifth the other day, and he agreed he wouldn't testify. So the judge in this case ruled that this prior testimony about him ordering the hits was ruled inadmissible hearsay. And also, there was a series of email exchanges between Santos and Peters, and that was ruled to be inadmissible as well. However, there was a cryptic letter that was mailed to Peters. It was found in her home when the police did a search of the area. And this cryptic letter was from a federal detention center, and it seems like it was from Santos. And this was admitted into evidence yesterday, and apparently there was testimony about how she was freaked out about it. There was a lot of writings on the envelope of this letter that had a cryptic message, and many would interpret this as possibly someone who had something to do with her murder. Then the defense presented evidence of a partial DNA match that was found at the crime scene that was connected to a Colombian drug smuggler, Angel Avila Quijones. Perhaps this individual is somebody that the jury will think had more to do with these murders than Henry Segura. The defense also presented a confidential informant, Gregory Washington, who worked with the Tallahassee Police Department to elicit a confession from alternate suspects, DeMario Paramore, who's his cousin, and Hayward Griffin, who they claim that it is the defense's theory that they killed Brandy over a drug debt. Finally, neighbors of Peters were also questioned. One of them, who cooked for the children that same day that they were killed, he said he saw a dark-colored SUV, which was different from the Chevy truck that Segura drove, in Peters' driveway at around 8:30 p.m. Now, why is that time important? Because prosecutors say that Peters and the kids were killed sometime between 7 and 8:30 p.m. Now, we do have with us Wendy Patrick, our prosecutor for the day, to talk about this case. But unfortunately, Wendy, I'm sorry to tell you, we actually have live coverage right now.
Which is far more important.
But you don't move because we're going to be here with some analysis.
Sounds good.
So let's turn now to the live coverage in the Henry Segura trial.
We go to, this is slide 4, there's showing potential entry exit. This is the master bedroom window. This was found unlocked. It was processed for fingerprints. None were found, and they used fingerprint powder in order to process that. At this area, there were no DNA samples collected. Like I said, there are no fingerprints that were found. They didn't use an alternate light source or any other potential processes, just applied the powders and were unable to recover fingerprints. Which, just to be clear, I mean, if you put fingerprint powder on a window at a residence, there's a substantial likelihood that you don't find fingerprints. So the fact that none were found is not in and of itself problematic, but the fact is that there's other evidence that could potentially have been collected from there that just wasn't.
Okay. And when you say potential point of entries, you don't have any reason to believe this is or is not the point of entry. You're just wanting to look at all possible points of entry and gather all possible relevant forms of forensic evidence. Is that right?
Right. What would typically be done if you're looking at a crime scene is, unless you have a readily identifiable point of entry and point of exit, then you would look at all possible places. So all doors, all windows, look at the status of the locks on those things. and try to come up with, what are the possibilities, because obviously any window that a person may have been able to come in or out is an area that you would want to look for physical evidence of a particular person, because you have to get in and out of a house somehow. So that's what we would typically do in a crime scene.
Okay. Any other areas that you looked at that you had concerns about the processing technique?
There are some others that I think will come up as we go through the slides. Let's see. Slide 5, this is showing the bathroom window, just showing the lock. This is showing that this is actually the condition that the lock was documented in. So this is a photograph that they took and showing that it was unlocked. But again, it's closed, it's just unlocked, so it's could possibly be an area of a point of entry or exit, but it's not definitively so. And then 6, this is a showing that the bathroom window, that the screen was torn. Now, it's my understanding that they had determined that damage had occurred several weeks prior. So the torn screen apparently was eliminated as having been related to this particular incident. There was no mention in the crime scene reports of whether or not there was any processing that was done to the interior exterior of that window right there. Then slide 7, this is showing the back door, which is at the north end of the hallway. Doorknob was locked, deadbolt was unlocked, which of course would mean that potentially somebody could go out that way, lock the doorknob on their way out, and not have to have had a key to be able to lock the door. There were some there's no blood stains or anything that were documented in this area leading up to this door or anything like that. There wasn't any processing done with the alternate light source or any. There's also a chemical that they used in other areas called LCV, or leucocrystal violet, which is used to bring out enhanced impressions in blood, and that was not used here. And again, I would say I'm not being critical of the fact that it wasn't used, but just pointing out the fact that there is potential evidence that could be found having done that's not, without doing the process, you just don't know. Okay, and in slide 8, this is a curtain at the back door. You saw in the previous slide, and there was a stain, which is right here next to this scale. And that stain was chemically tested. It gave indications for the presence of blood, and it was matched by the DNA to Brandy Peters. But again, in this area, there wasn't any other searching with an alternate light source or any blood enhancement chemicals. So again, potentially missed opportunity. There could be things that you could be found that way. Now, you might do it and not find anything, but again, if you don't do it, then you certainly won't know if there's something there or not.
Was that curtain close enough to Brandy Peters that spatter from the area where she was ultimately found could have impacted that back curtain, or no?
No, and that's kind of the observation that in the area of the hallway, the carpet, the walls, everything around here, there's no blood spatter, there's nothing there, means that there's no bloodletting event going on near that. So the most likely explanation for blood to be there would be transferred. Person gets her blood on them and then touches that curtain and then transfers that blood, because that stain is not, it doesn't appear to be spatter. That may well just be transferred blood.
What do you mean when you say transferred blood exactly?
Well, transfer is any time that blood goes from one object to another and then in between. So the most commonly seen way of transferring blood at a crime scene is a person gets blood on them, and that could be a person that's a perpetrator, that could be a person who is a victim, or even sometimes it happens when people come into the crime scene afterwards, first responders or what have you, and they happen to get blood on them. And then once you get blood on you, then you go and you touch something. And then when you touch it, you transfer blood from you to whatever you touched. And so what we'll see often in a crime scene is areas where you have blood that is present that is clearly transferred, because we can look at the type of pattern that it has and the way it appears and determine that it's not spatter. Spatter would be more of that some event occurs, like an impact, and that causes blood to be spattered away, and then we'll see a different type of pattern for that.
Okay.
Okay, then the interior area, this is the master bedroom. And just kind of showing you the layout. Here's the bed, the condition that the bedroom was in. There are a number of different items that'll come up as we go through the slides, but you can see like there's a purse down here, some items on the bed, various different things. There's a phone we'll look at in just a minute. Here, just looking a little bit to the right of the bed, you see that there's the telephone on the floor. The telephone base is here, the handset is here, and telephone cord. The telephone cord had actually been cut. Then also on the bed right in this area, there's some, again, transferred blood, meaning you've got blood from likely a person. That person comes in contact with the corner of the bed, and it leaves that blood there. It's not spatter. This is just transfer, which means that the whatever caused the blood may not have happened right there. The person could have had an injury that happened in one area, and they went to that area and then transferred blood.
With respect to the phone cord, you say the phone cord is cut. What indications are there that the cord is cut as opposed to like ripped in half?
It's a pretty clean break. In fact, a couple more slides, there's a close-up photograph of it, but it's very clean as opposed to if you tear a cord. Wires don't generally break in the middle without a substantial force, and you'll pull things apart. You'll pull the wire insulation apart and stuff like that, and this is just a pretty clean cut.
Okay.
Okay. Slide 12 here, this is close-up showing the fitted bed sheet toward the corner of the bed, and there are several blood stains. There's one here, 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 and there's one up here. Those are stains that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood, and DNA was matched to Brandy Peters, so it's obviously her blood. And why it's important when talking about the blood on the bed that I showed, this is the close-up area of showing that blood, is that this is where you're beginning to see blood from Brandy Peters. What happens in prolonged confrontations and attacks where there's generally escalating violence, there's an increase in the amount of violence that takes place. There will be initial injuries, and in the area where those initial injuries have taken place or where people have been immediately subsequent to that, there's generally a small amount of blood. And then as more injuries are inflicted, then the amount of blood you see in an area will start to increase. And we use that often to sequence where somebody went and where they were as an event progressed. So you can often sort of track a person and where they've gone through an area and see the increasing injuries because you begin to see increasing blood flow. All right. And slide 13, this is showing a little bit closer up of the phone. The phone was examined for DNA evidence. There was mixed DNA. Brandy Peters was the major contributor. Both Mr. Segura and all the children were eliminated as being potential contributors. So the implication of that is that if you have mixed DNA, meaning that you have DNA from more than one person, the only person apart from Brandy Peters, that there's DNA there from somebody that's not been identified. So who that may be, there's no way to know, but it's an indication that there's DNA from more than one person, and Brandy Peters is included, but Mr. Segura and the children are excluded. This is a close-up here of the phone cord, and again, you can see that you're talking about a pretty clean break right here, as opposed to something that's been torn, so it would appear to be cut. I'm not saying that definitively, but it would appear to be more of a cut because it's a pretty clean break. There was a DNA sample taken from the phone cord, mixed DNA again of 3 or more individuals, the major contributor being Brandy Peters. Our minor contributor was possibly Brandy Peters and possibly Javante. Major contributor was the twins, and Mr. Segura was eliminated from that. So that's, again, DNA profiles there that could...
Let's be clear to the jury, though. This gentleman is not a DNA expert, although he purports to be reporting DNA results. You should rely on the experts in that field, not this witness.
This is the wall right next to where the phone cord is, and there are some black scuff marks. You can see they've been pointed out here that were on the wall. Those were cut out. The crime scene investigators actually cut those sections of wall out, but it was never submitted to a lab for any type of analysis to see what the material is that made that. Because obviously the proximity to the phone, what you'd be interested in is what made those scuff marks. Where did it come from? Is it from a shoe? What type of material is it? That wasn't ever checked to see. Now, again, I'm not trying to represent that you necessarily would have found anything, but certainly it wasn't checked, so there's always the possibility that something that could have been matched to another material somewhere else that may have provided additional evidence. Similarly, this is at the exterior side of the master bathroom door. So this is the master bedroom area here. This is the master bathroom area. A similar scuff mark at the bottom of that door. And again, that scuff mark is photographed, it's documented. Not any testing to try to determine what the material is that the scuff mark is made of. And this is just a closer view showing that scuff mark on the bottom of that door. And you can also see on this one that in addition to the scuff mark here, there's also a similar appearance, dark material on the floor. So whatever produced the scuff mark likely also put some of that material on the floor as well. And if you go a little bit closer in that, you can see that not only do you have the scuff mark, but you actually have some residue there that's adhered to the door in addition to the scuff mark. So again, the question would be, what is that residue? Where did it come from, and what could it be matched to? Okay, slide 19. We pointed out earlier, there's the purse right here. This is the master, the bed in the master bedroom, and here's the purse that was at the foot of the bed. There was some DNA on there. In Brandy Peters, Mr. Segura was eliminated from that DNA.
Your Honor, I am going to object to him keep reciting the DNA results if he wants to talk about whether, I'm sorry, object to that.
Let's stay out of the DNA results, please, sir. You've not been qualified in that area.
Okay. Here is a closet door. We're actually, this photograph, you're in the master bedroom looking out toward the hallway. There is a closet in the hallway right there, and in the door there is a bullet hole. Okay. The bullet hole, you can actually see a little bit closer view. This is actually taken from in here. This is between two of the bedrooms. This is Javante's bedroom on this side, and this is the twins' bedroom on this side, and then here's the closet door and the bullet hole right here in the door. Okay, and then this is the door with a trajectory rod inserted through the bullet hole. So they place the rod in it, which is typically done in order to try to figure out the trajectory. What direction did the bullet come from is what you're interested with that, because that will point back in the direction, and you follow that line back, and then you can make some determinations about where the shot was fired from. The trajectory rod was put in there. There doesn't appear in the documentation to be any determination of exactly what position the door was in, because obviously with a door, one consideration is the door could have been open to whatever angle, which can affect where the shot actually came from. There weren't any angles recorded as far as exactly what angle it came in at, other than what you can see generally from the photograph. But the general direction of it does point back toward the bedroom, so it would tend to indicate that the shot's fired probably from somewhere inside that bedroom. And the bullet for that is placard number 17. Is actually found right inside the closet. And this is a little bit closer view to show the bullet as found right there.
Just to make sure I understand what you're saying so far. So the first shot that you're talking about here, it's fired from an area inside the bedroom back towards generally the exit of the bedroom. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
There was a silver bracelet also that, what happened here? Okay, I don't know where that came from. There's a silver bracelet that is right here on the floor. This is the master bedroom door. And this bracelet, again, it was found right in that location. This is a close-up of that bracelet. Then also this is...
was that bracelet examined for DNA?
It was not, no.
Okay.
This photograph here, shows where a bullet perforated one of the windows in the master bedroom. And you can see it's circled right here. There's actually a trajectory rod in there, and it's up high on the window. And it was described as being at an upward angle. Again, the actual angle wasn't recorded, just what's shown with the dowel, but it was described in one of the reports as being, it appeared to be at an upward angle.
And that is the trajectory of that bullet going out of the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's at least one shot that's going towards the exit of the bedroom, and one shot in the bedroom going in the opposite direction?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
And then this is the photographer is standing in the master bedroom looking into the master bathroom. This is where the toilet is. So in this particular master bathroom, you have bathroom area, and then you have a separate room basically where the toilet itself is. And the door to that, we have another bullet impact that is, you can see there's a trajectory rod in it. It's going into the door, going at a downward angle into that door. And then again, general direction it's coming from would be from the area of the master bedroom, so it coming from the direction of the master bedroom. This is a different shot of that same bullet. So here you can kind of see the angle of the trajectory rod. It's coming downward, you can draw back that line, and you can actually place a shooter at a pretty good approximation of where they were when they fired the shot. What was done here is they put the rod in, they took some photographs of it, but they didn't actually measure those angles. So without that information, you can't determine exactly how far away the person was. But I think the kind of the important thing here is that it's generally coming from the direction of the master bedroom. And then this is the shower enclosure in the master bathroom, and we have an actual bullet impact right here. You can see where the bullet impacted the metal portion. That caused the glass to shatter. When you have just an impact like that, you can't put a trajectory rod in that, so you can't really figure out the direction other than just getting some general sense of it. And also in that master bathroom, there are 2 bullets. There's one on the floor over here. There's one on the floor over here that were recovered. So obviously, likely that this one out here would be associated with the strike to the shower door, and the one inside would be associated with the one that went through the door to the toilet room. This is the master bedroom door as viewed from out in the hallway, and there is some blood. There's actually a transfer stain of what we call a swipe, and a swipe is a transfer stain that shows movement. So in other words, if I had blood on my hand and I walk up and I touch that, I make a transfer stain. But if I come up here and I run my hand across it, then I make what's called a swipe. And you can actually see lines in the swipe that not only show that there was movement, but will show you the direction of movement, so you know which way it was coming from. And in this case, the direction of movement is that it's coming from the bedroom toward the hallway. So that indicates whatever the blood source is obviously moving out toward the hallway. This is most likely, given the height and the location of it, would be most likely associated with the gunshot wound that Brandy Peters had to her left shoulder. So what's kind of getting indicated here, and you'll see as you move through it, is that her initial injuries are happening inside the bedroom, and then she's now fleeing from the bedroom into the hallway, and then there's going to be additional blood that moves toward the front door and actually is outside the front door. And this being a close-up of that particular stain, again, you can see that you have this contact here and here, and we have feathering in this direction, which it tells us that's the direction of travel. So that puts her coming from the bedroom and then out toward the hallway. Okay, that's the same area. Let's see. This is just to give you an orientation in the hallway. So we have, this is the master bedroom that we were just looking at. Here's the twins' bedroom, the closet where that one bullet impact happened, Javante's bedroom here, this hallway bathroom is up here, and then that's the front door right there. So the movement of the blood, as we'll see, comes from here and then down the hallway, then toward that front door. There were several stains that were sampled here, all these, number 3, 4, 5, and 6, from the carpet that were all sampled and all were determined not to be blood. Then a little bit further down, number 7, that was also sampled and was not blood. And then number 8 right here was sampled, and that turned out to be blood.
Does the lack of blood staining through the hallway indicate that she's not bleeding very badly at that point?
Right. What that tells you is that she obviously has to have an injury because she has some blood, but you don't have the level of injury where you have dripping blood, where you have blood that's coming off of her and then leaving a blood trail as she moves. So it means that there's some injury, but she hasn't suffered all the substantial injuries that she ended up suffering. So what you're again seeing is sort of an increasing amount of blood. So this is sort of at the beginning parts of the bloodletting injuries, and then it's going to move progressively toward increasing injury. This is just a close-up showing that blood stain on the hallway floor there. So by the time she gets to number 8, there's at least enough that you're seeing some dripping of blood onto that carpet. Number 9, there's a lamp right here. This has been knocked off. Obviously, it's this would not be the normal position for it. And this is right at the corner of the hallway area as you start to get to the front living room area.
Just to clarify, the track that you've showed us to this point, coming from the bedroom, going down the hallway and into the living room on the way to the front door, was the LCV used to process that area and enhance their ability to find additional blood drops or blood transfer?
I don't think that there was LCV used in those areas. There's some various areas where they did use it on walls. I'd have to be sure we'll get to those other areas in the slide presentation, but I don't think that they used it right in that area of the carpet.
Okay.
Okay, then this is the exterior side of the hallway closet door. This is again the same one where you can actually see the bullet hole that we talked about earlier, but there was also a blood stain right there. And this is a drop of blood that's in flight. Could be from an impact, could be from some type of a cast off, but it means that this is not a transfer where somebody with blood touched. This is blood that actually flew through the air and a drop deposited on that door in that location. And then also lower down on that door, there's additional blood here. And this is blood that's coming down. This could be either from cast off or from some type of impact or anything like that. So in other words, you could have, this could be from Brandy Peters, just through her own movements, that she casts blood off of her and it ends up on this door. And it could also mean that there's some type of violence that takes place right near this door that causes this blood to be spattered onto the door. This is the bedroom door to Javante's room, which is just, if you're moving out the hallway toward the front door, it's just past that closet door. And again, there's another drop of blood right there. And this is another view of that same door to Javante's bedroom, and there's some additional blood that's documented on there. So, this is blood you've got spattering here because you actually can see some small drops. They have tails to them, which gives you the direction of travel of that blood. So the likelihood here would be either something that she does, could be running into the wall or something like that, or probably more likely would be that there's some interaction going on here with whoever's attacking her. And this is just a close-up of some of those stains that we just saw. Again, you can see how they have defined tails to them, and these are drops that are in flight that strike, and then the tails indicate the direction that they were going, and the fact that they're really long like that means that they're pretty close to the door. The angle is very shallow and close to the door. Then here we have another one of the stains that was on that door. These are swipes right here. So that would indicate some contact, most likely contact between Brandy Peters and the door. And the swipe marks are pointing toward the front door. So again, more blood that shows a movement from the bedroom and then toward the front door. And then toward the bottom of the door, there's an impact stain, or it's a drop in flight again. This is a close-up of it. Elliptical shape, has a tail to it showing direction, so it's coming downward, strikes the door, and again, that could be either from her movements, the blood drop is being cast off, or it could be that there's interaction going on, and that would cause potentially an impact or something to her that would cause that blood to be put into flight. And then here is the door frame area to the same door, and there's some more blood there as well. Then on the wall just past that door, there's another blood stain, again another one of a blood in flight, and this is a close-up of it. So you have a blood drop that is very close to the wall. That's very, very shallow angle when it's elongated like that. If a blood drop were to hit straight on, it would be perfectly round, and then as you decrease the angle, it becomes more and more elliptical shape. So when it gets to where it's really long like that, it means it's very close to the wall. This is the wall, and you can see that the lamp is here. This is like at the end of the hallway. You're kind of going into the living room right here. And again, there's blood here as well. These are, what you have is some blood that is deposited, and then you've got dripping. The blood is actually running down the wall. And there's some, here, a little bit of a swipe indicating direction, and up here a little bit of a swipe indicating direction. Most likely Brandy Peters making contact with the wall, moving toward the front door. This is the east wall of the hallway. So again, you can see the front door here. So where we were just looking at the wall on the right, this is now on the wall on the left in the same orientation. And where this yellow circle is, there's another blood stain right there. And that one is this stain, again, very, it's directional, pointing toward the front door, very close to the wall. And that is another indicator of her path of travel toward the front door. And then this is an earring that is found near that wall on the floor. As you go out toward the living room area, you see that there's a number of scattered items about. There's this plant that's been overturned here, and then it continues toward where the front door is. This is the front door, and what we'll see here, there's actually some blood right outside, and in fairly small quantities, similar to what you see in the hallway. So what that would mean is that she's gotten not only to the front door, but actually made it outside the front door. And then as she goes outside the front door, there's some impact spatter on the wall. So the front door would be this to the left right here. There's impact spatter, a swipe right there. The impact spatter means that she's struck at that point. That you have an impact that's causing blood to spatter, and you have multiple drops that are traveling, and they all sort of converge back to a common location. So that means that what happens is she gets out the door, and then there's a continuation in violence. So once she gets out the front door, then she's attacked again. There's some blows delivered that cause this impact spatter.
How high off the ground is that impact spatter?
That spatter is about looks like, I think in the neighborhood of about 4.5 feet or so, 4 feet. Might be a little bit higher. This is based on what you have here as far as the angles. Then she's still upright, definitely, and that there's some type of impact happening while she's upright.
And the small quantity of blood, maybe you mentioned this, but I just want to make sure I understand. So we know that she's made it out of the house before she sustained the types of debilitating injuries that we see, which ultimately caused her death. Is that right?
Right, exactly. Because as I said, here you have very little blood. You're not dripping blood all over as opposed to when you go back into the foyer area, there's a substantial amount of blood, which means that the majority of her injuries happen after she's outside, and then comes back into the foyer area, and then there's substantially more violence that takes place there. So that's how you're able to sort of sequence based on the volume of blood, because the volume of blood would always be increasing, not decreasing.
Were you able to tell, or are you about to tell us what the directionality of that impact spatter in this slide is?
The impact spatter, the directionality is this way. So it's converging down here, which means that the location where the blood source is. So if she's got a wound and there's an impact that happens to that wound, would be at roughly this height in this area here. And then these drops are spattering out this way. So it's an impact that is viewed in the photograph would be generally a right to left impact with probably some upward angle, because you have drops that are going upward as opposed to, there's very few that are actually traveling downward there. Then this is the swipe, a little closer view of it. The swipe also has direction indicated by it. That direction is back toward the door. So again, this is how you can determine that she comes outside and then she's stopped at some point and then is moved back into the foyer area, because that swipe is now going back in the opposite direction. All the ones we saw in the hall were all moving out toward the door. Now you have a swipe that's moving back from the outside back toward the inside of the house. And then you have, again, this is a little bit closer of the impact stains, and one of the key things here is that you have some differences in direction, so there's more than one. You couldn't tell you exactly how many, but there's not just, if you have one single impact, then all of the drops should converge back to one common area. Whereas if you have ones where there are differences in direction and they don't all converge to the same common area, then that would indicate that there's more than one impact. So, certainly there's something happening here that correlates to the movement back into the foyer.
Does the different directionality of the impact spatter indicate that the impacts are being inflicted from different angles?
Yes, it would generally mean that there's some slightly different angles. Now that can be, if I'm striking somebody like this, I mean, no two blows are going to be exactly the same and strike exactly the same way, but yes, there's some variance in that.
And with these ones here, are some of them moving in opposite directions?
Yes, yeah, there are actually some opposites where you have downward left to right. This one down here is actually the drop direction is downward left to right, and then you have this one left to right, and then you have this one is upward right to left, and one that's laterally right to left. So there's more than one impact here. Then this one is just kind of showing, they drew lines of convergence here, which is what we do with blood spatter impact stains, because the lines of convergence bring you back to where relative to that surface did this impact occur. So we would bring the lines of convergence down, and then you'd come straight out from that some distance that we're able to measure through measuring the angles of the drops, and you can figure out exactly how far away it happened. But the key thing is that those lines of convergence means that wherever the blood letting wound is that's impacted is right about here, and you can kind of see that's sort of doorknob height, roughly in that level. Then this is just orientation. That spatter that we were just looking at is right here relative to the door. Here's the front door, and that's where that spatter is. So it's just outside the door, just a few feet outside the door. And just to point out that purplish discoloration all over the door, that's where the leucocrystal violet was used to process the door. Typically when you see blood and there's a potential where you're looking for fingerprints or any type of transfer evidence, could be footwear impressions, you would use some type of blood enhancement chemical, leucocrystal violet being one of the ones that you could choose to use to try to bring out impressions that are not readily visible. Often what will happen is you apply it and then you'll bring up impressions that you just couldn't see without having applied the chemical.
Was that wall that you were just showing us with the blood spatter processed with LCV?
I don't think so, no. They did, obviously, the door area all through here, but I don't believe that wall was actually processed.
Okay.
Then this is the inside of the front door, and there's some transfer pattern up here, small swipe mark there, swipe here, and you can see that there's some differences in direction here. There's a swipe moving down this way and then across here. But again, right around the door area, we have fairly small quantities. On the floor and the surrounding areas is where the quantities of blood begin to become much more significant. It's just showing, again, this is a different view of the area. And this, of course, this broken glass here is not related to the actual incident that was done by the responding officers. Then if we look at the floor, the ground right outside the door, there are some blood patterns as well there. There's some dripped blood here, and there's some transfer patterns on the ground itself.
What does the combination of drip, blood, and transfer pattern mean when viewed together at a single spot like that?
Well, it means obviously that you have a blood source that's continuing to drip. So you have somebody's got an injury there, and then you have the transfers that are indicating that there's something going on, some type of movement. This fits with the impact spatters and things, that there's obviously struggle taking place at this point. So what would tend to be indicated by that is that she made it out the door, didn't make it very far. Made it a few feet outside the door, and then she's now being attacked again. And that's why you have blood in different directions. You've got transfers on the ground. You've got blood dripping. You've got impact spatters because there's some violence taking place here, and then it moves back into the foyer. This is obviously the way that our body was found. This is the foyer area, and of course, we've got some pretty substantial blood in this area, much more significant than you see outside. So that would indicate that the majority of her injuries, particularly these blunt force impacts to her head that are this source of this blood, are not occurring until in the foyer. And that's when you see blood spatter like this, where you have this is cast off spatter that's going all the way up to the ceiling, above the door height and stuff, then you're talking about some pretty severe impacts, and with some type of weapon that has a little bit of length to it. So typically, as you see blood spatter, you go higher and higher on walls and get up into the ceiling, then you're typically talking about objects that have a little bit more length to them than something that's very short. Short objects, you'll tend to see all that spatter lower down, whereas when you start to get into the longer objects, if you take something the length of, say, a tire iron or a baseball bat or things like that, then it's not uncommon to see blood spatter not only up the walls, but on the ceiling above and things like that. And again, this just showing the door area. And for orientation, that's the south wall, that's the west wall. And you can see that there's substantial blood stains all the way up in this wall, up here, and you see these large drops. They're actually traveling downward, which means that they have to go up in the air higher than where they are and then come down in order to impact that. So you're, again, indicators that you're talking about a weapon with a little bit of length to it. This is now showing the east wall. Again, we have sort of the same thing. You have spatter that's all over the wall, as high up as you can see in this photograph, and then you have these very large drops and things that are coming downward. And even up high, we have downward drops. So, I mean, you can see the height that we're at. Here's the light switch area. It's quite a bit higher than the light switch. These drops up here are traveling downward, so they have to have either gone up in the air and come back down or originated somewhere higher than that level. The base of the door here, there's substantial blood transfer, and you can actually see like multiple round-looking shapes to that. That's most likely from her head. So there's struggling going on here with her on the floor, and it's touching the door at the base of the door. And then, of course, you got radiating spatter that's going upward here, as well as some of these drops that are traveling downward, but we actually have upward spatter in this area as well. The upward spatter, if we were to draw this back, and it wasn't done at the scene, but you can get at least a general sense from looking at the photographs that some of these blows are happening. She's still upright, and then obviously at some point she ends up on the floor, and then there are additional blows that are happening. And this just showing a little bit closer view again, where you can kind of see that you have lots of transfer, and then you have swipes here, some various different movements. So there's movement going on, most likely, of her moving around on the floor, and her head is contacting the door there. Impact spatter on this wall. Get a lot of downward drops over here. And then there's actually a transfer pattern right here that's most likely from a hand. And there you can see there's some impact spatter on top of it, but then those delineations would be consistent with fingers, and that there would be consistent with palm of the hand, which you see that a lot of times in attacks like this, because if a person, by this point, there would be a substantial amount of blood, and if she's trying to get up, touches the wall, or if the person who is attacking her is, again, going to probably have blood on their hand and then could reach up and touch the wall. So that would be what you would see there. And there's some downward movement also to this. The feathering and stuff indicates that impression not only touches the wall, but it sort of slides down a little bit. And then below that, on the wall, there's some additional transfer patterns there, and what you have is transfers that have a lot of different directions to them. So again, this is a very substantial attack that's going on here. There's a lot of movement and a lot of different directions of blood. And then there are some impacts actually present here on the floor. You can see a lot of this radiating spatter in here. On this side of the floor, though, you'll notice that there aren't. So you have a lot of impact radiating spatter on one side and not on the other, so that would indicate now her head is over in this area and there's impacts to the head, and then her lower body is down here, so that means that whatever's occurring over here, she's not on the floor. She's upright in some manner. May not be fully standing, but she's upright in some manner, and then ends up over here, and then on the floor there's additional impacts that take place. And there were multiple different transfer patterns apparent here in this blood. And again, you've got a lot of stuff happening over here on this side of the room. There's in this area right here, there is a transfer pattern, and that's the transfer pattern, and that would appear to be likely footwear impression because you have very delineated lines to it.
Can you tell what direction the shoe is facing?
Based on the shape, you're looking at heel over here and toe this way.
And how is that oriented to the door?
That would be oriented where you'd be looking at left foot pointed toward where her head, the blood was on the head, and the door would be off to the right here.
Can you go back out to a wider shot and show us kind of where this shoe impression would be and which direction it would be facing?
It would be right here facing this way.
And which direction did this door open to? Like, how did the door open?
The door is actually hinged. You can actually see one of the hinges right here.
And so if the front door were being opened and someone were accessing this area, they would step, the door would be opening this direction and blocking that shoe. Is that right?
Right. You would open it and then would tend to come in this way because obviously her body was here, so you can open the door fully wide at that point.
And likewise, if someone were going back out in this direction, the door would be opening this way, again, blocking the shoe impression, blocking this part of the area relative to the door. Is that right?
Right. Then there are some additional transfer patterns, one here and one here. And those are, this transfer pattern here is likely hand swipe on the floor. And then this impression, this one is, just for orientation, the hand would be right here, this other one is right there, and that would be this pattern. And let's see, okay. There's a blood drop right in this area. You have a transfer pattern right in here, and you can see that there's some shape to that transfer pattern.
What does the shape to that pattern mean?
Well, the shape would correspond with whatever made it. And you have kind of a couple of places where you have a sort of rectangular type shape to it. That would be consistent with footwear. I mean, it's not a full impression, so it'd be difficult to say much about it other than, it's something that's got those square shapes to it. Of course, the most likely explanation is footwear because that's what would be in contact with the floor and would likely have some type of shape pattern like that.
Are you able, based on this limited pattern, are you able to form any kind of opinion about the direction that the footwear, assuming it were footwear, was facing, or no?
No, not really.
Okay.
And then there's a blood drop right over here, right at the edge of the tile. And that blood drop is actually, you have some transfer blood here. Blood drop is on top of it. And you have, in that transfer, again, you have shapes of multiple small rectangular shapes. Again, not really enough there to look at it and identify exactly what it is, but obviously footwear would have that type of pattern to it, and footwear would be in contact with the floor, is what you would expect. But the key thing is that with this particular impression, you have a drop of blood that is on top of it.
What does that indicate?
Footwear impression first, blood drop second. Because if you made contact, if the drop was already there and then the object made contact with the tile, then it's going to disturb the blood drop. And the blood drop is undisturbed, so it's actually sitting on top of the impression. So whatever made that impression, the blood drop has to have occurred subsequent to that.
When you find an appropriate stopping point, Mr. Prince, advise not to move the blood.
You read my mind, Your Honor. With it, now's a fine time for a break.
All right, we'll let the jury step out. We'll stay in session. You can be seated, Mr. Fuchs. You wanted to be heard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As I said, there were 3 excerpts that were given to me by the defense for the purposes of rule completeness issues on the sections of the statement that was given by Mr. Segura. I don't have a problem with the first 2. Many parts of the third one I don't. Missed them just for references. Mr. Prince wants to play page 164, and I don't have an extra copy for Your Honor, but I'll provide it to you, the one I do have here. It starts on page 164, line 15, and goes on to page 169, line 20. The issue that I have actually starts on page 166, line 16, to the end of that section that Mr. Prince wants to play. There seems to be a lot of self-serving hearsay there that doesn't put the remaining sections that the state played into context in any way, shape, or form. They are actually statements of that talk about money and motive in the situation. If the court recalls, the sections that the state played all had to do with or mostly had to do with Mr. Segura talking about where he was, his alibi, and locations and things of that nature, not the monetary aspects behind the motive behind this. So the state would object as to those sections being self-serving hearsay that are not a part of the rule of completeness, because it doesn't help to put anything else that had been played into context.
Some way I need to see what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. I'm bringing it up to you right now. Well, the 3 right here are the ones that Mr. Prince has done. That's the section that I have the protection.
Mr. Prince.
Your Honor, throughout portions of the interview with the defendant, there is a suggestion made by the officers that he should admit that he's lying, come forward with the truth, and that the purpose, if not directly mentioned, is certainly inferred or suggested by the officers during the course of their interview. The defendant's state of mind relative to those accusations during the time of the interview is relevant to showing his interview in context and the other questions and answers in context. That would be my position.
Okay. Give me a minute to read what you said. would seem like the last paragraph is the most what the right term would be the farthest from what the state presented their information for. Candidly, the law on completeness is kind of all over the place. I've given you two cases that I think, recent cases that I think clarify what the purpose of it is, and the ultimate purpose is to be fair in the presentation of statement. But given the fairly confused state of the law, I'm not going to try to call this too closely. So I'm going to overrule the objection as to those. I understand the state's argument, and I think perhaps you're right, but given the confusion in the law, I think I would be at great risk to try to call this too closely. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Anything else? No. All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. We're taking a break in the Henry Segura trial out of Florida. This is the quadruple homicide out of Florida. We have a lot to discuss today about what we saw so far and as well as yesterday. We didn't get a chance to talk or analyze really what happened yesterday. But here to help me talk about this is Prosecutor Wendy Patrick. Wendy, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me, Jesse.
Of course. So let's just first quickly talk about what's been happening today. They had a crime reconstruction expert on, Michael Knox. Very dry testimony. I'm sure the jury was falling a little bit asleep. I think the judge was falling a little asleep. But what he did say that was very important was that Brandy Peters, made it past the front door when she was struck outside and then was beaten for the rest of the injuries that she sustained, which caused her death, happened inside the house. So what we saw today was how that blood splatter happened in the house, where the blood was. She made it outside, and then she was taken back into the house. What does that tell you about this case, about the defense, and just your thoughts in general about that piece of evidence so far?
Sure. You know, this tells us how, but not who. You know, you're right that it's dry testimony. Forensic testimony is always dry, but the jurors have to take those notes to establish what happened. That'll help them come to a decision, as they're going to have to do in this case, as to who did it. Remember, this is a case with so many moving parts. Not only moving parts regarding how the murders were committed, but moving parts regarding the relationships between the parties. I mean, no doubt these jurors are going to go in the deliberation room, and the first thing they're going to start doing is a family tree, an org chart, whatever you want to call it, as to how different things are related. But then they've also got to put this together as well. Once they establish who could have done it, they need to make everything consistent. This case is challenging on the consistency front, not only in who done it, but on how did they do it. So this testimony was very valuable for that jury in putting together that latter part of the crime. You know,
I'm looking at chat rooms, I'm looking at analysts who are talking about this case. No one can really make sense of what they think so far. I mean, what intrigued me was the gunshot trajectory that the reconstruction expert was talking about. You had bullets that were being fired from the bedroom to the outside door. There were bullets that were coming in the opposite direction. For me, just listening to this, everyday person, it doesn't quite seem like one individual was there. I feel like there might have, it seems more of an operation, more of a hit, more of something that seems that the idea that this could have been a drug cartel hit, it doesn't seem past the realm of possibility. It might have actually been what happened. And you have jurors here trying to make sense of all of these different players, and we're going to talk about it in a minute, but yesterday the defense was putting forward all these different theories about all these different people who could be involved. So the idea that this is a drug cartel who is responsible as opposed to Henry Segura, it's a possibility. Well, it's not only a possibility, but when you talk about cases like this, where you've got to prove proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have all these other players in the game, this forensic testimony, at least that's what the defense is going to argue, that's why they're putting this on, plays right into that idea, coupled with the lack of DNA. Now,
Just so everybody knows, I know everybody watches CSI, crime dramas, you can't get DNA off of everything. There's this false expectation with juries sometimes that, well, gosh, if you don't find it, it means somebody wasn't there. It doesn't mean that at all. But in combination with, as you say, Jesse, all of these other moving parts, quite literally, according to the testimony we're all watching, it is something that jurors are going to go in the back and decide, how can we prove it was just one person, coupled with what the neighbors saw and the other evidence, much of which came in over hearsay objections, which I think some analysts are thinking is quite surprising. I know I haven't seen that. We normally don't see that type of thing.
Yeah.
But in combination with that, it adds to the intrigue, the mystique regarding who could have been there, and is that proof beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't the defendant?
Let's talk a little bit about the DNA and other people that might be involved. There was a partial DNA match for a Colombian drug smuggler, Angel Avila Quijones, as well as there was testimony that was excluded, like you said, excluded from James Carlos Santos, who was the guy that claimed that he ordered the killings against Brandy Peters because she stole money from a Mexican drug cartel. So first let's talk about this. We have Angel Avila Quijones, this partial DNA match. Then we have James Carlos Santos. Now, his testimony wasn't admitted. He pled the fifth. He won't testify in this trial. However, a cryptic letter was put into evidence that seemingly was sent from him to Brandy Peters that seemed to have a threatening message to it. Now, the jurors are hearing this. And let's talk about the DNA too, because what we were just hearing was there's not a ton of DNA linking Henry Segura to this crime scene at all, but it does appear that there were other individual DNA mixtures involved here. So again, we're talking about two different subjects, and then I'll get into the other suspects here. What do you think about this?
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting because there are dueling narratives actually there's triple narratives regarding who could have done it and why did they do it. Interestingly, prosecutors don't need to prove motive, but boy, it sure helps, Jesse. It sure helps when you've got a case like this where misidentification is the defense, he had nothing to do with it, and you've got a motive that he might have wanted to do it, or a motive that maybe he was upset with the financial scenario, and everybody knows that money matters and that's a motive. But with so many other things going on, the DNA probably won't have the kind of weight it would have if it was absolutely unknown who might have been there. Now, if he spends any time in the house, I mean, you know, who that DNA belongs to, or even was there once, it doesn't necessarily mean he's the killer. Weighing that against the testimony that came in, and I hate to say it, you know, you hate to use the word backdoor because that insinuates somebody tried to do something wrong. Regardless of motive, it is true that they learned a little bit about Santos because of what came in about the letter. One wonders whether had he testified it wouldn't have been less of an issue. Sometimes jurors' minds go wild over a little bit of evidence that comes in via hearsay, where if the person had actually testified, it would have been a whole different story. So I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe the jurors will tell us afterwards about that. But you're right, it's one more kernel of reasonable doubt. At least that's why the defense put on all that testimony yesterday.
Absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about motive, okay? Let's focus a little bit on motive. So the motive that the prosecution is putting forth is that Henry Segura committed this crime because of back child support payments. Now, we've seen people kill for all sorts of reasons.
We have.
And it's possible you could have a situation where a father doesn't want to be pulled into court, doesn't want to be paying those payments, and you could see how that might be a possibility to kill. It's not past the realm of possibility. However, the problem is that this guy has had child support payments in the past and hasn't done anything like this. What the defense said was, you have a guy who, you're not going to like him.
That's right.
He cheats, he's a philanderer, right. He's with a lot of different women.
Double life.
And you and I were talking about this. The idea that you live a double life, people live double lives when they cheat, they have different cell phones, they hide things.
That's right.
Could it look very similar to when someone hides a nefarious crime? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So does the motive really hold up here, and especially when what he's really up to?
Well, you know, in response to that, the prosecution is going to point to his confession, his alleged confession. But I know that's tainted too because people get, you know, people are snitches for a variety of reasons. Credibility permeates this case. In other words, who do you believe? Lady Justice might be blind, but jurors are not. And they are on the lookout, everybody that testifies, as to credibility issues. And you're right, the defense did a great job of drawing the sting right out of the gate. You're not going to like him. He said everything, but you know, we don't like him, like they do in the movies. But that's not a reason to necessarily kill. And you're right, many people that are on that jury panel might themselves think, well, gosh, there was a time when I wasn't completely forthcoming about something not because I murdered somebody, but because I didn't want this fact coming out. That's something that if they can't relate to it personally, they can relate to it from being on the receiving end of something like that when somebody was less than honest. So you're right, that in and of itself doesn't prove anything either. So just one more moving part that adds to this case, and justice delayed is not necessarily justice denied, but if they can't get all 12 jurors, we may be looking at a retrial of this in the future due to some of these issues you and I are talking about.
Justice delayed is not necessarily justice.
Not
I
always.
like that. Is that yours? I like that. That's very
you can
good.
use it. You can use it.
Now, before we do go back to the live feed that we have in the courtroom, I do want to talk about the other 2 suspects that were thrown out. I keep naming, like you said, as you said in the break, they're going to need to diagram all these different players that the defense is putting forward. So the defense presented a confidential informant yesterday named Gregory Washington, who actually worked with the Tallahassee Police Department to elicit a confession from 2 alternative suspects, DeMario Paramore and Haywood Griffin. Paramore is actually Washington's own cousin. Now the theory is that they killed Brandy and these kids for a drug debt. We saw Washington on. If we have some time, we'll play a clip of him. We saw Haywood Griffin on. I don't know if that was very effective. Those were very effective witnesses put forward by the defense. They were on for a short amount of time, and I don't know if they were really that compelling. What did you think?
I began my career as a defense attorney. Nobody that knows me as a prosecutor would believe that, but I did. And there's a school of thought sometimes when you've got a case like this, that is there necessarily a downside to infusing even more reasonable doubt by even a short witness? That may have been their strategy.
Thank you. That may be what it is. So we actually do have our live feed back in the Segura courtroom. Let's take a look, and we'll be back here with more analysis.
Been leaving those back lights on. Are y'all able to see this all right? Yeah. But just get it too dark, then I think everybody has a tendency to fall asleep.
Turn that light out right behind the screen.
Yeah, I did put that one up.
The one right behind it where the there.
All right, Mr. Knox, you were telling us about, is it a transfer pattern that we're looking at circled here on slide 91?
Yes, there's what appears to be a transfer pattern in that area. There's a closer view of it. And there's some, you can see these lines, and they're sort of angled. So you have lines in this direction, then you have lines in this direction. And there are, off to this side, again, there's several small lines spaced apart from one another. It's not much of a pattern, so it would be very difficult to figure out exactly what it's from, but when you have lines angled like this, stacked on top of one another, again, similar to what you would see on a footwear impression, and that's different in shape than the other ones that have the more rectangular type shape to it.
Are you able to tell directionality with respect to that potential footwear impression?
Not really. That's it's only partial, and it's quite obscured because it's blended in with the other blood that's around there, so it'd be very difficult to tell much in the way of direction.
Okay. And where is that footprint or potential footprint relative to the front door?
It is, the front door is up here, and so it would be right over there toward the, kind of straight across from the middle of the front door.
Is this where Ms. Peters' head was found, when her body was located?
Yes.
Okay. And so if someone were entering the front door, with the front door opening this way, they would likely proceed around the body that way, is that correct?
That's what I would expect, yes. That's what I would certainly do.
Okay.
And this is just a little bit closer view where, again, you can kind of see these lines like this. Lines, line, 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 line. And then these smaller ones over here on this side. And also in these areas that are circled in yellow, there are some more transfer patterns. And one here toward the edge of the carpet in this area, that if we go to the next slide, it's a closer in. Again, you can see we have some swipes in here with some differing directions, and you have obviously a pattern here that has some stacked lines like that, where you have parallel lines that are across that impression. And then the other area of it, similarly, again, we have sort of an impression. You can see lines right in there. So there's small impressions. There's not enough there to really make much out of them, but certainly there are some impressions that are present in there, which would tend to indicate, something deposited blood or made those impressions. This one in particular, you'll note that you have these lines in the impression this way, and then you have this blood here that's across it that's not disturbed. It's not correspondingly disturbed. So the impression that's under it would have happened first, and then you've got the blood that's placed over the top of that.
Are those the impressions that you see consistent with footwear, or are those more likely from the struggle that took place, parts of Ms. Peters' body rubbing around on the floor?
I wouldn't be able to say necessarily footwear, but when you see anything linear like that, where you have defined lines to it, then it means it's some type of object that would have some corresponding pattern to it. So that's not necessarily really just from struggle. I mean, it can be occurring during the struggle, but that's not like just a swipe, where with the swipe you have, it's a very random type of pattern that has feathering to it, as opposed to these are more defined lines, which would tend to indicate that there's some type of pattern there that would be associated with some object. Now, what that is, there's just really no way to tell from that photograph. And of course, there's some blood saturation over here in this carpeted area. So this is the foyer area, the tiled area. This is that plant that was knocked over that you saw on one of the previous slides. And then there's blood saturation over in here. Wherever you're seeing blood saturation like that, that would mean that the blood source is there for some period of time. Now, that period of time could be, 10 seconds or 15 seconds, depending on how much blood is coming off. But it's not just something that just passed by. It's something that actually stops there and makes some type of blood saturation. So what that means, again, is it goes back towards this dynamic struggle. There's lots of movement here. She's not just in one spot. She's pretty well moving all over in this area. And this photograph is showing the bottoms of her feet. One, because she's not wearing shoes. So any linear impressions or anything that you're seeing on the foyer can't be from her feet, because she's wearing socks. Okay, and then this photograph is just showing where there's the shovel that was at the scene, and the orientation of where it's located relative to her body.
Is the shovel in a location, given the quantity of blood and multi-directional spatter patterns, where if it were located at that spot during the struggle when spatter's being thrown all over the place, it would have had blood spatter on it?
I would expect it to, because, I mean, you can see that here's the shovel. There's blood all over through here, blood all over in here. And of course, remember that this area where she was, the walls all the way up here, all the way up the door, this other wall that's on this side of her, have blood spatter all up the walls. So there's substantial blood spatter that's going on in this area. So you would expect that things in this area would get at least some amount of detectable blood on them.
Likewise, if the shovel were used as one of the weapons to inflict the wounds, would you expect it to have blood on it unless it's wiped down?
Right, unless it is thoroughly cleaned. If it's a weapon that created this spatter or created some of it, then it should have lots of blood on it, because you see the volume of blood that's all up these walls and everything. Any weapon that was used for that would have spatter on it, would have transferred blood on it, would be saturated blood. There would be lots of blood on that item. So the only way that you would get it into a condition where there's no detectable blood is it would have to be thoroughly cleaned.
And if it were thoroughly cleaned in your experience, would you still generally be able to obtain touch DNA off it with a swab?
No, not unless the touch DNA gets deposited subsequent to that. But you would, to clean it off and get rid of any traces of the blood, you would get rid of any traces of practically anything else, because blood is one of the most easily detected things at a crime scene. That there, when you use certain chemicals, that there are, luminol, for example, is a chemical that we can use for blood detection that will detect 1 drop of blood in 5 million drops of water, roughly thereabout. So it's very sensitive. There are a lot of ways, and other the tests that would be used, presumptive tests that are used to identify blood, while not that sensitive, are quite sensitive, that you can have blood that's not even visibly present, that you can't even see it, but you can take a sample of it and then apply those chemicals and end up with a positive reaction indicating the presence of blood.
While we're talking about the volume of blood and the spatter pattern, would any individual or individuals involved in inflicting these wounds have spatter and blood all over them as well?
I would definitely expect that, particularly considering how high up you have spatter on these walls and stuff. I mean, it would be virtually impossible to have been involved in this and not have had spatter, substantial spatter, and substantial blood transfer.
Okay.
This is just a little bit closer view to show the shovel, and then here's the shovel, and showing kind of the length of this. The shovel actually measured 2 feet 3 inches in length. And then there was some dirt present on the shovel, which the dirt present would mean 2 things. One is that if you were looking at the possibility that the shovel had been thoroughly cleaned, then the expectation is that the dirt would be gone too. But also the one issue that wasn't looked at was, where did the dirt come from? So one of the things that would typically be done on a crime scene, if you were looking at the presence of dirt, say on a shovel, would be to sample some of the dirt and soils from the surrounding environment to see, is this a shovel that's been used in this environment and it got that dirt from the yard outside, for example, as opposed to being, having acquired that dirt at another location. And then there are some, when we examined this shovel, there's actually some small purple spatters that are present on this side of it, the purpling being looking like it's the LCV that was used on the floor areas and stuff around there in the processing, but there's no apparent blood. So if they got LCV on it in the process of applying that, and there's some spattering on there, I mean, obviously anything that was in the vicinity blood-wise would also have spattered on there, but there wasn't any obvious blood that was detected on that shovel. And this is just showing another closer view. Again, you can see the dirt area, and you can actually see some of those purple spatters in there. And just another view just showing this is the front and back of the shovel, so you can see what's, that there's not any obvious blood, there's not any obvious indicators that it's been used as a weapon in this particular case. Then again, we have there's this area of saturated blood we looked at before. There's transferred blood stains on the carpet in these areas. So relative to her body, out here by her right hand, and kind of straight off from her right knee, and then over here closer to where the corner of the sofa is. This foyer, obviously, once the body was moved and they processed the tile floor area and the foyer area with the LCV. This is an after picture after that's applied. Again, all that purple discoloration you're seeing is the LCV that's been applied, and it reacts to the blood, and then you end up with these. What it tends to do is bring out impressions. It makes blood impressions that may be visible or may not even be visible at all, but it brings them out, and it enhances contrast, so it becomes much more obvious. But this, of course, you'll see that the shovel was in this area, so those purple spatters that are on the shovel, it's probably getting there during the process of applying the LCV. The LCV would be applied as a spray. There are 5 footwear impressions that were documented by the crime scene investigators, and the labeling, the lettering here is not theirs. That's mine. But you have one over here on the tile floor. This would be in the kind of in the vicinity of where her head was. There's one over here on the carpet, and then kind of further to the right of that, another one, further to the right of that, and then over in this area. Those impressions, what's done to document a footwear impression is that you actually take what's called comparison quality photographs, where you take a close-up photograph, fill the frame with the impression, you put a scale in place so that you can tell the size of it from the photograph, and you're making sure that it's a very crisp, clear, high-quality picture to be used to compare to any potential footwear. So these are ones that they documented and that they actually went through those steps with. Here's the one on the tile. And you can see the pattern there and what's documented in that particular impression. That's a little bit closer view.
Are you able to tell directionality of the footwear impression?
For the previous one, for this one, the alignment would be in this direction. I can't quite tell from this which way is the toe and which way is the heel, but it's longer this way than it is this way, so it's lined up in this basic direction.
Where would the door, is this the wall?
Yeah, this would be the wall. The door would be up here.
Do you have a wider angle so we can see exactly where this one is?
That one's right there.
Okay.
So there's your door, and there's the impression. So the alignment would be in this direction here.
Okay.
And then this one is B, which, back up, B is the one on the carpet right here. So as you go through them, it's A, B, C, D, and E. And again, this one's a little bit more difficult to make out in any real detail, but they did obviously take a close-up photograph of that one. This is on the carpet. You will not get the same level of detail in a blood impression on carpet that you'll get on a hard tile surface, because carpet tends to actually absorb some of the blood, and it'll tend to distort the impression a little bit. And then this is where impression C is located, and that's a close-up of impression C. And as you look at these, the patterns in them are not the same as the other ones. I mean, this doesn't have any of the larger, obvious types of shapes. It has a lot of small lines in it. And then this is impression D. Again, difference in the pattern. Not a full impression at all. And again, it's a carpet impression, so you don't get the level of clarity that you get on a hard surface. And then impression E. This is the one on the carpet that's nearest to where that overturned tree was. Okay, then kind of returning to Brandy Peters, obviously she had multiple gunshot wounds, and the gunshot wound to the right ear was traveling right to left, slightly back to front and downward, and of course that just tells you the where the firearm is relative to her head. The head especially can be moved in all kinds of directions, so it's very difficult to tell what kind of position she was in, because she could be standing, bent over, head leaned. You know, there's a lot of different possibilities. She had gunshot wound to the crown of the head. She was back here in this area. She has, of course, gunshot wound across her arm there, and that gunshot wound across the arm aligns to the one in the chest here, which of course would put her arm up in some kind of position raised to make that wound align. So again, what's indicated by all this, that you have different gunshot wounds, different angles, arm raised, is what's going on at the time that these gunshots are taking place. So clearly she's not stationary. There's relative movement between her and the firearm, which means that, you know, that would be consistent with a struggle going on, as opposed to her just being in one spot and shots being fired. Again, she's got the gunshot wound to the left chest, and a totally different direction here. You have a downward direction of that. So again, you know, each different shot has a different direction to it. So there's lots of movement that's going on between when these shots are fired. Shot to her into the back. This one is coming at an angle kind of like that. So again, a varied angle, different angle to it. And to the shoulder, angle coming this way. And to the forearm, the shot to the forearm, you have a stippling pattern around it, which means that you're actually getting gunpowder from the muzzle is close enough to actually strike the skin, and it causes little punctate abrasions in the skin that we generally refer to as stippling, and that's it's just an indicator of how close the muzzle is. So you're talking about a gun that's within a very short distance of her arm. Then, of course, he's got this severe head trauma, which that is all occurring in the foyer. That's occurring at the end of this whole event. But among that, you have some injuries. There are some that are documented with this ovoid shape, meaning sort of a roundish oval type shape. And then you have additional injuries that are basically all over the head. There's a depression in the skull. Again, sort of an oval-shaped type depression, although a little different in shape than the previous one. Then you have various different lacerations, and you can see the different shapes to these lacerations, sort of short and teardrop shaped for some of them.
What type of object, if you can say, would you expect to make these teardrop shaped lacerations? It
would be something that would have to at least roughly approximate the shape of the wound. Any type of wound impression is the object that made it would have to at least have some part of it that would roughly approximate that shape. Because obviously, like if I were to get hit with a straight stick, then what I would see would be a sort of a linear injury. Now, obviously, there's curves to the surface of the head, which means that you won't necessarily have contact all the way. When you have smaller injuries like this, then you're expecting that it's got something smaller that protrudes from that. Now, there could be any number of possibilities, but obviously you don't get a small laceration like this when you have a large flat object, for example. It would be something that would at least roughly approximate the size and shape of that. Now, the object itself could be much bigger than that, because you can have, one object could have all kind of varying shapes and surfaces that if you're struck with one particular portion of it, you end up with this smaller laceration, and But the general, whatever portion of it actually caused that injury would have to at least roughly approximate that injury.
Are you able to tell whether the object that caused this injury would have had to be one that was blunt, like a blunt object, or is it a perforating or pointed object?
This is more of that would have some type of defined shape to it. Now, I want to hesitate to use the word sharpness because I don't want to make it sound like it's a knife or something like that. But you're talking about something that has, some kind of smaller edge to it. It could be a fairly blunt edge, but it's not like this. Clearly, wouldn't be like something with a wide, flat surface hitting, because that you would get a wound that would cover that whole area. So it's something that has at least some type of edge to it that way. Another laceration. This laceration on the sort of up here on the head and above the forehead is curved. So again, you're looking at an object that would be able to approximate that curved impression.
Meaning you would expect that the object that inflicted that wound to bear that shape itself?
Right. There would be some type of curve that would approximate that. Something that would be similar in shape. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect. Because, again, with curvature of surfaces and things like that, there may not be full contact with whatever the object is, but it's going to be something that roughly approximates that. And then laceration on the left side of the head has a little bit of curvature to it. That's not a particularly defined pattern to it. Various different lacerations, laceration on the right cheek in this area, of course, a number of different lacerations, smaller sized lacerations around the head. And of course, there's a laceration here. There's a gunshot wound that we talked about here, but there's also a laceration in this area as well. And there's other smaller lacerations all around. Some of them are quite short. They're rather small lacerations. And then, again, just as you go around, there's just a number of different lacerations, quite a number of them. And there's also 2 ovoid fractures that were documented in the autopsy on the forehead area. And this again showing the condition of her hands. Another injury. This is the right hand with multiple abrasions.
Looking at these pictures of her hands, do you see missing acrylic nails on some of her nails? And if you can explain in more detail what, if anything, the injuries, the lacerations to her hands may be indicative of?
Well, these particular lacerations, I mean, there could be, this is actually mostly abraded here, so there could be multiple explanations for that. There's not any real pattern to it. The big thing in reconstructing what I look at is whenever you have pattern injuries that can be correlated or to some type of object that may have made those. These aren't really defined in that way, so we tend to refer to as a non-specific injury, that it doesn't really relate to anything that's identifiable. As to the hands and the nails, there is some damage. This being your left hand, you can actually see there's some gap in the acrylic nails there. There's some actual damage, some that are missing. I believe that one is actually, the acrylic is missing. And of course there's some areas, there's even a significant laceration here to this finger. Webbing of the hand, and this is the index finger here, and the middle finger over here, and this is a abrasion in that area. This is another view that shows again where you can see the acrylics. You can actually see a gap in the acrylic there, missing there. And all these different injuries that you're seeing again goes to the how dynamic this is. That this is, you know, I've worked homicides where you have a person that they have all injuries are focused in one particular area. Like particularly maybe just a bunch of head blows to the head. And what's indicated there is that the person never resisted, never fought. There was nothing that they just got attacked and they're, you know, rendered unconscious, and then that's it. But this is the total opposite of that. There's a tremendous amount of struggle going on here. In fact, this is on the high end of struggle of crime scenes that I've looked at. Back of the left wrist here, again, more abrasions. So again, all this is going toward that there's a substantial struggle there. Then returning and looking at the house, we're looking, this view here, you're looking back down the hallway from the living room area toward the back of the house. So this is the back door. We talked about the curtain and stuff earlier. This is the hallway bathroom right here. And the hallway bathroom, of course, is where the children's bodies were found. TPD crime scene investigators that looked at what appeared to be footwear impressions next to the tub here. And they looked at it. There's this photograph that shows that there wasn't any further processing done, so no LCV applied or anything to bring it up. Which again, typically if you have a footwear impression, obviously it's right next to where the children's bodies are, then the question that you'd be looking at trying to answer would be, what impression is it, whose is it, how was it made, and what's the connection here to these crimes?
What would the typical process in evaluating foot impressions and excluding possible sources of those impressions, what is the typically appropriate method of excluding potential donors to that impression? Well,
the first thing you're going to look at is people who you would have expected to be at this scene after this event. Now, with footwear impressions, obviously you have to consider what it's in. So if you have footwear impressions in blood, and it's blood from the victims, then you know that those footwear impressions are either put there while the crime is taking place or sometime afterward. So, you know, people who are the first responders there, that's your first elimination. Generally, you're going to document those, you know, at least photograph, if not collect footwear from those people, so that you can potentially match that to any impressions that you found, because the presence of their footwear impressions is explainable. Then you would also look at any potential, like if it's one of the victims that's involved, look at their footwear to see whether or not it's from them. And then, of course, to an individual who may have been involved or who that you may suspect is involved.
Now, when there's a large quantity of blood, as we have in this case, is it also appropriate to swab or attempt to collect blood samples from the bottom of first responders' shoes?
It would be, yes. I mean, in the very least, what I would typically do, and I've done this many times in crime scenes, where if you had, say, police officers that had to go inside the scene, you know, prior to my arrival, is I would photograph and certainly examine, if not actually take samples. Particularly if I see anything that appears to be blood on their shoes, take samples to see if they did in fact pick up blood. The main objective, though, is the footwear pattern, because if you find that pattern in blood, you want to be able to eliminate and say, is that an impression that was deposited by them as opposed to something that happened during the crime. So you could collect their shoes, you could photograph them, you could use, they even have a special impression foam that's sort of a non-healing foam. So when you step on it, it crushes the foam down into the form of the footwear impression and then leaves it there. So you can even get a three-dimensional impression. Now here you're dealing with two-dimensional impressions, so you can even use the process of taking their shoes, put them on a photocopier and run the photocopier and get a photo of it. Or what I typically would do is just put a scale to it in a flat plane and photograph the bottoms of their boots or shoes that they were wearing.
Okay.
Where this bathroom is, there was a swipe mark in blood right up here on the door casing, and that swipe mark showed directionality going into the bathroom. So you can see that you have the heaviest concentration of blood here, the edges are feathered, and it goes in toward the bathroom. And then on the carpet inside, there's a blood stain right here. And then within that blood stain, there's actually some swipe marks on each end of that. So there's some contact, obviously, some transfer of that blood. And then, of course, again, that was where the children were found, and just labeled with their names: Javante here, Tanaya over here, and Tamaya here. And near where they're found, there's some blood up here on the back of the tub. And this is just showing orientation. There was a grab handle here. And then looking specifically at Javante and looking at his injuries, he had no evidence of blunt force or gunshot injuries. Of course, he's the youngest, and at 3 years old was quite small. He was about 3'1", weighed about 25 pounds. Tanaya had, she was 6, was about 40 pounds in weight, and the bodies were processed for, as described in the reports, for latent evidence using an alternate light source. That's not uncommon that when you're in a homicide to process a body looking for evidence. The alternate light source will help you bring up things like possibly fingerprints, although that's extremely rare, but also hairs and fibers, certain transfers and things. I've even had cases where we've put an alternate light source on a person and bring up a full footwear impression on the person's chest because there was some material on a person's shoe that under the right color of light, it ends up glowing, it luminesces. So, but there was some processing done for that. Nothing was found, but the thing to consider is that in any of these cases, when you have close contact, that there's generally going to be some types of transfers that would take place between people. So any of these victims, you'd expect to find some types of transfers. They were examined and nothing was found. Tanaya had blunt force injuries, or no evidence of blunt force injuries or gunshot wounds also. And then Tamaya, on the other hand, and Tamaya was about the same size as her twin sister, but weighed about 40 pounds. She did have some evidence of, there was a gunshot wound actually to the back of the head. Okay, and then
Before you move on from the gunshot wound to Tamaya, can you describe whether there's any indication of stippling present at that wound injury?
there's not any indication of, I'm sorry, there's some stippling. There was no indication of soot.
So how close would you expect, in order to cause stippling, how close, or I guess how far, what is the range that you would expect the firearm to be from the victim?
Well, it varies from firearm to firearm and from ammunition to ammunition. So to get the number down and be really exact, you have to do specific testing, usually with that firearm and that ammunition, to be able to do it, or with good exemplars of those. But as a sort of the textbook answer, if you're not seeing soot and you are seeing stippling, then you're probably at a muzzle to target distance that's greater than 6 inches. Stippling, you can get stippling out to, depending on the firearm, sometimes 3, sometimes 5 feet. But given what's here, I think it probably would be a little closer than that. But again, it's all you can give without doing specific testing is sort of a textbook rule of thumb answer, as opposed to being able to narrow it down. If you did specific testing, what you actually do is test at different distances, look at the density and size of the pattern, and then you compare the density and size of the test patterns to the density and size of the actual pattern, and then you're able to narrow it down to a much tighter range.
Okay. Does it vary from semi-automatic to revolver, what you would expect the stippling distance to be?
It's not so much whether it's a semi-auto or a revolver, but more to do with things like barrel length and the particular ammunition. Because you can, with the same firearm, you can use different ammunition, and depending on how the powder itself is shaped and the quality of it. I've done tests with a firearm where I used, the more expensive type of ammunition, like that a police officer would carry in their firearm on duty, and get a range that's not as far out as that. If I then test the same firearm with sort of inexpensive range ammunition, where you actually get stippling apparent at a further range. So it really kind of is dependent heavily on the specific ammunition more than anything. But the barrel length also has some play in that as well.
Now with the soot deposit, tell us about that. How does that happen, and how is that different than stippling?
Well, stippling is where the actual unburned and partially burned powder particles that come out of the muzzle strike around the wound and actually make abrasions or even embed into the skin. Soot is basically like from the smoke. I mean, if you've ever, had a fire in a fireplace and then you've gone in and touched it and you end up with this black stuff all over your hand, it's similar to that. It's the byproducts of the combustion that get deposited. Soot does not travel nearly as far as the powder particles do. So what you'll typically see is very close range. You'll see potentially stippling as well as soot, and then as you move away, the soot disappears, powder particles can continue, and then you reach a certain distance where you're not seeing any of it.
Okay. And when you have soot deposit like that, obviously the victim here was found in a bathtub. Would merely being in a bathtub, would you expect that to cause the soot to go away, or would you expect there to have to be some sort of scrubbing or rubbing to get soot off of a person once it's been deposited?
Soot is not permanent by any stretch. The powder particles pretty much are. You're not getting rid of that because you're actually doing abrasion damage to the skin. The soot is not permanent, but generally it doesn't just come off just because of application of water. I can't say that's impossible, but if you anytime a wound is cleaned or anything like that, I mean there's generally some scrubbing that's done in order to clean a wound and be able to see those. So it doesn't come off, super easily, but it does come off.
Okay. In order for it to come up, would you expect there to have to be some sort of cleaning or scrubbing of the wound as you just described?
I think so. There would be more than just simply being submerged in water to have complete absence of
Okay.
soot.
And with respect to Maya, you showed us the different saturation patterns in the carpet and the tile. Were any of those saturation patterns from Tamaya?
For let me back up and see, make sure I'm following your question. The patterns. Where were you talking about?
In the living room, where you showed us large patterns of blood saturation.
I think all of the saturation that was in the near the foyer and stuff on the carpet was Brandy Peters. I'm not sure if there was anything.
And if there's no saturation from Tamaya after having suffered a gunshot wound on the ground anywhere, what would that tell you?
Well, what it would tell you is that that wherever she's found is probably very close in proximity to where the gunshot wound took place. Obviously, if she was shot at another location outside of, removed from the bathroom where she's found with a gunshot wound, then that would have bled pretty quickly after the wound is inflicted. And so if she was, in any position other than up and moving, then you would expect that there would be at least some blood deposition. So if she falls down after being shot, it's put down, then you're going to see some blood deposition somewhere where that occurred. So in absence of that, then it would mean that she's likely shot very close to where she's actually found.
Okay. And some of the blood swipe patterns, if you could go back to those, going into the bathroom. Those were tested, right? Both the blood on the floor and the blood swipe pattern going into the bathroom where Tamaya and the other kids were found. Those were tested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that blood was consistent with Tamaya's?
Let me catch up to you here. Yes, that swipe mark going in is consistent with either one of the twins, but certainly Tamaya would be the explanation.
And neither of the twins had any other injuries of any kind besides Tamaya having that gunshot wound, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
With regard to the truck, this is some photographs of Mr. Segura's truck that was processed. There were a number of items collected. There were just 44 items that were actually taken from the truck, 18 of which were samples, DNA samples that were collected from various locations within the truck. And there was a sample, for example, from the back of the trunk lock, failed to give indications for the presence of blood. There were samples collected from the exterior and interior driver's door handles, steering wheel, gear shift, the gas pedal, brake pedal, driver's seat belt, all of which failed to give indications of the presence of blood. So there's a lot of sampling of different areas, but none of those areas turned up to have any blood. Samples from the exterior and interior passenger door handles that also failed to give indications of blood. Samples from the in-dash radio knobs, the knobs on the radio, as well as samples from the glove box. Again, no blood found in those. Passenger seat belt, the passenger seat belt release lever, the passenger seat right side, all of those three, no indications of blood. And then from the passenger side, floor mat, 3 areas that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood, but no DNA results were obtained. Then sample from the ignition, sample from the driver's seat release lever, sample from the driver's power window switch, and those samples that gave no indication of blood. Sample from the driver's side floor mat. There were 3 areas that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. 2 of the areas, no DNA results were obtained. 1 area had limited DNA, and there were exclusions of all of the victims in this case. Okay. That's actually the end of the slide. Presentation.
Based on your review of all the forensic evidence in this case, were you able to draw any specific conclusions?
Well, mainly, obviously I've talked about the prolonged struggle involving Brandy Peters and where it starts. And I would want to clarify that I can't tell you if there's any violence that has taken place anywhere else in the house apart from where there's physical evidence of that. So, 2 people can be involved in a physical struggle that could go all over the house without bloodletting or without a gunshot being fired or those sorts of things, and not deposit any real evidence that happened. But at the point where the bloodletting is beginning to take place, that's obviously starting in the master bedroom area. She comes out down the hall outside, is stopped, and comes back inside, and then of course the bulk of the violence takes place there in the foyer area. The other thing is that in terms of what we would call associative physical evidence, meaning something that connects people to a scene or to a particular crime, there just really isn't any. There's not any DNA, fingerprints, anything like that connects anybody to having committed these crimes in a physical evidence sense. And I'm talking strictly in the sense of what's there in terms of physical evidence.
I'm going to object to this answer he's appearing to.
Let's just ask him another question, please, Mr. Prince. I think we've kind of gotten into chronology.
Yes, sir. In terms of the manner in which the scene was processed, are there any specific criticisms that you have that you think could or would have led to the discovery of other useful evidence?
Well, I'll first qualify and say, I'm not going to criticize in any way. I don't think that's really the way I want to look at it, but the fact is that when you lack the evidence, then, you know, consideration has to be given to other possibilities that may have been done. There are areas where there's additional types of processing. I mentioned using alternate light source or some chemical processing and things that in certain areas wasn't used. Fingerprint processing that was done strictly with powders as opposed to using some of these other tools that can sometimes bring out more detail than you would get just with a typical bichromatic powder like was used here. And of course, you know, some of the impressions that we've talked about that you know, that there's not been eliminations done as far as some of those impressions. There are impressions that are apparent that aren't even documented, that weren't ever photographed for the purposes of comparing to other things. So to that extent, there's evidence there that just there's the potential, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying, yes, there would have been other evidence, but there's certainly the potential that additional things could have been found that were not. And again, I'm not trying to be critical, because there's always a limitation of how far you can take crime scene processing, but in a case like this, this is the type where you would pretty much do everything you have in your disposal at that crime scene, because you know, you have multiple victims, you have a scene where you'd have an unknown perpetrator, so there's just considerable amounts of processing that you would typically do, and not all of that was done.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
We would probably take a short break. We don't ask witnesses of this till we get done with everybody. Okay, keep it handy, and if I forget at the end, remind me. But usually we got good lawyers. Usually they'll cover what you want to raise, and it's better if they ask it. So I don't want to get into asking questions in the middle of things. Okay, all right. Well, we take 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. Well, that was the end of the direct examination of Michael Knox, who's the crime scene reconstructionist in the Henry Segura case. This is the defense's witness, and the most important piece of that evidence. I know a lot of it was a little dry, you know, listening to this evidence, but what was really important was the summation of this. When the defense asked this witness, what can you tell from your analysis of the crime scene? And he said there's not any DNA or fingerprints connecting anyone to these crimes. And then when he was asked, were there any criticisms, in your opinion, of the investigation? And he says, because there was a lack of evidence in this case, you have to consider that maybe more could have been done to analyze the crime scene. Additional things could have possibly been found, but were not. And in a case like this, you want to do everything you could, and not much was done, or not as much was done that should have been. So this gives the jurors a lot to think about moving forward, about whether or not this provides enough reasonable doubt to acquit Henry Segura. And judging from a lot of people on the chat boards and listening to a lot of people analyze this case, it seems that the defense is doing a pretty good job of raising that reasonable doubt. Now, a little earlier, we were talking about the other suspects in this case. The defense is pushing forth a theory that it wasn't Henry Segura, but it was possibly a hit done as part of a drug cartel. As we were talking with our guest earlier, we mentioned the Gregory Washington. He was a confidential informant that was working with the Tallahassee Police Department, and his job was to elicit a confession from two suspects, Demario Paramore and Haywood Griffin, who the theory is that they killed Brandy and the children over a drug debt. What I want to play for you right now is the beginning part of Gregory Washington's testimony. I want you to hear for yourself whether or not this is a credible witness, and whether or not this does provide a plausible theory about what happened to Brandy and her children. So let's listen to what he had to say and how he believes, or what he heard, that Paramore and Griffin were the actual killers. Take a look.
People was talking to him when he came in the park. And he come in there and he said, he called me, I came over to him and he was like, asked me who I was. I was like, I'm Goat G. So you're like, oh, you don't want to know about me.
Repeat that again. Say that again. I didn't quite understand what you said.
He said, oh, you Goat G. Goat G, my nickname, Goat G.
Okay.
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Goat with a big G, capital G, Goat G. So he said, aren't you Goat G? And I was like, yeah. So I guess people told him about me knowing about his case or whatever. So he was like, I basically told him what had happened, how I talked to law enforcement, how law enforcement had me do the drug buys and the confession that he made. And he was
When you
like,
say he made, you're talking about
Demario Paramore. And he was more, he asked him about it, and I told him about it. Then he said, oh, excuse me, Lane. He said, oh, so a bitch commit murder and get away with it. So I was like,
Now,
what?
okay, go ahead if there's more to
I was
say.
like, what? He was like, a bitch can commit murder and get away with it. So I kept on asking him, about basically, cause at first I'm like, are you for real? About getting away with somebody else taking the fall for something that you did. So he was like, I just trying to make sure I understood what he was saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, when he said that, somebody can, or expletive can commit murder and get away with it. Isn't it just as likely that he was referring about the person who you just told him had confessed to committing the murder? He was the person who had gotten away with it, right? The person who confessed to committing the murder?
Sustained.
Mr. Washington, what was your interpretation at the time?
To be honest with you, I was taking it as he's saying that he actually got away with murder.
You took it as him saying he got away with
Yeah.
it. But he was the person in the county jail at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not the person who had confessed to committing murder.
Yes, sir.
Right. Another thing that I wanted to ask you about was the language.
It was not clear to me. Was that the end of the conversation?
No, basically, I'm going to tell you what happened. When I kept on inquiring about it, and he said, well, I said, I don't understand. What you mean? He kept on saying, a bitch can commit murder and get away with it. Then I was like, what? Then he was like, I can commit murder and get away with it. Basically, that's what he was saying. That's what he said to me. I can commit murder and get away with it.
So your testimony now is that Henry Segura specifically said he could commit murder and get away with it.
I interpreted what he said as I can commit murder and get away with it. I interpreted that.
Mr. Washington, Mr. Segura never said he could commit murder and get away with it.
You asked me how do I perceive it.
You perceived it that way.
I perceived it when he said a bitch can get away and get murdered. You asked me how I felt, how I perceived it when he presented it. So that's how I perceived it.
That was just your perception.
That was my perception.
That's not what he actually said. His quote was, a bitch could commit
murder and get away with it.
Okay. Now, with respect to the specific language that Mr. Paramore used during the on-wire conversation, where Detective Basio was listening in, Mr. Fuchs's question was about, well, I guess the kids had to die. So there were no witnesses, something to that effect. Isn't it true that what he actually said was, quote, you don't leave any witnesses, dead men don't talk? Isn't that the case?
Not for me. When me and DeMario first had this conversation, he told me specifically that him and Mr. Griffin had committed the murder. Killed the girl because of money she owed. She was playing effing game with their money. Now, at the last other conversation we had dealing with that day, not mistaken, you can't leave no witnesses.
Do you recall this specific quote, dead men don't talk?
I may recall. It sounds similar, yeah.
Do you recall it or not?
I don't recall it, but he may have said that. He may have said, I'm not denying that he didn't say it.
I'm going to object at this point. Before he shows him that document, showing a police report, not a sworn statement or any transcription of that. Just refreshing.
You can refresh a recollection with anything. So this is just refresh a recollection. Just read it to yourself, Mr. Washington.
quote about which I was inquiring?
Yes, sir.
And now do you recall that he did say on the on-wire conversation that his reason for killing the children was that dead men don't talk?
Yes, I recollect what he said. On that, he's saying exactly what I just said. You leave no witnesses. Then he said dead men don't talk.
Right. I have
Yes,
no
sir.
further questions at this time.
You can step down. Call your next witness.
It's time, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Does jurors have questions of this witness? Any juror have a question of this witness? I'm sorry. If I forget, y'all just raise your hand. I occasionally will forget.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. That was the first part of Gregory Washington's testimony from yesterday in the Henry Segura trial. We're going to switch over now to the second part of his testimony. Remember, this is the confidential informant who's pointing at two other suspects, DeMario Paramore and Haywood Griffin, that they are the killers in this Henry Segura case. Well, I am signing off, but Beth Harris is coming on, so thank you for joining me, but continue to stay tuned here because we have more coverage here of the Henry Segura trial. Live coverage is coming back any minute, so you're not going to want to miss it. But in the meantime, take a look at Gregory Washington's testimony.
All right. You'd raise your right hand and be sworn, Mr. Washington.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Washington, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Gregory Washington. My name is spelled GregoryWashington. How y'all doing?
I see you're in jail garb there. Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, sir.
You know how many times off the top of your head? 20 sound right?
Yes, sir.
And any crimes involving dishonesty?
Yes.
You know how many times?
3
sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Washington, do you know somebody named, tell me about your relationship with DeMario Paramore and Haywood Griffin.
We both grew up together out of the same hood. I knew DeMario because she's supposed to be my grandma. His grandma and my grandma are supposed to be cousins long down the line, but we know each other very well, grew up, hung out together, basically like family.
Okay. Very close all throughout your formative years. All right. I want to direct your attention back to, I guess, January, December 2010 going into 2011. Were you still close with Mr. Paramore during that time?
Yes, sir.
At some point during the time frame we were discussing there, did Mr. Paramore make statements to you about this case?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you about this case and his involvement in this case?
Basically, he told me that the male that is deceased, that him and Mr. Griffin killed them due to the fact that she owed them money, and she was playing around with their money, not going to pay him. So he boasted me about that they had the offer off. Like basically, they told me he told me that they killed them in the family.
What was the money owed for?
Drugs.
So his statement to you was that she owed them money for drugs, and that's why they killed her. Did he tell you why they killed the children?
Like I said last time, from my recollection, it was leave no witness behind. They don't need to leave no witnesses behind.
That was his explanation?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you contact the Tallahassee Police Department regarding the statements that Mr. Paramore had made to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And fair to say part of your motivation for doing that was to help yourself out with your own case?
Yeah, I was in trouble dealing with a theft charge and other pending charges, so.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. I'll be here for the next 2.5 hours. Court in the Henry Segura trial in Tallahassee, Florida is back in session. They just had a brief morning break. A witness, the crime scene reconstructionist, is still on the stand. Let's go back into the courtroom.
Back and looking at what they did and pointing out things you think that they could have possibly done a little bit better.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Hindsight is 20/20.
Oh yes, yes. I mean, to clarify, I mean, I like I said, there are certain limitations of what you can do in processing. I mean, you can't just process forever and ever. But I think to the extent that anything that wasn't done, it's missed opportunities, I guess would be the way to express it.
Let's talk a little bit about some of those things that we're talking about. And I know one of the biggest ones you focused on was fingerprints. You talked about ALS and other things that can be utilized for fingerprints, right?
Right.
Okay. Isn't it true ALS really isn't utilized really for fingerprints? What ALS is a light source that you spray something on it, it luminesces on different filters, and then it brings out things like bodily fluid that used to search for semen and sexual assault type situations and things along those lines. Isn't that what really ALS's primary purpose is?
Well, no, it's used quite a bit for fingerprints as well in a couple of ways. One is that you can use fluorescent fingerprint powders. And on a lot of surfaces, especially surfaces that have texture to them, you can often get better detail. I've had cases where I get detail with that I didn't get with the regular black powder, that type of thing. But also there is a certain number, I think it's roughly 10% of the population of people whose fingerprints are inherently luminescent. So you just by the fact that you touched it, the alternate light source can bring up a fingerprint just from the light source itself.
You don't have any knowledge about whether the Tallahassee Police Department crime scene analyst back in 2010 had any training in doing that specific kind of test or the ability to do that, do you?
No. The only thing I know is that there was some ALS used. It's mentioned in the reports, but I don't know what training they had or what equipment they had.
And ALS, a lot of times, whenever there's a daylight type situation or something like that, that actually the different wavelengths can get washed out by the daylight, correct?
Right. You would, if you operated in, you have to operate in low light conditions. So if you're in a lighted environment, then you got to shade it in some way to be able to use it. Yes.
And so what we're typically talking about ALS type situations are controlled environments at the morgue, at the Tallahassee Police Department, and crime scene. I mean, in the crime scene place and everything like that. That's typically where we normally see those. Or, as again, you have to do a lot of shading and things along those lines.
Yeah,
right?
you'd have to do shading. I mean, I've processed bodies in daylight out in an open field, but you have to shade it. So you'd have to set up a tent or something and be able to shade the area to be able to use it.
Okay. Some of the other fingerprint type things you're talking about, those again have to be utilized in controlled environment. If I think back to, back to the old days of the Beverly Hills Cop, whenever you use the fingerprint, the super glue type thing that they do for fingerprints that brings out those rides. That has to be a controlled environment where it confines the fumes and things like that, right?
Generally, it's done in, you put items of evidence into a chamber. There are some glue guns that you can use at a scene, but I'm not one that's ever used them much at a scene, more to process items of evidence in a chamber.
Let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about footprint and footprint analysis. And I understand you have some limitations when you're not an actual identifier, if you will. Right. But you are aware of collecting footprint.
Yes.
Okay. For a footprint comparison, there has to be a pretty distinct pattern there, and what they're looking for is not only the pattern, but they're looking also for like cuts and things that are in the grooves and all that kind of stuff, right?
If you're doing a unique identification, yes.
Okay.
You can do a class comparison where you could look at a pair of shoes, look at a pattern, and then an analyst can determine they're different class characteristics. These are two different types of shoes, and so therefore it could be eliminated. But to do a unique identification, you're right, they would be looking for unique characteristics, cuts and wear patterns and things like that.
But even for a pattern, you still have to have some sort of distinctive aspect of it, be it identified as footprint and things along those lines.
Right. There would have to be enough of it that you could recognize, that an analyst would be able to recognize and compare it to a particular shoe.
Okay. And then in this particular case, you talked a lot about these different transfers and things along those lines and these possible shoe impressions, right?
Right.
Okay. Can't even say they're a shoe impression in order to even get that far, can you?
Some of them, but there are some that as I talked about, that you couldn't really tell exactly what it is, but it's an impression of some type.
And the ones that are even more so that you can get that are typical lug-style work boot type patterns, correct?
There were some that appeared to be like that, yes.
Okay. That one striation you were talking about, that was a little bit different. Nothing about that indicates that it's necessarily a footprint. It could be corduroy pants, something along those lines, something that's linear like that, right?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And in fact, let's go back to those fingerprint things. You said they could use ALS for fingerprints, possibly, but it's actually extremely rare, isn't that what you said?
For fingerprints on bodies, I was talking specifically about bodies. Getting fingerprints off of a body is a very rare find. It does happen, but it's very rare.
Talked about a cutout of the wall that they did because there were scuff marks on it. What would that tell us?
Well, the only thing would be to look at the material from the scuff marks and see if it compares to anything else. Like if you, the obvious possibility would be some type of footwear. Most of the scuff marks that were low to the floor. So if you have a shoe, you could compare the materials. What's found in the scuff mark, compare that to the material that the shoe is made of to see whether or not it can be included or excluded.
So if it's rubber, it's be something along those lines.
Right, right.
Okay. Now you would agree with me, in order to do some sort of comparison, you would actually have to have the shoe to compare it to, right?
You would, yes.
Okay. So if that is done by the person that committed these murders, and that person isn't arrested for a year later, you don't necessarily know what shoes they had on, right?
That's correct, yes.
So you don't have anything to actually do the comparison to.
That's correct.
And that pretty much applies for anything. If you're trying to do some sort of comparison as it relates to those kind of things, you have to have something to compare it to.
That's right.
Let's talk about Tamaya. You mentioned there were some questions about whether or not, if there wasn't any mixing of the blood, it would appear that she was shot close to where it is that she was exposed in the bathtub, right?
Right.
Okay. Those swipe marks we saw on the entryway into the hallway, those were swipe marks that went from outside in, as if she was higher than she is, taller than she is, right?
Right.
So she would have had been carried in her head, brushed up against there, right? Consistent with that?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. So she would have been transported somewhere. The evidence on scene indicates she was, in fact, transported from one place to another.
Well, I think you could come to that conclusion, but the thing is the swipe mark doesn't necessarily mean that it came directly from her injury. So if you shot her, got blood on your hand, and then you touched that, then you could transfer that swipe. So you can't quite make that, but I think the premise of your question is sound.
Okay. It would be an indicator that she would have been transported.
Right.
Possibly carried from one spot from another. Her hair, where she had that gunshot wound, brushed against there, and placed in the bathtub.
That to be possible, yes.
And in fact, when you look at the autopsy photos for Tamaya, there really isn't any blood anywhere else on her body other than her head, is there?
That's correct.
So the likelihood of that blood just simply being on her head, being transferred onto another individual, really isn't a whole lot, and it's not even transferred around Tamaya's body, is it?
Well, I mean, if you touch the wound, then you put your hands near it, then you could get it on you. So I can't really address how probable that is, but it is possible.
Okay. Let's go back and take a look at that master bedroom real quick. Let's talk about that phone cord. And Your Honor, for purposes, so I don't have to go back and find them on Mr. Knox's computer. I'll go ahead and print them up, and I'm going to introduce this to Ann. I say to do it 142A. This phone cord we're talking about, right?
Right.
And I think your testimony was that because of that, there we go. Maybe. What we're talking about in this area right here, that's the cut we're talking about, right?
Right.
Okay. Indicate somebody cut it with a sharp knife because it's a clean cut, which your testimony, correct?
Right. They cut it with some type of object that would make a clean cut. Yes.
And then if you pull something out of it, if they're pulled apart, I mean, you'll agree with me that phone cords aren't the most sturdy. I mean, they can be pulled apart.
It could be, yes.
Okay. You would expect to see the ends or some sort of fraying on the ends of the cord, correct?
The cord and the insulation, yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, we have that cut as your analysis, right?
Right.
Okay. And 142B.
What did you say you were going to identify these as?
The first one was 142A. This one is 142B, right?
Okay. Any objection to 142A and B? I
No,
understand they're just copies of what's
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
142B is actually a new photograph that has not been introduced up to this point, Your Honor. So at this point, I would not give this one the right
With that clarification, is there objection?
No objection to any of these.
142A and B will be admitted.
This is the phone jack, is it not?
Yes.
And inside this phone jack, we actually see the jack itself is still in there, placed inside the jack, correct?
That's right.
And then sticking out of here, right here, are two small frayed wires, are they not?
To the best that I can tell. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you.
All right. So that would be, again, an indicator that if somebody did in fact cut this with a knife, they cut it real close to that wall, against the wall, or it was pulled out of the wall and frayed those wires, correct?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, those would be the two possibilities.
Okay. All right. Hindsight's 20/20 for a lot of different ways, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the shovel. As I recall, the photograph that you showed us, and you talked a lot about it being the fact that with the shovel indicated that it had been placed there afterwards because there's no blood spatter on it. There's none of the purple material and stuff like that that it utilized, correct?
Right.
In close proximity to that shovel was actually a wig as well, right?
Yes.
Your indications are, in reviewing this analysis, that there was none of that purple or the blood on that wig either, was there?
I don't think there was. There wasn't any documentation of it being found.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that wig would have been probably pulled off in the course of all this violent act that's being done on scene, right?
It could have been. I don't know where it originated from, but it's possible.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me that's probable, though.
Well, I don't know where, if it was on her, if it was already off on the floor. I don't know where that would normally have been.
Okay, so it would have had either been on her or actually would have already existed on the floor prior to the struggle, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this is a new photograph as well, State's Exhibit number 143.
Any objection to 143?
No, Your Honor.
Would be admitted.
Looking at 143 down here on the bottom, the wig is actually laying on top of the shovel, is it not?
It is.
That would be an indicator that the shovel was there prior to the struggle and the wig being deposited there, correct?
Likely so, yes.
All right. Again, of course, hindsight works in many different ways, right?
Right.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Just a couple of questions.
Are you going to show anything?
No, Your Honor. You talked about limited processing ability. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Making the decision to collect boots or shoes or take pictures of an officer's footwear in order to do a class comparison and elimination analysis, no law enforcement agency is limited in any way from doing that basic work, are they?
No.
How about swabbing the bottom of a shoe to see if the officer has blood on the bottom of the shoe? Any limitation in doing that?
No.
I guess with respect to the blood transfer marks, the directional blood swipes consistent with Tamaya's blood going into the bathroom, are you in a position to offer opinion about where exactly she was killed, or is it merely that you're stating she has one wound, it's the gunshot wound, and there are blood transfer marks going into the bathroom from outside the bathroom?
That would be the extent of it, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the wig that Mr. Fuchs mentioned, isn't it true that the wig was saturated in blood and just not tested by FDLE because it was presumed it was Brandy's blood all over the wig?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. And Jared have a question? I think. All right. We'll go sidebar.
So it appears that the defense attorney may be getting some exhibits ready. I'm not sure that redirect had just completed. Maybe this is recrossed, but this pause could be to get some exhibits ready or looking for something to examine him on. We were in redirect of this crime scene reconstruction expert when the pause happened. It's kind of hard when the camera's not moving around too much and not sitting in the courtroom to see all the action, but of course the camera did just pan over to Henry Segura. We see him seated looking very corporate with some glasses on and a suit and tie. This is the defense case that we're listening to. The defense is doing its best to raise reasonable doubt that it was not Henry Segura who killed his former girlfriend, their son, and her twin daughters. In 2010, November 19th, 2010, the bodies were all found the next day. Instead, the defense is raising the possibility that this was a sort of a revenge killing for a debt owed to drug dealers, drug cartel, and some of the evidence that was used against Henry Segura was his demeanor at the time that he was notified when the bodies were found that his son, who was 3 years old at the time, was dead. And he was kind of stoic, but he cooperated. He took his shirt off and they took photos of him. He had a couple minor scratches on him. He explained those scratches. There's no question that there was a fight in the home of Brandy Peters, a big fight. She fought hard. There's evidence that she made it outside her house and was pulled back in. There's evidence her children were killed in one place and then put in the bathtub. And so this is probably the work of more than one person. They certainly are raising the possibility that this is the work of more than one person. Moreover, there's DNA at the scene belonging to up to 200 DNA profiles. Not all of them are identified, but none is Henry Segura, which is very curious. And there's an unidentified female DNA under the fingernails of the deceased Brandy Peters, who fought for her life. So there's a lot to work with. The jury doesn't know as much as we know, and the judge is keeping some of this information out, but they are aware that there's some finger pointing at other individuals, drug-related, and they do know that Brandy Peters received a letter that the neighbor, that she shared with a neighbor, that had some innuendo, some threatening language in it, and that she was pretty scared about that. So that's where we stand right now. The prosecution rested its case a couple of days ago on August 9th, and yesterday, August 10th, is when the defense case began. The defense doesn't have to put in any evidence whatsoever, but this is a case that really calls for it. I guess the wild card is whether or not we'll hear from Henry Segura. Probably not, but defendants have a right to testify, and they have a right not to, and if they don't, it can't be used against them. There are a couple of decisions a defendant makes in a case, and one of those decisions is the defendant's, and solely the defendant's, is whether or not to testify. Another one is whether or not to even go to trial or accept a plea offer or just plead guilty to the top count. And the final decision, that is the defendant's and solely the defendant's, is whether or not to waive a jury or have the case tried in front of a jury as opposed to a judge. Most defendants opt for the jury, of course, because you've got to convince 12, and if one person doesn't agree with the prosecution, for example, you have a do-over. Yeah, it's a mistrial, and you can start over. So that's where we stand. I'm not sure what is going on in the courtroom. Let me see if I can get any information coming out of the courtroom. No, this is just the examination of Knox, the crime scene reconstructionist, but I don't have any other information. They might be looking, I don't know, for a document or a photo. He had talked about, okay, the judge is off the bench. Hang on, I'm looking at the courtroom. The judge is off the bench. So maybe they're in a conference somewhere over the next bit of testimony that the defense wants to get into. Perhaps while we're waiting, I mean, who knows how long this is going to last. Perhaps while we're waiting, we can go into some tape. Okay, I just got word that it's actually jury questions. I have not hosted this trial that much, and I have forgotten that these jurors can ask questions, and so they're going over jury questions. So what happens when jurors ask questions, which you guys probably understand because you've been following this, is that jurors don't get to ask the questions directly. They have to submit them in writing, and the judge reviews them with the attorneys for the propriety of the questions. We saw this in Arizona at Jodi Arias' trial. When she was on the stand, there were 230 questions for her, so she was on the stand for like 17 days, 18 days. Okay, the witness is now, I think the witness is back to testifying. Okay, let's go back into the courtroom.
Lacerations in the head and hands of Ms. Peters.
That's possible.
Could a revolver butt cause the major wound to the head?
I don't think so.
Talk to them. Yeah. I know I'm asking the question,
yeah.
but
Sorry, Your Honor. The major head wounds would have been a very, you're talking about a pretty heavy object and something with the, given the amount of blood spatter, something with some more length than what you would get from just a revolver.
along the same lines, there was a question, could the curved lacerations in the head be caused by the hammer of a revolver?
It would be possible for those to be caused by a revolver, not necessarily just a hammer, but by some portion of a revolver. That couldn't be eliminated. That's possible.
Does the blood spatter in the door entryway indicate a right-handed downward swing or a left-handed downward swing?
You really wouldn't be able to tell handedness from it, because with blood spatter, handedness can be the same in terms of how the spatter is deposited. So if I say we're to take my right hand and move like this, it would create the same spatter as if I took my left hand and did like this. So you really can't discern handedness in most cases.
Do clothes hinder blood spatter spread in the case of bullet wounds?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a cleanup or effort to clean up?
Not that I saw.
Now, there's a couple of questions about DNA results, and I know you're just repeating what you're reading in reports by other persons, but I think it's already come out, so we'll go ahead and cover those. The blood on the doorway to the bathroom, do you know whose blood that was ID'd as?
From the doorway to...
going into the hallway bathroom?
The swipe mark that was on the door casing going into the bathroom is matched the DNA of the twins, so it could be from either one of them, but obviously only one of them had an injury.
And while you're there, the blood on the bathroom mat, who was that identified as belonging to?
Also identified as, it could be from either of the twins.
Okay. Was there blood spatter underneath the shovel?
Not that I recall, no, but I'm not saying for certain there wasn't. I don't recall seeing blood spatter underneath it.
Do you recall whether there was blood spatter on the back of the couch?
I don't recall any on the back of the couch, no.
Could some of the linear patterns on the floor in the foyer originate from Ms. Peters' shirt?
That's possible, yes.
Oh, Mr. Prince.
With respect to the curved injuries, the way you phrased your answer was that you can't eliminate the possibility that it was caused by the butt of a gun or something like that. Do you find those injuries to be more consistent with some other object?
The main indicator would be the amount of blood spatter up high on the walls and things, and also that when you have some of these lacerations are very severe, that would indicate a heavier, bigger, longer object. I've worked a lot of beating cases where somebody's hit with, beaten with something very short, and the blood spatter will go about halfway up the wall and that's it. Whereas when a little longer item is used, then it's not uncommon to even see it all the way up on the ceiling and things like that, because there's just more opportunity for it to be flung as opposed to on a shorter item. So I couldn't rule it out, but I think that there's got to be an object that is of greater length than a gun.
Okay. And no pictures were taken of the floor around the shovel after the shovel was removed, correct?
That's right. That's right.
All right. And likewise, no pictures taken specifically of the back of the couch either, correct?
That's right.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Yeah. Talking about the blood spatter longer instrument, how is it that a longer instrument in this situation would have indicated or would be indicated by where the blood spatter is found?
Well, it has to do with, the longer the instrument, then you're going to be able to propel it more. And in engineering terms, we call it a greater moment of force. It's kind of like if you were, to put hit a ball with a baseball bat. If you want to bunt, you hit way up on the bat close to your hands. If you want to knock it into the stands, you hit it on the end of the bat. You hit it on, much closer to the end because you're getting a much greater moment of force.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually, when you hit a baseball, you hit it with a big portion of the barrel, no matter what. If you bunt it, you hold it with both hands and you bunt it down with the barrel of the bat. Same thing when you swing, you hit right at the barrel because that's where you get the most force.
You're changing the moment, though, because you're moving your hands. Because the moment of force would be the distance between your hands where you're swinging and the end of the portion of the bat that you actually strike. So anytime you take anything, if you were, probably an easier analogy for me to use would be a wrench.
Now let's stick with that analogy. You brought up an excellent point. It's the force you use that dictates that, right?
Well, there's a concept known as moment of force. Torque would be a way of explaining that.
You would agree with me that if one person may be stronger and be able to generate more force with their arms, and therefore more force back and swinging whatever it is, no matter what instrument you've got in your hand.
Certainly different individuals can generate different amounts of force. Okay. But the amount of force that you're talking about, and where you have blood that is coming downward up high on these walls, is entirely consistent with longer weapons. I've never seen one with short weapon, the length of a revolver, where you had blood up that high.
Okay, so we're talking about a situation where an ongoing struggle. You mentioned some scuff marks are up high, indicating that she was there, fighting up while standing up, and others while down, right?
That's right.
You would agree with me with an 8-foot ceiling or whatever ceiling height this is, if they're fighting right here at height level, and obviously my height is a little bit bigger than most, but if you're fighting right here at height level, you don't have as far to go when you're up there, do you?
That's right.
But if you're down here, it would only get a certain height, right?
That's right.
So the fact that they're standing up and fighting while inflicting these wounds, as well as being on the ground while inflicting these wounds, is directly going to affect where that blood spatter ends up, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. So that is also affecting it in addition to whatever that barrel is, or what that weapon is, in addition to the fact of whatever force is being utilized.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the wound to the head. Revolvers, all different kinds of revolvers have different shapes to, and not only revolvers, any gun, have different shapes to their handles, correct?
That's right, yes.
Correct. And in fact, that wound is only about that big round, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If it was a longer instrument such as a bat, if you're using the force you're talking about, you're going to see a much longer lineal type of injury, are you not? Because you're talking about a bat and a whole barrel.
Well, it would depend on the item. If you were talking about a bat and you're talking about a strike on the blunt surface of the bat, then you're probably going to make a bigger injury. But it could be a longer item that has different shapes or different surfaces to it. It could still end up with something similar. A crowbar, for example, you'd have almost identical shape to what you'd have to a gun, but then you'd have the added length of the shaft of it.
Okay, but a crowbar wouldn't have made that small, that round spot like that to depress the skull, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. And in fact, if you grabbed a barrel of a gun and you swung it with a hammer from the barrel, and the barrel's about that long, if you will, then you have the rest of the thing. You can have a gun that's almost that long, can you not?
That's true.
With a round butt.
That's true.
And you take it and you swing, that could certainly make that injury, could it not?
In terms of the impression, it could. Whether or not there'd be enough force to do it, but in terms of the impression, it could do it.
You would agree with me that welders and people that utilize and do things with their hands in that industry are pretty strong guys.
I'd be speculating about that. I can't really tell you how strong somebody is. I mean, it is physical work, obviously, but I couldn't tell you how strong somebody is.
No further questions.
Redirect.
What about welders recovering from intestinal surgery? How strong are they?
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously, medical conditions could affect a person's strength, but I couldn't tell you what any particular person's strength is.
I guess the bottom line of what I want to ask about the blood spatter up on the ceiling, you talked about your experience as a homicide investigator and your experience evaluating crime scenes. What is that blood spatter pattern most consistent with?
It's most consistent with some type of long, heavy object.
Okay. Have you, in all the crime scenes you've ever worked, seen a spatter pattern like that, where it's 8 feet or more in the air with some short little object?
Never.
No further questions.
All right. You can step down. Call your next witness.
It's time the defense will call Mark Lewis.
We need to keep this witness any further.
Okay.
Nothing there.
You're excused.
Thank you.
No, you want it back in your computer.
You remain under oath, Sergeant Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you trying to do?
Let's catch Mr. Knox disappearing with our equipment.
Later month. Take it back, please. Get rid of this.
While we're getting that hooked up, I'll go ahead and introduce the disc. Mr. Lewis, Investigator Lewis, can you please state and spell your first and last name again?
Good morning. Investigator Mark Lewis, M-A-R-K-L-E-W-I-S.
And you had a chance to view that disc and authenticate it prior to coming into court today, right?
I don't know what's on that disc, sir.
The disc that we showed you outside?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a fair and accurate depiction of the portions of the interview you and Investigator Anne-Marie Johnson at the time conducted with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time, we're moving evidence what was pre-marked for identification only as Defense Exhibit 8 into evidence as Defense Exhibit 8 and request permission published to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Are we going to be using a transcript along with this or not?
No, Your Honor, there are copies of that transcript.
All right. Defense Exhibit 8 will be admitted. You may publish it.
Call it the woman in me, or call me just whatever, but I gotta ask. Alright, call it the woman in me, or call me just whatever, but I gotta ask. are you seeing anybody else besides Malika? And know that I'm not going to go talk to Malika and tell her anything like that, okay? You know, people, we've talked to a lot of people, and people talk, and people say things, and we're not the moral police, you know, you do what you do, and all that. We need to know now. All right, call it the woman in me.
Who do you communicate with on email? Do you find jobs with it?
No.
Okay. Do you communicate with other women with it?
I honestly don't feel like answering questions like this.
Okay.
I don't think they have anything to do with this case.
Okay.
Obviously, we're just showing you some excerpts. I encourage the attorneys not to have us listen to 4 hours of a tape that much of which was repetitive or not very helpful. So they've picked out just certain excerpts to show you from the statement.
Support. So you're already back on you're already not paying your mortgage on time. You're behind a couple months on your child support. Now you're looking at getting arrested and not being able to work because of that. You're going to lose your driver's license. How do you get back and forth to work? You drive. You can't work. I understand all of that. I know your position.
Obviously you don't.
Okay. Well,
you still coming at me as if
I know you weren't home, and I know you were over at her house on Friday. Okay. We have to get past that.
Okay, we get past that. Now what? What am I supposed to be doing? Telling you what? I didn't have anything to do with it. So what am I supposed to get past or get
You
forward
did
to?
have something to do with it.
No, I didn't.
You did have something to do with it.
No, I didn't.
What were you doing at Brandy's house then on Friday?
I wasn't at Brandy's house.
Apparently she has information that says you were. This is not a bluff. This isn't poker. This has to do everything with you. And it's true when we say we can't turn back that clock. We can only work from this moment on. Right? And like I told you the other day, I'll tell you now, as soon as you have kids, it is no longer about parents. It's about about parents. It's about the kids. All right? And you need to be thinking about Malachi, Henry, and Malika, and their best interests. If not Malika, at least your kids. The ones that you know are yours. Understand?
The ones you've been taking care of, the ones you've been supporting.
There is a person out here who can't empathize with your situation, especially in this day and age, in this economy. And then
I'm behind on child support with my other baby mama. Well, I'm gonna kill her too. And I'm just gonna kill off everybody because I want money. What about the bill collectors? I owe money. I'm kill them. That's don't make sense.
You're absolutely right. That doesn't make sense, Henry.
That's not something I would do. I wouldn't.
Why wouldn't you kill somebody?
Because it's not right. That's not me. I just can't do it. I just wouldn't do it.
Isn't there a side of you that can get upset? That can get angry?
Yeah.
And maybe those buttons were pushed, the moons were aligned right, the buttons were pushed the right way, and something spiraled. I don't think that you woke up planning on killing anybody. I don't think that. I really do think that you're a good guy.
But you do believe I killed somebody?
Well, parent court information this lady had.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. okay? I'm gonna be straight up with you. I know you had something to do with it, okay? I know you weren't at home. I know you were over there. I'm telling you this, and I'm urging you to be as honest as you can be with us, okay? As honest as humanly possible, because at the end of the day, I have to tell your story. And I can't go up there and stand up there in front of other people and tell them, he lied. He lied about this, he lied about this, he lied about this, he lied about this. He showed no remorse whatsoever. He had an opportunity to tell us and explain why it got to that point, because I don't believe it was supposed to end up that way. I don't think you went over there with that intent. And listening to the type of person Brandy was, she did just what he said. She pushed and she pushed and she pushed. And I'm telling you, looking at humans, you can only push so much. Okay? I think she maybe threatened to go to Malika about something, and she was pushing, and Malika means something to you.
Malika knew everything about me and Brandy.
You know? There was something that she continued to push you on, okay?
Nothing.
Well,
She wasn't pushing me on anything. I know I had to pay the child support. Like I said, I signed myself up for it.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I had to do. I know my responsibilities. I was going to get to it whenever I started get back on a long-term job.
Did you think that you were going to have to pay $700 or $800 a month in child support for one child that you really aren't sure is yours?
Oh, no. No, I didn't think I was going to have to pay that much. But regardless, I already talked to the people down at the city. She said I had to pay $300-something, fill some paperwork out, and they would give me a DNA test. So you pay child support until then, and I wasn't going to pay $700-something. I was going to just pay something towards it so they wouldn't suspend my driver's license, or they wouldn't arrest me because I'm making payments towards it. Once you do that, they arrest you or suspend your driver's license until I got the DNA test and was sure.
Support?
She ain't threatening.
So you're already...
Investigator Lewis, with respect to that first clip, it got cut off early, but fair to say there was extensive discussion during the interview with Mr. Segura about whether he was cheating on his wife, whether he was seeing other women, sleeping with other women, attempting to sleep with other women. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That video that we just watched, that took place on November 30th, right?
Yes.
Before the first DNA report had come back, before the first forensic report had come back, any of that, correct?
I believe. I don't know those dates.
Is it true that the primary reason why we see the tone of the interrogation that we do is because you guys were already aware that he had lied about being at the victim's house on the day of the murder?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions. Well, first let me go back to kind of what your role was here. I know we discussed at the very beginning of the case. You're the lead investigator for this case, correct?
Yes.
And like Mr. Fuchs described, that the lead investigator for a case is kind of the head coach. There are other investigators working on it, but you're the head guy on this particular case.
That would be correct.
Okay, so ultimately, any decision about what leads to follow up on, what evidence to send for testing, it's to you, correct?
No.
Who would that go to?
We discuss things amongst ourselves.
Okay. At any rate, it's the investigators working on the case, yourself included, that make those decisions, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about the processing of Jack McLean Park. You were aware of that and had an opportunity to review evidence related to that scene?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let the record. Let the record reflect, I'll be showing the witness what has been marked for identification purposes only as Jack McLean, as Defense Exhibit 9A through EE. paperwork to the witness.
Matt?
Can you take a look at those and confirm that those are a fair and accurate depiction of the Jack McClain scene that you guys processed in this case?
So this is the lead investigator, Mark Lewis, who testified early in the case for the prosecution. Early is not that long ago. And he's now recalled as a witness for the defense. And he's looking, it looks like they're photographs of probably the scene at Jack McClain Park. That's the next area that the defense attorney wants to move into. So he's probably just laying a foundation, saying he recognizes these photos. You recall that it was about a week after these murders. The murders were on November 19, 2010, that it's like a bloody shirt and some other items were recovered from the park. To my knowledge, they were not connected to the murder. So he's just finished looking at the photos. Let's go back into the courtroom.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Jack McClain scene you guys processed?
Yes.
I'm moving that with a remark for identification only. As defense A through EE and as defense 9A through EE.
The objection?
No.
Be admitted?
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Let's take a look at this first photograph that we're looking at here. This is just an overview of the bathhouse that was processed, right?
Yes.
For the record, this is 9A. Inside this bathroom, there were. I'm sorry. Okay. It's rare that I'm accused of being too quiet, but I'll speak into the microphone so everybody can hear me. There were items of possible evidentiary value that were located and identified inside this bathroom that were processed as part of your investigation, correct?
Not inside the bathroom, but there was a garbage can out front.
Okay. There were items that were photographed inside the bathroom?
There were.
Including a possible blood stain on the sink?
If it is, yes.
Okay. Now looking at 9B. This is a wider shot of the same bathhouse with the pavilion near it where other items were photographed and tagged as part of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And it's near this pavilion that the new clothing tags were discovered and collected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Specifically, now we're looking at 9C. In this area over here is where the new clothing tags were found. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at 9D, over by that same pavilion, you guys located what appeared to be a burned out trash can, correct?
Yes.
There was evidence looking in that readily identified it as having been burnt, correct? Soot and ash and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. And just so you can be aware of where that trash can was relative to the pavilion, that's a picture of the same trash can a few feet back from the concrete base of the pavilion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, that was 9E. This is a picture of the burnt contents immediately on top of the trash can when you looked inside, right?
Yes.
And we can see here with this can and other items, evidence that the contents were burned or attempted to be burned, correct?
Yes.
This picture's a little dark, but more evidence of the same. We can see where the bag is burnt, items of paper inside, all evidence of being burnt, correct?
Yes.
Also inside the trash can, you guys were able, this would be 9H, you guys were able to identify items like latex gloves indicated there next to the number 10 evidence marker, correct?
Yes.
And you also found some clothing items, is that correct as well?
Yes.
That shirt was found inside the trash can?
Yes.
And also inside the trash can, you guys located a bottle of bleach and some shop towels, correct?
Yes.
And just for reference, this is all taking place on the 26th, so less than a week after the murder, right?
It's about a week after the murder, yes.
Inside the same trash can, or maybe this is a different trash can over by the washout, you also located an undershirt with possible blood stains, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the shirt receipt indicated there with the number 6 next to it?
Yes.
Was there an image of the same shirt depicting the stains, right?
Yes.
That last one was 9M for the record. I'm sorry, yes, 9M. And there were actually, you couldn't see it in the first photo of the gloves, but there were actually many pairs of latex gloves found within the trash can, right?
It appears to be, yes.
That was 9N. Another close-up of the latex gloves found.
Yes.
And ultimately, the latex gloves, or the place where the latex gloves were deposited, was marked with a evidence marker by Tallahassee Police Department forensic. That's right.
Yes.
Some of the items found over by the pavilion actually had UPC codes on them, such as this one here next to the number 3 evidence marker, right?
Yes.
And that one that I just showed you, it actually it was collected and saved as an exhibit of evidence, right?
Yes.
And it was for a size 12 men's shoe, right?
I can't read that, sir.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Also present were stickers for more new cans, correct?
Yes.
Indicating the place of purchase at bottom, Walmart, with fully intact UPC code?
It appears to be, yes.
And then turning to the interior of the restroom, the forensics techs did go inside the men's restroom there and process for potential evidence as well, right?
Yes.
Inside one of the stalls, one of the shop towels is located in the toilet. Is that right?
I presume, yes.
Okay. And there was also a paper towel found with possible blood stain on it. Right?
I believe. I presume, yes.
Is that an image from inside the same stall with a piece of the shop towel in it?
It appears to be, yes.
And a picture of the wadded up paper towel on the side with possible blood stain.
Yes.
And then over on the sink that was inside, that area, the area around both sinks was processed and photographed as well, correct?
I don't recall if it was processed, but it was photographed.
And possible blood stain was also located and photographed on the sink as well, correct?
If that is a blood stain, yes.
And to determine, that's all the pictures I have to publish, Your Honor. And to determine whether it's a blood stain, the first thing that you would expect your forensic folks to do, or that you would instruct them to do, is to test for serology, swab it, and do an initial blood test on it, correct?
Yes.
Was that done on that stain?
I don't recall. I don't know.
It wasn't, was it?
I don't recall, so I guess not.
Okay. What about the paper towel that was located in the stall? It was never sent to FDLE for testing or processing, was it?
No.
What about the
Move the mic back around towards you, please.
What about the bottle of bleach that was located outside? It was never swabbed or sent to FDLE for possible DNA touch processing, was it?
I don't recall, so no.
And the latex gloves that were found inside the trash can, never swabbed for possible touch DNA processing and sent to FDLE, were they?
I don't recall, so no.
And even if some of these items, like the latex gloves, had been sent to FDLE, and in fact I think some of them were, and no touch DNA analysis was done, TPD has the ability to send them back and say, hey, test these for touch DNA, correct?
I'm not familiar how FDLE would process that once it's sent back. I presume yes.
Okay. With respect to the shirt with damage to the sleeve and possible blood staining, that was never swabbed around the collar or in the armpits for possible touch DNA and sent to FDLE either, was it?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And the blood on the sleeve, never swabbed and sent to
I
FDLE?
don't object. There's been no testimony about any blood on the sleeve.
Let me rephrase. Possible blood on the sleeve, never swabbed and sent to FDLE for possible DNA analysis if it were blood, correct?
I don't know anything about that shirt, so no.
And how about the dress shirt that was found with the undershirt? That wasn't swabbed around the collar and the armpits for possible touch DNA and sent to FDLE for analysis either, was it?
I'm not familiar with the dress shirt, sir.
Okay. When you're making determinations about whether to submit items to FDLE, for DNA comparison in particular, one of the relevant things that you want to consider is whether there's going to be DNA from the scene to compare it to, correct?
Yes.
And as late as 2016 in this case, you believed that there was no DNA to compare evidentiary samples to, or to compare nose standards to, as the lead investigator on this case, because you believe the scene had been wiped down or cleaned up. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Investigator Lewis, I want to clear something up real quick. Jack McLean Park was not processed until a week after the homicides, correct?
That is correct.
So for us to believe that the towels and things like that that were shown in the toilet are of evidentiary value, that would presume that somebody had not gone to Jack McLean Park and flushed those toilets or done any kind of cleanup, being the city of Tallahassee or whatnot, in over a week.
Yes.
Okay. Would that factor into your decision about sending certain items off?
Yes.
And I know you're not a DNA analyst or anything like that, but there are also issues because of the fact, obviously, law enforcement, when they go to a crime scene, they section it off and they try and reduce any kind of cross-contaminational aspects and things like that, right?
Yes.
And that's for the purposes of preserving the scene and making sure things like DNA aren't cross-contaminated by other items or other people, correct?
Yes.
And we're talking about in a situation here where it's a public park that's been exposed to not only the elements, but people coming in and out that you've got no way of tracking. Would that also factor in as far as any kind of potential DNA analysis and cross-contaminations and things along those lines?
Exactly.
Okay. So even if it get some sort of DNA at that park a week later, you have no way to be able to tell who it was, or not necessarily who it was, but when it was deposited or anything like those lines.
That's correct.
That was the question.
Pretty correct.
Yourself, the Tallahassee Police Department investigators obviously thought, I'm sorry? Yourself and other Tallahassee Police Department investigators obviously believed that there was some evidentiary value to the scene at Jack McLean because you went there and processed everything, right?
We went there for follow-up.
Follow-up to what?
We were looking for evidence at Jack McLean Park.
Evidence related to this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that you believe this particular scene might have evidence relative to this case is because you found a burned up trash can with possibly bloody clothes, possible blood spatter on a sink, gloves, latex gloves, a bleach bottle, shop towels. That all looked like something that might be a cleanup scene relative to this murder, right?
We had to consider it, yes.
Okay. Now you talk about whether you would be able to get DNA off of these items. You don't know unless you try, really, do you?
True. Yes.
Have no further questions at this time.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness on this subject? All right, you can step down.
No, I thought I saw a hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Was there a hand? Yeah. Okay, all right. We'll go to sidebar.
So there's a sidebar going on right now. The witness has completed his examination. This is a recalled witness, lead investigator Mark Lewis, who was called by the defense now, basically challenging him on things that the investigators did not do. And this last line of questioning was about evidence collected in the Jack McLean Park about a mile away from the murder scene a week later. Items were collected, but the analysis, at least from the defense point of view, was not complete enough. In fact, the last comment was, well, you don't know if there's DNA unless you try, because a lot of these items apparently weren't swabbed for touch DNA, was the question. I believe they were tested for, like the blood was tested and it wasn't connected. But whether someone whose DNA, you know, like an unknown DNA or even identified DNA from the crime scene showed up on any of these items, well, obviously then there would be a connection to the crime. There were latex gloves, there was bleach, there's a bloody shirt, there are items in a burned trash can, there what appear to be, could be blood droplets in the bathroom sink in the bathroom in the park. So a series of photos were shown to the jury through this witness's testimony, and now I guess, you know, originally it looked like there weren't any jury questions, and then I guess there are some because the judge called a sidebar after it sounded like he said there were no questions. So we'll get back to those questions in just a few minutes as soon as they finish reviewing them to decide whether the questions are appropriate and can be asked, and then we'll hear the judge ask the questions. The witness is looking at the judge, so it looks like maybe they are about to start. But the judge will ask the question, the witness will answer, and then the attorneys have an opportunity to do follow-up questioning. Okay, let's go back into the courtroom, or listen to the courtroom.
Couple of follow-up questions from the jury. Do you know whether the Park was, and we're obviously talking about Jack McClain Park, was cleaned between November 19th and November 26, 2010 by the city?
I could presume yes, because daily city bathrooms are cleaned.
This is a similar question, but maybe slightly different. Do you know when the trash cans are routinely picked up by the city at Jack McClain Park?
No, I do not.
And why did you not have the clothes and bleach bottle tested, assuming that did not occur?
I didn't know if they were related to the case or not.
Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. Investigator Lewis, you said you can presume that the trash cans were changed and the bathrooms cleaned. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't do any checking at all with the city of Tallahassee to see if they were actually changed, did you?
No.
Okay. And the week that you guys processed that scene was Thanksgiving week, so if there was normal maintenance, it may not have been done that week anyway, correct?
I just know from my experience, the city of Tallahassee cleans their bathrooms, public bathrooms, on a daily basis.
Have you ever been to Jack McClain Park before?
Yes, I have.
Are those bathrooms typically sparkling clean, like they're cleaned every day?
I know they're cleaned every day. The city has a crew. They send out to all the public bathrooms that clean the bathrooms.
Do you have specific knowledge that this bathroom was cleaned at any point between the murder and the day you guys processed the scene?
No.
Okay. And if you did presume that the bathroom had in fact been cleaned, why would you guys have processed the scene at all?
We went out there following up on information.
That there might be evidence related to this murder there?
Yes.
No further questions.
No further?
Let's talk real quick about, I think you pretty much cleared it up. You've been working with Tallahassee Police Department how long?
A little over 23 years.
Over those 23 years, you've been on the road at some point?
Yes.
Different times, and I think you talked about earlier, you had just come back to Criminal Investigative Division.
Yes.
Prior to that, you were on the road?
Yes.
Prior to your first role with the Criminal Investigative Division, you were on the road?
Yes.
You've had numerous investigational aspects, including things that have happened at parks.
Yes.
Whenever you say, I presumed it was clean, do you utilize your background, your information, through road patrol, through CID, prior investigations, all the knowledge that you've had up to this, over those 23 years to make a presumption, if you will, that those are cleaned on a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. And again, so you're really not making a presumption, you're making an educated decision or thought.
Yes.
Okay. Asked of why would you process it anyway? Isn't it true, as you said in the end of the interview, that you are going to leave no stone unturned, and that you're going to do a whole lot in order to get this done, correct?
Yes.
You're even going to go out and investigate certain things, even though they're probably not going to lead to anything.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you wanted to conduct a thorough investigation to the best of your abilities, correct?
Yes.
Hindsight's 20/20, as we heard from previous witness, that some things can be overlooked, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you did the best with given the knowledge that you had at that time, correct?
That is correct.
No further question.
Further?
Very quick. Your testimony to Mr. Fuchs is you want to leave no stone unturned. It wouldn't have taken much more effort to send the evidence that you collected to FDLE for processing, would it?
No.
Okay. Going back to your presumption that the trash cans had been cleaned, for example, even if the trash cans had been cleaned, that doesn't necessarily mean the ground the dirt would have been swept up, or litter, small pieces of litter picked up, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, isn't it true that if you have a UPC code, you can use that if it's within the retention period for a particular store to get surveillance footage of the purchase where the UPC code was, attached to an item that was bought?
That is possible.
But no efforts were made to do that either, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
No further questions.
All right. You can step down. All right.
Okay.
We can take a lunch break. Let's plan to be back and going at 1:30, please. All right. Either side need anything?
Okay, Your Honor.
And a remind the attorneys we're going to work on jury instructions if we have time at the end of the day. So need to be thinking about that. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to y'all. We have a few other things we work on.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras, and we are in a lunch break now in the Henry Segura trial, the quadruple capital murder trial going on in Tallahassee, Florida. Henry Segura says that not only is there reasonable doubt, but this is an innocent man, that he did not do this. The defense is doing their best to poke holes in the case, but I am joined in studio by Ken Belkin, a regular guest here at LawNewz, although the first for me.
Yes.
So welcome back.
Well, thank you for having me.
A criminal defense attorney here in New York.
Yes.
Okay, Henry Segura is facing 4 capital murder charges for the murder of his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Peters, his 3-year-old son, Javante, and, did I pronounce it right? Yeah, Javante. And then Brandy's her twin daughters.
Yeah.
Not his, but
very,
twin
very
daughters.
gruesome allegations.
Oh, this is such a bloody scene that, I mean, usually when people say, he couldn't have done it alone, OJ couldn't have done it alone, I mean, I just pshaw. I poo-poo it because I have had plenty of homicide detectives tell me that they have seen some horrendous scenes. You can't believe one person did, and they did. But I really, given other evidence in this case, do wonder if Segura did it, and if he did he do it alone?
The defense theory begs a lot of questions of the prosecution's theory on this case. That, look, Segura was about $20,000 in arrears to his former, spouse, and that, he was in the hole very deep. But I don't know that people would commit a quadruple homicide over $20,000 in child support arrears. Look, you can obviously go to jail for not paying child support, but I think you go to jail for a lot longer when you commit a quadruple homicide. And then, there's a lot of evidence that, someone else came forward saying they ordered the hit, someone came forward saying that they were the ones who actually did it, and there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that suggests this woman, the victim, might have been involved in narcotics trafficking, and she might have owed a substantial amount of money to some very bad people.
And then there's that letter she received that she showed a witness. We're going to play a little bit of the tape in a few minutes. She showed her neighbor, and it had innuendo, had some threats in it that scared them, like of what may be coming. But also, what troubles me is that they have DNA profiles at the scene of a lot of people, and Henry Segura is not one of them. They've got unknown people, an unknown female DNA under the fingernails of Brandy Peters. She fought for her life and the lives of her children.
Yeah.
And it's hard to believe that her attackers didn't deposit DNA, even if it's just touch DNA, but maybe also had cuts.
Yeah, it's very strange that his DNA is not present there. I mean, extremely strange. He's the father of this child. It's almost unbelievable that his DNA is nowhere to be found on the scene, irrespective of the fact of his guilt.
Even though there's that maxim, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So just because his DNA isn't there doesn't mean he wasn't there, but it was a battle.
Yeah,
and
there was definitely a conflict.
Yeah. And the longer that lasts and the more violent, the more likely that you're going to get caught. I mean, Jodi Arias, she cut herself on her finger. Most people get a little bit of a bruise.
Yeah, I think there's reasonable doubt here. I think the defense's theory is compelling. It's also a theory the jurors love. Jurors love a situation where the person being put on trial is not the guilty party and the defense puts forward a reasonable alternative suspect or motive. And there really is something here. It's a very strange case. I mean, I just can't believe that this guy would commit a quadruple homicide over $20,000 in child support arrears. You know, not unheard of.
People have killed for a lot less.
Yeah,
but,
people definitely get killed for a lot less.
But when they talk to him, like the day the bodies are found, which is the day after the murders, so the murders are November 19th, 2010. They talk to him on the 20th, and then they do a follow-up on the 30th. We saw some clips of that. He's cooperative, but he wasn't completely candid.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't tell them about the second phone. There's evidence that he was talking to her a lot that day, but he took his shirt off, and he was he agreed to be photographed. He did have some scratches, but he had explanations for them, but they weren't major, like bruising. So there was some, but even if he scratched, I mean, where's his DNA? It's not under her fingernails.
Look, by the way, just because his DNA isn't there doesn't mean that he took precautions to minimize DNA that he would leave behind at the scene. You know, if these people are involved with professional criminal outfits, they know if you're going to take someone's life, wear rubber gloves, maybe wear a latex cap to minimize the amount of DNA you'll leave behind.
And other trace evidence, hair and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the defense really, they questioned Mark Lewis about things they didn't collect in the park, latex gloves and bleach, but the prior questioning before they got to the park dealt with the scene, and one of the questions was there any evidence that there had been, a cleanup? It might have been a jury question, I can't remember, evidence of a cleanup. I think it was a jury question. And the answer was no. It was a bloody mess in there, and there wasn't evidence. I didn't hear anybody say there was odor of bleach. I haven't heard every minute of the trial, but I've not heard anyone say odor of bleach, because that will destroy biological matter, right? So I'm not sure the bleach would have been related in any event, because there was no evidence, no effort to clean up.
And with respect to the search of the park bathroom, this happened 2 weeks after the fact.
A week.
A week after
later,
the fact.
It's a mile away.
It's a considerable amount of time for a scene to be compromised.
Right. But still, I mean, the witness, Mark Lewis, said on cross just now to the prosecutor, he agreed that he didn't want to leave any stone unturned. He's going to do a thorough investigation. They didn't arrest the girl for a year. But then the defense attorney just zinged him before the lunch break, saying, well, if you didn't want to leave any stone unturned, then why didn't you test more of these items and collect more of these items? You got to test them to know.
His little anecdote about not leaving any stone unturned, that's it's virtually meaningless. This guy is the low-hanging fruit here. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, when someone is murdered, they are usually murdered by someone they know. A family member, friend, former spouse, something of that nature. This guy is the logical, likely suspect here, except for the fact that this woman was probably involved with some very bad people in a criminal enterprise, which, by the way, he might have been involved in too. The dual phones, him not coming clean about having the second phone. I don't know what this guy does for a living that he needs 2 phones, but, there's a lot of questions. And the fact that he was not totally truthful about his location on the day, and they do have the cell phone tower sites readouts that confirm that.
We're going to have a guest who's been in the courtroom from Tallahassee in a few minutes. I do want to play a little bit of that neighbor who saw this letter, but before we play that, let me just ask you one other question. We saw clips from Segura's follow-up interview or interrogation. He wasn't a suspect, it was an interview with the police on November 30th. The defense introduced it, and I wasn't here when earlier clips were played, but I'm not sure how it came in. I mean, these are self-serving statements by the defendant that can't be cross-examined unless there's a promise that he's going to testify.
Yeah, self-serving hearsay.
Right. I mean, that's not admissible typically, but you got to get on the stand. And subject yourself to cross-examination. But I don't know, there must be another ground for getting in. The jurors have heard certain portions of it in any event where he denied it. He said, why would I do that? And you hear a female and male, I think Lewis was one of them, and a female investigator, just questioning him and challenging him. And the woman is like, we know you were there, you did it, you got to come clean, I need to tell your story. Anyway, let's listen to the neighbor, the next witness. Her name is, let me just find it, Cicely Timmons. This is just a couple of minutes, her testimony, and then we'll come to the reporter from Florida.
Ms. Timmons, tell us a little more about your relationship with Brandy.
I had met Brandy like 6 months prior to her, us hanging out, and we both had 3 kids. She had the 2 girls and a boy, and I got 2 boys and a girl. And the kids, she used to hang out, and we both pretty much had the same routine: take our kids to child care and come back and do all our things. And then after daycare, the kids will hang out, and we'll hang out. Every Thursday, we used to watch the First 48. And we just, sometimes have seafood.
Had y'all gotten pretty close by the time of her murder?
Yeah, because in November, my birthday was the 9th, and then the Classic was coming up, and the fair was around that time, and me and her, she invited me to work at the fair for this church.
Okay.
So we was pretty cool.
You spend a lot of time together?
Yeah, in the last little bit of time, like around November time, yeah, we got a little close.
Did you interact with her at some point in the afternoon of November 19th, 2010, the day that she was killed?
No, I didn't see her the day that she was killed.
When was it that she came over to your house with a letter in hand?
That had to be the 18th, maybe the 18th or something.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
What's already been entered into evidence. State Exhibit 98. Do you recognize this envelope? You do?
Yeah.
Is that the envelope Randy brought to your house the day before her murder?
Yes.
Did you know Brandy well enough to know when she seemed scared, when she looked scared?
Yeah, it kind of wasn't that hard.
Did she ask you to look at the envelope as well when she brought it over that day?
Yeah.
And you read it?
Mm-hmm.
And the letter read, or the envelope read rather, death before dishonor, word is bond, bond is life, and a man should give his life before his word fails. Say what you mean what you say. With instructions, dear mailman, if this letter happens to get lost, just send it to heaven, because it's going to an angel. That was the day before her murder, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did she appear scared when she was reading that letter and discussing it with you?
She was scared when she got to my house because she had already read it. She was bringing it so I can see it. She had already read it, so she was already freaked out about it. So that's why she brought it over there so I can see it.
Okay. And upon reading that, how did you feel about it?
I was scared too.
Scared of who?
Carlos Santos, the person I had been looking up for her on my computer.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but is that the person who the letter is from?
Yes, sir.
That's the name listed on the envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was an inmate at the Federal Detention Center. Is that the address on the letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you testified during the state's case in chief that you were hesitant to come and didn't want to come, you said you were scared of someone. Who was it you were scared of?
Carlos Santos.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Ross?
Ms. Timmons, I'm going to use photocopies of that document. Playing push on.
You may.
Looking at this, it also appears it says that he thanks God for you and asks that he looks after you and our 3 angels. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you would say yes or no,
Yes.
it would help this lady out. But okay, please.
And on the other letter, he says, send pictures, boo. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it appears he's talking, when he says, talking about angels, he's talking about her and her children, right?
If you want, I would assume.
Okay. And, I mean, I understand that she was scared, but these are kind of a little, almost like a pickup line, if you will, right? Calling somebody an angel, you must.
It depends on your mind state.
Okay. Fair to say that she was kind of freaked out, maybe because this guy in prison's trying to hit on her and calling her angels and things like that and saying some weird stuff, right?
That's sustained.
Okay. So you don't know exactly what it is that freaked her out over this, right?
I don't know.
All right, no further questions.
Redirect.
What freaked you out about it?
What freaked me out about it?
Well, it's already been answered once to a certain extent without objections. I think the objection been waived. I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. Timmons?
I mean, it was just weird. Death before dishonor. I mean, it was just weird.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. And so that was part of the testimony of Cicely Timmons, who testified for both the state and the defense. I'm joined in studio by Ken Balkin, criminal defense attorney. We've just been talking in depth about the defense in this case. And obviously, she's helpful to the defense
helpful.
with
There's
that
a letter. I mean, look, there's no indication as to who wrote the letter, number one. You know, she did say she was scared of Carlos Santos. You know, that he's someone to be feared, and this guy is, you know, injected himself into this case. So, I mean, there's some doubt here. In my mind, there's reasonable doubt here.
Well, we'll see. I'm really looking forward to talking to our guest, who's going to be joining us now. Are we ready to come to Stephen Jawanwell? Okay, we are going to be joined in a few minutes by a guest with WTXL in Tallahassee. He's been in the courtroom. He's been tweeting from the courtroom because I really want to get the eyes and ears in the courtroom to get a sense of what's going on. You know, in Florida, criminal cases have 6 jurors unless it's a capital case. In murder cases, they have at least in capital cases, it has to be 12 jurors, and you have to go into the grand. I think all murders 12, and you have to go in the grand jury also for capital cases. I've covered a handful in Florida, and one of the questions I want to ask Stephen when he joins us is whether or not this case was stalled because the death penalty scheme has been up on appeal.
Yeah, they had to change
Florida.
the juror
Florida v.
instructions.
Hearst. Yeah,
I believe it now that requires unanimous, but only on cases after a certain date when the law was passed.
Well, I spoke with Jeff Ashton about this, and he's the former state attorney in Orlando. He prosecuted Casey Anthony, then he got elected to office, but he's out of office now. And he said, actually, going forward, yes, they have to be unanimous, but they have to look at everyone on death row who, you know, didn't have a non-unanimous jury and decide whether or not to just commute their sentences or give them a new sentencing hearing. So they do have to review all those because it's not fair to say, not that I really care, but it's not fair to say, you know, going forward it has to be unanimous, but 7 to 5 is fine previously.
Yeah, it's definitely not fair. It creates a disparity in the outcome, and it's just, look, in New York, we don't even have the death penalty anymore. I think it should be done away with, quite frankly, even though I'm not here.
You're a defense attorney, of course you're going to think that.
Well, just, you know, there's a lot of research that suggests it's applied unequally along racial lines frequently. So, you know, it's a disparity. And the death penalty is final. You know, you've got convictions. In Brooklyn, we had a district attorney, Ken Thompson. He had a conviction integrity unit, and they were overturning dozens of convictions, people who went to jail for 20 years. You know, you overturn someone's conviction who faced the death penalty and received it, that's finality. You don't get to go back from that. And I think it's a legitimate debate that society needs to have, and has been having.
You know, it is hard for prosecutors to get death in cases. I mean, it's just supposed to be for the worst of the worst, and whoever slaughtered this family certainly comes within that definition, right? I mean, you're talking about a 3-year-old and 2 6-year-olds. You're talking about drowning and shooting, and this mother fighting for her life and that of her children. And the majority of states in the United States do have the death penalty. I mean,
federally.
And federal, right? And there's death penalty in the military system as well. But when you say it's final, meaning when it's carried out, the execution is final, and there's no doubt we've executed innocent people.
Absolutely.
In America's history. So
there's a lot of prominent lawyers, death penalty scholars. They proposed a new legal standard for cases of death penalty, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but for death penalty, proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I think it's an interesting concept that because there are clearly crimes that deserve the punishment of death.
How do you define that?
Well, I mean, I think the evidence would have to be so compelling that there's, you know, just like it says, no shadow of a doubt as to the guilt. witnesses that witnessed the egregious behavior and taking of life by the assailant.
So we're still not joined yet by the reporter out of Florida, WTXL, the ABC reporter. So we're still connecting with him, and we're going to go and play a little bit more tape. Let's look at the argument, because there was argument about Santos, this person who, some think may have written that letter, being it was hearsay. Testimony from him or the letter from him be hearsay. So there was a little argument about this. So this is the judge giving his decision on the hearsay from Santos.
Okay. Based on the two DNA profiles developed, the partial.
Fairly confused set of circumstances, but ultimately, bottom line is I am not going to allow the hearsay statements of Mr. Santos. I am not going to allow into evidence the emails. Let me analyze how I've arrived at that. First, as to the emails, I think that's the simplest. They're strictly to show the state of mind of the victim. They are not admissible. The state of mind of the victim is not relevant. The fact she was scared of something only goes to her state of mind. There is no other exception that applies, and they're hearsay. If you look at them, they could be construed in a number of different ways. And that, if you look at the first email in the chain, essentially you got Mr. Santos proposing some kind of Nigerian fraud scheme and all the wonderful reward the victim is going to get from taking part in this fraud scheme. So I don't know what those emails were intended to mean. I think they could be construed in a lot of different ways. But again, I think they strictly go to the state of mind of the victim, which is not relevant. As to Mr. Santos, I've outlined there are three potential ways it could be admissible under 90.804 sub 4 as an admission against interest. The statute provides a statement tending to expose the declarant, which would be Santos, to criminal liability and offered to exculpate the accused is inadmissible unless corroborating circumstances show the trustworthiness of the statement. I find the circumstances totally undercut the trustworthiness of the statement. Frankly, I'm not sure that.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Beth Karras, and now we are joined by WTXL, that's ABC, reporter out of Tallahassee, Stephen G. Wanmal. He's joining us on Skype. Stephen has been in the courtroom throughout the trial, right?
That's right. Been 10 days and a lot has gone on so far.
Yeah, so give us a sense, first of all, of the courtroom. It's so difficult for me after years of covering cases in the courtroom to sit and watch it only on TV. Tell me what you know about the jury, for example.
Well, it's really been hard to tell how they are feeling emotionally. They've been pretty deadpan, which I guess is indicative of, how they should be acting, but we can tell you that there's 6 men, 6 women. They're all of Caucasian descent, ranging in age from middle age to a little bit younger on the spectrum, but they've been taking this all in day by day. The first week was particularly interesting as those crime scene photos and the videos and as well as the autopsy photos were shown. I went to, turn my head to see how they were reacting. They were just pretty much taking this all in, not really looking away or anything like that, but a lot for them to process. As you can tell, it's been 2 weeks of intense testimony and evidence so far, and we're not sure how much longer this is going to last.
Okay, well, we're in the middle of the defense case now. Are the jurors taking notes? I know they're asking questions, but they must be taking notes as well.
They are. In fact, they have notepads, each one of them, been scribbling as each witness comes to testify. a lot of questions, as you mentioned, particularly with the defense opening their case, not so much with the prosecution, but now that there's this other side that they can now compare notes with, a lot more discussion, a lot more sidebars from the attorneys and the judge. They have a lot of questions, and rightly so. This is a death penalty case, so they want to make sure that they have all the information that's presented.
You know, Segura's not arrested for a year, so I'm sure it was a very thorough investigation, but the defense seems to have a lot to work with to raise just reasonable doubt. That's all they have to do, is raise reasonable doubt. Do you get a sense?
Exactly right.
You get a sense from the community or people in the courtroom how they think the case is going? Because the pendulum will swing, you know, each way throughout a trial.
And to be honest with you, getting that community reaction is really hard to tell, especially outside the courtroom. But what you'll find is on social media. I've been tweeting with the hashtag WTXLSegura, and I've been getting tweets back from people who have been following this, not even from just Tallahassee, but around the country. People have started their own hashtags, Team Segura, hashtag Free Henry, a lot of different opinions here. I can tell you that Segura's own family members have been in court every single day of this trial, not saying much, but sitting directly behind him. And it's interesting, what you'll see, what the cameras don't show you is that there are two sides to this courtroom, obviously. Most of the people who have come to these hearings have been on the side of the prosecution. The only ones who have really sat behind Segura are those family members, and there have been about 2 women who have been constantly there every single day. But I can tell you that this is a very interesting case that pretty much many people in this community know about. It's been, you know, the murders happened in 2010, Segura was arrested in 2011, and this case is finally coming to trial to fruition. It's about 6 years later, so a lot of knowledge about this case, and it's definitely a big talker here in Tallahassee.
So my guest in studio, Ken Belkin, has a question for you.
Stephen, you mentioned that, you know, the jury composition is an all-white jury, broken down, you know, half men, half women. Do you think the prosecution intentionally made efforts to make that jury composition all white? Seems a little odd to me.
Well, to be honest with you, Ken, I think if you look at the demographics of Leon County, it is predominantly Caucasian. I mean, when we look at the jury pool that was considered those first 3 days of jury selection, there were a few minorities in that pool as well. But I don't think that race had anything to do with the final selection. It had more to do with their thoughts on the death penalty and a number of other factors. As you know, this is a 3-week trial, so hardships come into play as well. You know, in Leon County, particularly, school starts on Monday, so a lot of jurors who are parents, you know, probably strayed from wanting to be on this trial, knowing that their kids' schedules also come into conflict here. So I'm not sure race has anything to do with it particularly, but you do have to think that since there were other jurors of other races here, why they weren't included in that final pool.
And was it the prosecution that led them to be struck?
I'm not sure about that. You know, it was a combination between the prosecution and the defense. They only have, as you know, a limited amount of strikes per juror. I'm not sure specifically, you know, which jurors were ruled out by which side.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you a question about the death penalty and the length of time that has lapsed between the arrest in 2011 and a trial in 2017. I mean, 6 years is a long time, right? Typically it's a year, maybe 2 years. I mean, you got a quadruple murder here. Was the delay in part because the Florida death penalty scheme has gone through some changes, and now you require unanimity in the penalty phase?
And you're right, Beth. I'm not sure about the reason for the length and delay of time here, but this is the first death penalty case to be argued in Tallahassee since Florida lawmakers established those new rules requiring that unanimous recommendation for the death penalty. And I can tell you that once closing arguments are done, this jury is going to need to think long and hard about whether or not to convict him and find him guilty. And once they get to that point, there's 2 options, as you know: life in prison without the possibility of parole and the death penalty. And in order for that death penalty to be sentenced, you know, it has to be a unanimous jury. So not sure why it's been so long. I've only been in Tallahassee for 3 years myself, so I'm kind of new to this, and this is actually my first trial. But what I can tell you is the death penalty is definitely going to be a consideration if he is found guilty.
I seem to recall that he went through a number of attorneys, but I may be mixing up some of my facts
you're
here.
right. He did go through a number of attorneys. I don't recall how many, but a number of attorneys and a number of judges. This has taken quite some time. He's been in jail since 2011. He's the longest serving inmate right now in Leon County. So this has taken some time, a lot of twists and turns to get to this point.
Interesting. Well, I've been following a case in California where somebody's been in longer, and it's a capital case for a couple of murders, 2008 arrest, and he has yet to go to trial. So is there anything else you can tell us about some of the DNA profiles that are at the scene? And Henry Segura is not part of any of the profiles that the police have, known and unknown? I mean, this seems to be pretty shocking evidence in support of the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, when I was hearing it, I was really surprised to see that, investigators had not directly tied Henry Segura's DNA to anything in the crime scene. There were parts that could have been his, but in many cases of evidence that was swabbed, his DNA was excluded from that. However, Brandy Peters, of course, her DNA is going to be on a lot of the material there because of her blood. But also, we had that hit from the drug runner Angel Avila Quiñones, and his DNA was not allowed as testimony. What we did hear yesterday was that a DNA expert compared what's called an E-gram of his DNA to the DNA found at the crime scene, and the likelihood that his DNA could have been a match would be 1 in 15,000 Hispanics, so a very rare case that someone else's DNA could have been matched to that DNA found on that phone cradle. But you're right, Henry Segura's DNA not definitively matched to anything at the crime scene, and that is definitely a plus for the defense arguing this case.
So Ken Balkin has another question for you.
How do you think the cell phone expert's testimony with respect to Segura's location given off by the cell site towers, how do you think that went over with the jury? Do you think they found that particularly compelling?
Well, you know what? Not too many questions were asked about the cell phone locations. I feel like the state, when they were explaining these cell phone records, they relied heavily on their investigators for pinpointing locations. The defense, in an attempt to kind of discredit those locations, in fact, that was something that they wanted to toss out before this trial even started. In pre-trial hearing, the defense wanted those cell phone records tossed out, but the judge decided to keep them instead. You know what? When the defense was trying to argue against the validity of those records, they brought in an expert yesterday who mentioned an error range. So whenever these records are drawn up by these service providers, there's always a minute error range, somewhere between 0.2 of a mile and half a mile. So there's a possibility that these records could be skewed in some sort of way. But I'm not sure how much the cell phone records will play much of a role in jury determination as much as the DNA. I feel like that's been the major issue that's been talked about during this trial.
So Stephen Giwanmal, I want to thank you very much for your time. I know it is hot out there. You're in Tallahassee, Florida, and you need to get some lunch. Court's going to begin in about 45 minutes for the afternoon session. Thank you so much for enlightening us about what it's like in the courtroom and in the community there where this very interesting quadruple capital murder trial is taking place. Go get some lunch.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
And so let's listen to the defense opening statement from a couple of weeks ago to hear how they, are dealing with the issues. Now, they don't have to put a lot of evidence out in an opening statement. The defense doesn't. But they have some interesting things to say. So let's go to the defense opening statement.
The crimes are absolutely unspeakable. Horrific. I have seen some of the worst autopsy photos and crime scene photos you can imagine. None of those hit you in your soul like the pictures you will see in this case, like the testimony you will hear in this case. What I'm going to ask you to do is what you said you would do in jury selection, which is respect the presumption of innocence. And I don't mean just sit there and wait for the state to prove the case. I'm going to do something to help you. Of course, right? Of course. I'll show you DNA because I have DNA. I'll show you forensic evidence, because we have forensic evidence. I'll show you step by step by step where Mr. Segura was throughout the day, and I won't ask you to draw any conclusions. They're not totally supported by the evidence that you hear. This case is a terrible tragedy. But tragedy is compounded where more innocent people suffer. And so to prevent that, let me just ask you from the outset to remember your oaths and remember the instructions regarding the presumption of innocence that the judge gave you. I have a lot of evidence that I'm going to present to you during the course of the trial, all different kinds. I just mentioned some. As I sat there last night pondering what the heart of the defense is in this case, it isn't the forensics. It's not the DNA. It's the heart of the man sitting at the table with the defense team. My oath to you is that I will not ask you to step over bodies on the way to a not guilty verdict without showing you, with evidence, a window to that soul. That isn't fair to you. I know. Burden of proof, it's their burden, solely and exclusively. I know. 3 dead babies. I know that too. We're all people in this courtroom. I know that too. So while I, at one instance, ask you to follow the law, I'm not going to just hang it on you and say, oh, follow the law, ignore the facts. I will show you who he is. You'll know who he is, as I know who he is by the end of this trial. But of course, the forensic evidence and DNA and all that kind of stuff is important too. So let me tell you about the conclusions that both the defense DNA expert and the state's DNA expert drew upon review of the DNA evidence in this case. Over 200 DNA samples were collected from around the murder scene in this case, from places relevant to the investigation, relevant to the murders. Henry Segura was not included as a contributor to a single evidentiary exhibit. In fact, he was excluded, meaning eliminated as a possible contributor for most of them. Consensus from Joe Ellen Brown, the FDLE analyst who did the initial work on this case, did it blind without having any idea who the suspect was, what the state's theory of prosecution would be, who the suspects were for the investigating agency. Those were her determinations. The defense expert, years down the road, came in, looked at the same electropherograms, which are charts that you'll see during the course of the trial that are essentially the paper printout of what a DNA profile looks like. She reviewed those, the defense DNA expert reviewed those, and drew the same conclusions. Henry Segura is not included in anything. Henry Segura is excluded from virtually all of the DNA samples collected. But that's not all. Other people were found to have contributed DNA. People outside the victim's family. People outside the victim's group of friends. Angel Antonio Avila Quinones. The phone that was ripped out of the wall. Phone cord ripped in half. His DNA was found on that phone cord, on that phone cradle. The defense DNA expert looked at the evidentiary sample, looked at the DNA chart, the electropherogram, for the swab of that phone. He compared it to the DNA profile for Mr. Avila. He was able to do what they call inclusion statistics. Rather than saying, you know, it's a 99.9% match, that's not what the DNA experts say. They do it in terms of rate of inclusion or frequency of occurrence. What frequency of occurrence means is you would expect to see this particular DNA profile occur this many times within a given population. In this case, the rate of occurrence, or frequency of occurrence, was 1 in every 15,000 Latins. Mr. Avila is Latin. It occurs 1 time in every 15,000 Latins. 1 person would be included. That means, he'll tell you, the opposite, 14,999 people out of 15,000 would be excluded. eliminated as possible contributors and could not have contributed to that DNA because they don't have those DNA numbers at those DNA markers. Math is simple. 99.95% of the population of the Latin people on this planet are eliminated from being a possible contributor to that DNA mixture. But Angel Antonio Avila Quinones was included. He wasn't the only person who they found evidence relating to, though. It was obvious, and you'll see pictures of this, it was obvious Brandy Peters fought heroically for her children's lives. It's true. It's true that she was beaten to death with multiple different objects and suffered horrible wounds. But she continued to fight until life left her body. Her fingers are broken. Her acrylic nails ripped from her hand. Her knuckles bruised and cut and swollen. There was DNA under her fingernails. Under Brandy's right index fingernail, foreign female DNA, I always say foreign, that means not her DNA, was found. Not her daughter's, not anybody else around the house who she's friends with or family with. Under her right pinky fingernail, foreign female DNA. Under her left index fingernail, foreign female DNA. Under her left middle fingernail, foreign female DNA. There was also a shovel located right next to Brandy's body in the foyer. Upon the shovel, Joellen Brown discovered foreign male DNA. Henry Segura is excluded as a possible contributor to the foreign male DNA on the shovel found right next to her body. The crime scene forensics also proved definitively that multiple people were involved in the commission of the offense. There were 4 separate sets of footprints in the blood in this case. Footprints that did not belong to the victims and did not belong to law enforcement. Victim Peters suffered wounds from multiple different types of objects, sharp and blunt. At least 2, plus the gun. The forensic evidence further proves that one of the victims, Tanaya, was held up by one person and shot by another. The way that we know that is that, number one, there's no saturation of her blood on the floor, meaning once she was shot, her body never hit the ground. Secondly, there's something called stippling on the back of her head. What that means is that the gun that shoots her has to be within roughly 3 feet of her head at the time she's shot. What we don't see, however, is soot deposit, which means that the gun has to be at least a foot away from her head. So if it was one person, he'd have to be holding her like this with the gun way back here, and then hold her up after she's shot. Suppose someone could make that argument, but you won't hear me make that argument. In addition to that, we have, as I mentioned before, foreign DNA at different locations on different objects from different people. Again, consistent with the notion that multiple people were involved in the commission of the offense. And then we have the type of evidence that we talked about in jury selection, circumstantial evidence. One of the types of circumstantial evidence that we asked to consider here is evidence pertaining to a few things you should know about the motive the state's asserting here. It's true Mr. Segura did have a back child support judgment against him. He was going to be asked to pay $700 and some odd a month. It's also true that he was a little bit behind at the time. He was a little strapped for cash. He'd been injured and wasn't able to work like he normally did. But it didn't take him that long to get back on his feet. By the time he was arrested up in Minnesota, he was on a job where he was making $10,000 a month. Now, I'll tell you, Mr. Segura doesn't report all of his income. Sometimes he gets paid partially under the table. Sometimes he gets paid totally under the table. But he had no shortage of cash under normal circumstances. his wife, Malika, or now ex-wife, Malika, will tell you Henry would routinely spend $700, $800, $900, $1,000 a month fixing up the old cars that he worked on at his house. Another thing that you will be asked to consider, and you'll hear evidence about pertaining to his child support debt, is that he actually helped facilitate institution of that child support debt. He went twice on 2 separate occasions, because they lost paperwork once, to the DFS office on North Monroe Street and provided paperwork to help push that process along, move it along, so that he didn't have to keep having the victim ask him for cash as opposed to just paying through DFS. Another thing that you'll hear testimony about is that Mr. Segura had been through the child support process before and knew exactly how to deal with it. One of his child's mothers, and he does have children out of wedlock, Tamika Steele Hawkins, Clark, I guess she's now married, Clark, will testify on his behalf at this trial. She went further than victim Peters had ever gotten with her child support dispute with the defendant. She actually had him at one point, several years ago, many years ago now, thrown in jail. But he got out, he went to court, he got the child support judgment reduced because, as in this case, Ms. Hawkins waited until her child was a few years old to go have paternity established. And when that happens, a large back child support judgment hits. Mr. Segura went to court. He explained to the judge he'd been buying items and providing cash all throughout the child's life at different intervals. And the judge reduced the judgment, and he never got put back in jail after that. He knew how to do it. That's all he had to do in this case, and that's what he would have done in this case because he had been making cash payments at irregular intervals during Javante's lifetime. He simply didn't have time to do that before he was killed. The other thing that you'll hear testimony about and be asked to consider in the context of thinking about the motive the state has put before you is that it wasn't just Brandy that was killed. Javante is Mr. Segura's son. The 2 little girls that were killed lived with him. He and Brandy, during a time when Malika Segura and Henry Segura were going through a rough patch, Brandy was one of Mr. Segura's girlfriends. And he lived with her for a while. Those little girls called him Daddy. He took them to school. He helped potty train. Ask yourself, in the context of motive consideration, as you hear the evidence, whether slaughtering those 3 children could possibly have anything to do with child support. Another important piece of circumstantial evidence relates to the time of death. You've seen the cell phone data.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. And so that's the defense opening statement that was delivered by Nate Prince a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot for the defense to work with in this case. I have no idea if 12 jurors are going to agree with the prosecution. Maybe they will and find there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Henry Segura murdered 4 people, and they'll move on to a penalty phase. Maybe it'll be a hung jury. Maybe it'll be an acquittal. Who knows? But let's move to a witness called by the prosecution. His name is Artron Timmons. He is a neighbor. Cicely Timmons has also testified. Both of them had a little run-in with law enforcement because they were recalcitrant witnesses, shall we say. They knew Brandy Peters and the children. So let's listen to Artron Timmons.
How did you know them?
They were basically like neighbors, family, friends.
Okay. Y'all both live on the same street?
Yes, sir.
How far away was their house from yours?
Across the street and 2 houses down.
Okay. And you're how old now? 20?
20.
Okay. So back then you were what? How old would you have been when they died?
14.
When is the last time you remember seeing them?
That Friday when I was coming home from school, I was walking down Jim Lee Road, approaching my house, and I seen them playing in between the houses, well, in between my house and my neighbor's house.
Remember what time that was roughly?
It was around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay. When you saw them, did you see them with any food or anything like that?
Yeah, they had some Burger King.
Some Burger King?
Yeah.
Okay. And who did you see?
I seen, I believe it was Tamaya. Tanaya was somewhere, I think she had ran across the street, and Javante, he was playing.
Okay. Did you see Brandy at that time?
No, I didn't see Brandy.
Okay. Who did you see with the Burger King?
Whichever one of the twins were, I believe it was Tamaya. I believe it was Tamaya.
All right. Okay, and that's the last time you remember seeing them?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you have, did they come over for dinner that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who do you live with?
My mom.
Who's that?
Cicely Timmons.
Okay. Did anybody else stay with y'all back at that time?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
My stepfather.
What's his name?
Marquise Davis.
Okay. So on the Friday, which I think is November 19th, is that correct? Do you remember?
I believe so.
Okay. So the next day on the 20th, did you have any involvement at Brandy Peters' house? Did you go over there for any reason?
That morning, my mom had called the house, and she told me go check on Brandy because her mom been trying to call her.
Okay. Did you go over there?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody answer the door?
No, sir.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, sir.
What did you see, if anything, when you first got there?
I seen blood splatter like on the porch a little. Then the doorbell was smashed in, and the curtains had blood on it.
And what'd you do next?
Ran back home, told my mom.
Law enforcement officers respond?
Yes, sir.
You tell them what you saw?
I don't remember. I don't remember talking to them. Like, everything was a blur after that.
I understand. You want a moment?
No.
Okay. Now, you're not here of your own free will today, correct?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Like, you're under a material witness warrant. You were brought here against your will.
Yes, sir.
You're in custody, in the custody of the Leon County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason is that you didn't voluntarily go to the hotel that you were supposed to be sequestered at during the run-up to the trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason that you were hesitant to participate and go stay where the state wanted you to?
First I didn't have any food or money. Then it was like, I was really like scared.
Who were you scared of?
The news, the media, the things that I was hearing in the media or in the news.
May I approach, Your Honor? May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Mr. Timmons, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I don't want you to go into specifically what other person or group you may be scared of. I just want to clarify, it's not Mr. Segura that you're afraid of, correct?
No, sir.
I mean, that is correct. You're not scared
Oh,
of?
that's correct.
Thank you. No.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. I'm joined in studio by Ken Belkin, criminal defense attorney here in New York. You've always been a criminal defense attorney. You didn't.
Always. I interned briefly at the Brooklyn DA's office.
Not for you.
Not for me.
Okay. So a true blue defense attorney. We just heard from a young man, now 20 years old. He was 14 when the murders happened, who is a recalcitrant witness, as I mentioned, in throwing to him.
Yep.
And he's locked up at the time of this testimony. That's
yeah,
pretty
material
unusual, isn't
witness
it?
warrant. Look, sometimes witnesses don't want to cooperate on felony matters. They don't want to testify. It is an inconvenience. I think in this particular
More than an
witness
inconvenience,
case,
he was scared.
he seems to be afraid. And I'm not sure I'm buying his testimony that he's afraid of the news, the media, other stuff. I mean, he hesitated before answering, like he had to think of a diplomatic way of characterizing his fears.
Well, you know, sometimes when people cooperate with law enforcement, because he is a prosecution witness, you know, they're considered, I don't know, snitches or rats, even if they're not giving direct evidence against someone. I mean, he's a little piece of the puzzle, right? I mean, he's there the day before, the day of.
Yeah, to quote rap music, snitches get stitches. And he seemed genuinely afraid of something, and I think it seemed like a fear for maybe his life or serious injury. And he's not the first person to express that they were afraid to come testify. His mother also said on the stand that she was afraid to testify, and she said she was afraid to testify. She was afraid of Santos.
Now, and she had seen the letter that Brandy Peters received the day before on November 18th. Now, we saw part of her testimony earlier today, but I want to play another part of her testimony when she was first called, because she's called a couple of times. So when she's first called to the stand, let's listen to Cicely Timmons.
As it relates to DNA that's being left at a particular location, your analysis can you tell the jury what your name is, please?
Cicely Timmons.
And can you please spell your first and last name for Madam Reporter?
CIESLYTIMMONS.
Okay. And what do you go by normally?
Cicely.
Do you go by CC at all?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call you Miss Timmons, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Miss Timmons, if I can take your memory back to 2010, and November 20th, 2010, did you live off of Saddle Creek Run?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Brandy Peters?
Yes.
And did you know her children?
Yes.
What were the children's names?
Tanaya, and Vontae.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? A minute. Ms. Timmons, I'm showing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize those photographs? Yes?
Yeah.
Is that Brandy and her kids?
Yes.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember the last time that you talked to Brandy?
The day before.
What do you remember talking to her? Did you talk to her in person or you talked to her on the phone?
No, I sent her a message and asked her to come get something to eat.
Okay, and did she respond to that?
She said no.
Do you remember about what time that was?
About 6 something.
You remember giving a sworn statement to law enforcement? Remember giving a statement to law enforcement?
I remember writing a statement, yes.
Okay. If I showed you that statement, would that help refresh your recollection as to what time that was?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Ask you to read this to yourself, not out loud, okay? See if that helps refresh your recollection. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you remember what time it was now?
It was 6:53.
I couldn't quite hear you, I'm sorry.
It was 6:53.
In the evening?
PM.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember her coming over for dinner at your house at night?
No.
Do you remember the children coming over for dinner that night?
No.
Did you try and get hold of her the next morning?
I had my son to go over.
You never heard from her, did you?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember a whole lot of anything after Brandy responded to your text message about whether she wanted something to eat?
No.
Did you stay up at that point or did you go to bed?
No, I went to bed.
So you wouldn't have been out there to eat dinner with Marquise Davis and the girls anyway?
No.
Okay. You're also not here of your own free will, correct? You're under a material witness warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Is the reason why you were hesitant or avoiding having to come here out of fear?
Yes.
Is that fear, do you have that fear relative to somebody other than Henry Segura or anybody connected to him?
Not because of him, because of the guy who said that he...
Your Honor, object. That's sufficient. She's answered the question. You have another question?
Yes, sir. You were interviewed by law enforcement in the day and days after Brandy and the kids were found dead, correct?
Yes.
Without telling me anything that you told them, did you try to help law enforcement identify potential suspects? Or a potential suspect?
Yes. I put someone
Don't
else.
tell me anything you said to them. How did law enforcement respond to the help that you tried to provide?
They told me that person didn't exist.
Do you recall Brandy receiving a letter from someone on the day of her murder?
Your Honor, I'm going to outside the direct examination.
Let's go sidebar, please.
Ms. Timmons, did you, without going into any of the specifics at all that you provided to law enforcement, did you do everything you could near the time of the offense to try and be cooperative?
Yes.
And try and provide law enforcement relevant information?
Yes.
Was law enforcement at all receptive to the information that you tried to provide?
Yes.
When you tried to provide law enforcement information about a particular person, again, don't go into the content of what that information was law enforcement at all receptive to that information?
Yes.
In what way was law enforcement receptive to that information?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as well as against outside the scope of direct examination.
Overruled.
In what way was you know what I mean when I'm saying that were they receptive to it?
That they accepted.
Yeah, did they accept it? Did they believe you?
No.
And you weren't providing information about Mr. Segura, correct? It was somebody else.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. That was Cicely Timmons, the mother of Artron, whose testimony we just reviewed. Also, they're neighbors to Brandy Peters. And Cicely, we had shown the recording of her testimony earlier. Today we showed a recap of it where she saw the letter that Brandy received the day before she was murdered, and it had some threats in it, what appear to be threats, and you know, it scared her, it scared Brandy, and I mean, who knows where it came from, but it doesn't appear to be tied directly to Henry Segura. So the defense laid out a timeline in this case, and it's interesting. They say that, you know, we were just reviewing it during the testimony. I'm talking to Ken Belkin, my guest in studio, criminal defense attorney here in New York, that Segura was with Brandy between 5 and 8 p.m. on the day she was murdered.
Yeah.
And that she's murdered sometime after that, according to the defense. This is their timeline. A neighbor saw a different vehicle. He knows Segura's, and he said it wasn't Segura's at 8:30, and it wasn't Segura's vehicle. At 9:30, Segura's phone pings at home. He's home. And then Brandy's sister says she spoke to Brandy between 9 and 10, according to an officer, but then the sister says, well, I'm not sure it was that late, because we're trying to find out when the last time Brandy was known to be alive, besides the person who killed her, knowing. But a dog near Brandy's house started going crazy at 1:15 in the morning, so maybe the murders were happening then, but that would mean the murders were on the 20th. So they're saying the murders were on the 19th. In any event, if Segura, is home by 9:30, they can establish that the murders were after that, then that's a little bit more in the defense favor.
A little bit more reasonable doubt. The question that really springs to my mind is, according to the defense, they had sex that day between 5 and 8, and no DNA from this guy after a sexual encounter?
Condom.
Full body condom? I don't know. It's very strange that it would turn out this way. Look, I think the defense's opening was very good, very concise. He laid out how he's going to attack the prosecution's case. Over 200 DNA samples collected at the scene of the crime, not a single one of them attributable to Mr. Segura. The fact that the prosecution's purported motive for this case, child support. Look, this is a guy who's been through the child support process before. This is a guy who has substantial off-the-books income of $10 grand a month. Paying $700 a month in child support wasn't really going to hit him that hard, not hard enough that he would consider a quadruple homicide. And this is a guy, he's been through it. He's been in the hole before for a former baby mama. And you know what? He didn't commit a murder then. He worked his way out of the hole. He got a downward modification of his support obligation, and he moved forward. He didn't commit a homicide. So I think, they're attacking the motive the prosecution's laid out, and that seems like a pretty effective argument in my mind.
But he wasn't honest with the police in the beginning. He
Yeah.
had 2 phones. He didn't tell them about the phone that he was calling Brandy on that night. He called her a lot. He blocked his number. He didn't tell them he was with her initially. I mean, it certainly looks bad.
Yeah, I mean, look.
To be with somebody if you didn't murder them just hours before they're murdered.
Yeah, but look, this guy was in all likelihood having an extramarital affair. Also, who knows why he had the second phone? Maybe he's involved in some level of narcotics dealing. He didn't want to maybe put the police on notice that he had a second phone, and maybe he was involved in some unsavory things. The fact that he has a second phone, it's not really necessarily evidence that he committed a quadruple homicide.
So the police talked to Henry Segura on the 20th, the day the bodies are found, and then again on the 30th. We've seen some clips of the November 30th, but I want to take a look at, it looks like, I think it's the first time that they talked to him. It's just a couple of minutes. The judge didn't want like hours being played, so he asked the attorneys apparently to just play the excerpts that are critical to whatever point they're making. But once the state introduces a portion of the video, then that opens the door to allowing
Yeah.
the defense to. Because I was wondering how the
Because
defense
it's
got in.
self-serving hearsay.
Yeah,
I mean,
how they got that in without putting Segura on. You got to put your client on the stand and open them up to cross-examination. But if the state starts it, then you can put in other parts.
Yeah, I question that move on the for the prosecution to introduce that video. Because look, I think it's gonna, maybe he wasn't so shocked, or he didn't show these traits of remorse or being sad that his child was murdered. But you know, this guy's in shock, and I think it allows that self-serving hearsay of him denying it up and down. It injects it into the proceeding, where it otherwise would not be allowed.
Yeah. Okay, so let's listen to a little bit of his interrogation video. It's just a couple of minutes.
Your wife doesn't like Brandy, does she?
She doesn't like her that much, huh? So I don't like baby mama that much either.
Your wife doesn't like Brandy, does she?
She doesn't like her that much, huh? So I don't like baby mama that much either. Unless she wouldn't kill her.
Okay. I never said that. Yeah. This is a tragedy. This is a real tragedy, and the communities have a lot of questions and a lot of concern about what's going on with this case. Yeah, the pressure has been turned up.
Yeah, she stays in a pretty nice neighborhood, it seems like.
Yeah. Just can't figure out why. Why would someone want to kill children? Do you have any idea why someone would want to do that? Yeah, I understand it's one thing, you know, you're pissed off at somebody for something, you know, but children.
I said a prayer for it when I first heard it. I know it's going to be hard on the family. I know how it is to lose somebody like that. My mama called me today, told me one of my cousins got shot and killed last night.
Really?
In Louisiana.
So y'all heading out to Louisiana?
I don't know when. He just got killed last night, I guess. We're going to find out when the funeral or whatever.
Are you going to go to Javante's funeral?
Yeah.
Are you going to make the arrangements?
I don't know. I'll talk to her mom.
Is there anything else you could tell me you think something I need to be looking at going towards? Look at somebody, something, maybe when you were living with her, did she have a confrontation with somebody that would want to do this?
She got in a fight with a girl out there one time. I don't even remember who it was.
Would that girl want to kill Brandy
I doubt it.
a couple of years later and her kids? What about her other chief, the twins' daddy? What do you know about him?
I don't know anything about him.
She ever talked to you about him?
He was a deadbeat, she said. He didn't do anything for him.
Does she have in my child support?
I don't know.
Does she have any other kids other than the three?
No, sir. Yeah, she said, the twins' daddy, she said he capable, but he won't do anything.
Capable of what?
Taking care of the kids, but just won't. He don't care.
You know, there's some truth. He said the easiest part is making a kid, the hardest part is raising them. You know? That's the truth. Yeah. You know, to tell a lot of times, and I can say it because I am a parent. You know, once you have kids, it ain't about you anymore.
So welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Beth Karras here in the studio with Ken Belk, and I have to tell you, you'd think that the police would be a little more cognizant of where the camera's pointed. So many of these police interrogation videos, I mean, the quality's not great, but the camera, you got mostly wall, ceiling, whatever. I mean, you got a little down in the bottom left corner, you see Henry Segura. I mean, I really want to see more of him. Maybe a closer shot.
Yeah, they need to fire the director of photography in this.
Yeah, I mean, you see he's sitting there, but you can't make out anything about his face and demeanor or whatever. But, you know, he seems a little, he's not very excited. He doesn't seem, I mean, to think this is more than an interview, not an interrogation, right? It's like they're trying to get him, right, they're trying to get information out of him. Why would anybody want to kill Brandy Peters? But at this point, I don't think he was a suspect either.
No, well, he was probably always a suspect, right?
Well, I don't really
Former
think
lover.
I don't know that they didn't know everything they learned later, right? This is right soon after finding the bodies, so they were like, okay, let's talk to the father of the little boy. You know, let's see who might have a motive. Like, where were you? And you know, he can tell them. He didn't tell them he was with her. That's the thing. Yeah, he's married, and he doesn't tell them everything. Then they find out he's lying, and he gets more. You know,
he's
suspicion
probably worried
rises.
that, you know, if he tells them that he was having an extramarital affair with her and that he was with her that day, he's probably afraid of unintentionally inculpating himself here. But I think there's a ton of reasonable doubt in this case. In fact, I don't even know if there was probable cause to even charge him. It doesn't seem like, you know, lying about a phone is really enough.
Well,
I think
they've spent a lot of time on motive. They spent, you know, they called a witness about the child support. They spent, you know, he had motive, means, opportunities, basically, you know what to say. And he lied to the police about being with her. He was with her that day. But such a brutal act, quadruple murder, yeah. And then he moved out of state. They arrested him in, what, Minnesota a year later? I think it was Minnesota. So we're going to keep listening to this interrogation video to see what we can glean from it. I just, I wish the quality were a little bit better and that they would move the camera down so it's pointing more at him and we're not looking at the wall so much. So let's go back into the courtroom when his interrogation video was being played by the prosecution.
What was so spunky about her? You said she's just spunky. What was so spunky about her?
She's real. I guess she was a go-getter. Couldn't really hold her back. She wanted to do something. She'll do it. She had good determination about it. She was a survivor, you know. I don't know how to explain it. She just.
What were your favorite things about her?
Sex.
Okay. Other than that, well, you had a good conversation with her. She was fun to be around. Good, loving mother.
Yeah, she was a real good mother.
You enjoyed hanging out with her.
You'll get along pretty good.
But you weren't.
Only altercation we've had was whenever my wife would call and she'd pick the phone up or something like that.
I'm sure those are some trying times.
Yeah. Other than that,
I'm surprised your wife didn't leave you.
it's come real close.
So what makes your wife hang on?
God.
Just faith. Faith that you will change, or faith that
I will change and start doing right.
How long have you dated your wife?
13 years. 3 years. Been married 10.
Okay, so like you weren't like high school sweethearts and all that stuff. Where'd you meet her at? Gas station?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Okay. Hey. All right. And just hit it off from there. And you have 2 children together. Between that, then you met another woman and you have a daughter in Orlando.
She's 8.
How's that relationship with that woman?
Good.
Why didn't you hit it off with her?
Because I was married.
Okay. So pretty much you're not faithful, but you're not leaving your wife. Do all these women know this going into it? Hey, look, I'm married. This is just fun. Where does Tamika live?
Orlando.
Do you know an address?
Stand out somewhere.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. Court is now live. The lunch break is over in Tallahassee, Florida, in the quadruple capital murder trial of Henry Segura. So we're going to go back into the courtroom, and I'm going to sign off. Aaron Keller will be in the chair during the next break in the testimony. I will see you next week. Have a nice weekend.
Everybody had a nice lunch? Yes, I think it's a little warm out there today. I don't know about walk too far. Little contrast within here. Yeah.
Did you say that transcripts of testimony would be available to us, or is
No,
there a time?
not necessarily, not automatically, certainly. Yeah.
Thank you. You may need to see about turning up your volume or whatever it is, because we're doing what we can. So, if you'd face the clerk and be sworn, please. Ma'am, raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tamika, Tamika,
M as in Mike, E-I-K-A, last name Hawkins, H-A-W-K-I-N-S. I'm hyphenated Clark, C-L-A-R-K. And please pardon my voice. I have a big voice. I think I've utilized it too much. I have 2 kids that, because I'm handicapped.
Ma'am, that's enough.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying.
We're not here for a conversation. You'll ask questions and you can answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you know the defendant, Mr. Segura?
He's my daughter's father.
Okay. And your daughter, Janae, that's his daughter as well, correct?
Correct.
Was she a child that y'all had together during the course of his marriage and outside of his marriage?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point after Janae was born, did you obtain a child support judgment against Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that for?
The monthly amount?
The total amount of arrearages owed at the time you got the judgment.
The total amount at that time was somewhere about 20, maybe upward of $1,000.
Okay. And in the process of collecting that judgment or attempting to collect that judgment, did you get Mr. Segura put in jail at some point?
I sure did, yes, sir.
Did you get his driver's license suspended at some point?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you obtain a lien against any tax returns or tax refunds that he would receive?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in fact, obtain annual tax refunds that were supposed to have gone to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you got that big child support arrearage judgment, did he come to court and deal with that? Or mediation, I guess. Did he come and deal with that?
During mediation? Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And as a result of him going before the judge and dealing with it, did the judgment get reduced by about $10,000?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. After he got put in jail and got his license suspended and all that, did he make some efforts to comply with the monthly payment requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But did he ever pay in full? Did he ever pay the full monthly amount regularly like he was supposed to?
Yes,
let me rephrase that.
Okay, thank you.
Aside from when his wages were garnished.
Okay.
Did he ever voluntarily pay the full amount?
Voluntarily pay the full amount? Not always.
Okay. It was sporadic, but he was making efforts to pay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once he was making some efforts to pay, he never got put back in jail or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in fairness, he also was able to avoid payment too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he work under the table at certain times?
Are you asking facts or my opinion?
Well, did you at some point find out through investigation that he was working under the table?
I, in fact, found out that he was working no longer in Florida.
So there's two different things. He was working out of state, correct?
Correct.
And that inhibited your ability to collect from him?
Correct. It inhibited my ability to collect the garnishment.
Mm-hmm. You would have to essentially chase him from state to state and try and get
correct
different child support judgments everywhere, right?
Correct.
And also, did he change employers from job to job so he was never with a single employer?
That's correct.
So realistically, your ability to collect from him outside of Florida was nil?
Yes.
Notwithstanding that, he did make efforts to pay you and buy things for Janae, correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
He kept in contact with Janae. Janae had her own phone. I want to make sure you all are hearing me correct. If there's any point, let me know. Janae had her own phone, which was monitored, so he would keep in contact with her. And when things came around, such as school, pageants, and pageants got pretty expensive, Mr. Segura, I came through with getting what was needed for that, as well as traveled and supported her.
Did he at every point exhibit resentment of any kind towards Janae?
I'm sorry, resentment?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Was it actually the opposite of that?
Did she resent him?
No. Was it did he exhibit the opposite of resentment? Did he have a positive relationship with Janae?
Very positive.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Cross.
He knew that Janae was his daughter, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that on many different occasions he would constantly try and get you to reduce the amount so that way he could get better jobs in different locations and things like that?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
He would come to you and ask you to reduce the amount of child support that he owed you so he could get better jobs and get better paying jobs.
No, sir. And if I may elaborate, not asked to reduce. He asked me to have him taken off.
Okay. All right. So he asked you to take all of it away so he can get better paying jobs.
Not to get better paying jobs so that way I can get more. He felt that if I took him off of child support, then he would be able to pay me more and do more.
Okay. So he's trying to get you to do away with the child support then so he could...
And get rid of the middleman.
Okay. How much was he paying in child support to you?
I don't recall. I can give you an approximate.
That's fine.
540, 560, 580. It was in the 500s.
Okay, somewhere around $500?
Upward of 500.
Between $500 and $600, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Redirect.
Just to clarify, even after the reduction of the arrearage, he still owed you nearly $9,000 as of 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right. Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep her further? There you go. You're free to go. Call your next witness. Next witness.
It's time to defend Paul Henry Segura.
Say what?
Call the defendant Henry Segura.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have one question. I was talking to Mr. Prince right now, and I know she's got to go home. I have a question I would normally call during our rebuttal that I forgot.
Just go ahead and ask.
Yes,
Come on.
That's a question.
You can just stay there.
Okay.
Okay.
Where do you live?
I live in Cape before.
Okay, and where did you live before then?
Are you asking during the time of the, I'm trying to clarify.
How have you ever lived in Tallahassee? Let me ask you that in the past 6, 7 years.
No.
Okay, no question.
Your next witness.
It's time to call the defendant, Mr. Henry Segura.
All right. Come on up, Mr. Segura. Face the clerk to be sworn, please.
Swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Segura, can you please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Henry Segura, Henry Segura.
And you have 2 prior misdemeanors involving dishonesty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you doing for a living back in 2010?
I was a welder.
And what kind of welder were you? Were you working with a particular company or were you like an independent contractor?
I was working with different companies.
How did that work exactly? How did you get work? How did you find out where jobs were going to be at?
Mostly by word of mouth, sometimes through the internet.
Okay. And where would you go to do your welding jobs at?
Various locations from here to Washington State to Maine, Colorado, Michigan, Minnesota.
Did you hold any certifications or licenses for welding in any states?
No, sir.
How were you able or allowed to do welding jobs without any particular certification or license?
Once you get to whatever job you're going to, you have to take a drug test and you have to take a welding test. It certifies you for the job once you get there.
Okay. Is that what the all the gloves and the grease suit and the tools and all that we saw in the pictures of the back of your truck were for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were married in 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who were you married to?
Malika Segura.
Did you have any kids with Malika?
Yes.
Did you have any kids that were not by Malika?
2010, yes.
Okay. And at that point, it would have just been Janae and Javante. That was, I understand it's in some dispute, but Janae and Javante, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of your 4 children at that time was with Brandy Peters, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Brandy?
I met her at a gas station.
And how did you guys end up getting into a relationship together?
We started talking on the phone first, and one thing led to another. Well, we had a sexual encounter, and I ended up moving in with her at Swakoko Village on Holden Street.
How did that go down exactly? Because you were still married at that time, right?
Yes.
All right, so how did that transpire that you were staying with Brandy but still married to Malika?
Whenever me and my wife first moved back to Tallahassee from Sanford, Florida, she was living in Quincy with her mother. I was living in Tallahassee with my mother. Instead of me living with my mother, I was living with Brandy.
Okay. At some point during that time, did Brandy become pregnant?
Yes, sir.
And subsequent to that, Javante was born?
Yes.
I guess the twins were older than Javante, correct?
They were 2 at the time when I met her.
Okay. Did you have any kind of relationship with the twins?
Yes, sir.
And what was that relationship?
They were like my kids. You know, they called me daddy. I potty trained them. I used to bring them to daycare, fed them, cooked.
How long did that go on for? Were you staying with her and taking care of the kids?
Let's see. Until Javante was like 4 or 5 months.
Now, when you say you were staying with Brandy, were you living there with her every night, or just there a good percentage of the time?
I was there a good percentage of the time.
Okay. At some point, did there become a question about whether Javante was your son?
Yes.
And how did that come up?
Sometimes she would get mad with me and tell me, like if I wouldn't come over when I said I was coming, she would tell me that the baby was for some other guy.
Okay. At some point after you and Brandy were no longer staying together on the regular, did child support become an issue as well?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of trying to deal with that child support, did you at some point send a letter requesting that paternity investigation be conducted?
Yes.
So far as you were aware, had any collection actions been taken against you by Brandy or the Department of Revenue prior to you sending that letter?
No, sir.
After sending that letter, was there ever an occasion when you went to a Department of Revenue office?
Yes, sir.
And what was that for?
To fill the paperwork out to put myself on child support.
Your testimony is you were facilitating the process at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What exactly did you do? Do you remember what you filled out?
It was pages of paperwork. I went there twice. It was on North Monroe across from Tallahassee Mall.
What was the paperwork pertaining to?
Just filling paperwork out to pay child support so that I wouldn't have to continue to give her cash money.
Like biographical information about yourself?
Work experience, where you work at, where you live at, your monthly income, your bills, your monthly bills, and stuff like that. If you're married, not married.
Now, as of the time that you were going through those child support issues with Brandy, you were already dealing with, or had been dealing with for some time, a child support situation with Tamika, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, there was an arrearage judgment against you facilitated by Tamika, correct?
Yes.
What did you do exactly to deal with that?
Well, I went to court and had the arrears that they had me that they laid out for me to pay. I had it reduced.
How did you get it reduced?
I showed them, let me see, I think I showed them some receipts, and in the beginning, I showed them some receipts from when Janae was younger. No, that's with Brandy. When Tamika first had Janae, she had a birth certificate with Janae's last name is Brown, and she never told me Janae was mine. So when Janae was born, whenever she put me on child support, when I went to the courthouse, her last name was Brown, but Tamika changed it to Hawkins on her birth certificate. So when I told the judge about it, when he asked her about it, she verified that she did change the name, because in the beginning she told the judge that I knew that the baby was mine, and that's why I was supposed to pay arrears for the last 3 years or whatever. But when she had some other guy that was supposed to be her baby, her father, and changed the name up or something like that.
So there was some confusion for a while about who the father was.
Yeah.
Just as with this case.
Yeah.
Okay. Even after the judgment with Tamika got reduced, did it remain above $5,000 the entire time?
Oh, yes.
Did she have a tax lien against you so that any refund you got would be sent directly to her?
Yes, sir. She gets my taxes right now if I get them. Yeah.
Okay. What did you intend to do about the child support situation with Brandy after that arrearage order was entered against you?
See, with Brandy, it was different because I was at the hospital when she had the baby. I signed a birth certificate. I had receipts from clothes and helping pay bills and all that type of stuff. So I was going to bring all that stuff to court once I went to court, and that would have reduced the payment because it would have showed that I was in his life from the day he was born up until that judgment came out.
Okay. Now, what did your prior experience with paying partial child support obligation teach you about how to deal with these situations?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. In the course of dealing with the Tamika judgment, you weren't always making full child support payments, correct?
Right.
But after going to jail that first time, you never got put back in jail, correct?
Oh, right. Well, I didn't have to. Some guy I met told me that, you don't have to. If you are ordered by the court to pay $200 a month, as long as you pay $50 a month, they won't put you in jail because they see you're trying. So I wouldn't have to pay the full amount as long as I'm putting forth an effort to pay something.
Okay. Let's fast forward and talk about kind of what your relationship was with Brandy like in the year, 6 months, leading up to the time when she was murdered. What kind of relationship did you guys have at that point?
It was an off and on type relationship, sexual mostly.
Okay. How many times do you think over the course of the 6 months or so leading up to her death did you hook up with Brandy?
I'm not sure about a set amount of times, but I know sometimes when I leave to go out of town to work, I would stop at her house before I left. Sometimes when I come back in town from work, I stop at her house before I got home. And so I don't know how many times that was within a year or whatever, but it was a lot.
Was Brandy the only woman during that time period with whom you were engaging in acts of infidelity?
No, sir.
How many other women, if you know, were you cheating on Malika with?
3 in Tallahassee. I'm not sure otherwise outside of the state of Florida.
Now, when you say 3, is that women with whom you were carrying on ongoing sexual relationships?
Yes.
That doesn't count all the women who you were just kind of one-time encounters or you'd meet them somewhere and hook up afterwards. Had you ever gotten caught by Malika cheating after the death of your son Jalik a year and a half prior to Brandy's death?
Yes.
As a result of all this, but I mean in between when Jalik passed away and when you got arrested in this case, you'd never been caught by Malika, correct?
Right.
Okay. What was so, having been caught multiple times in the past, what was so significant surrounding the death of your son, Jalik, that prompted you to make Malika want to believe that you weren't going to cheat anymore?
Well, I was in Crystal River, Florida, working, at a power plant, and I had a girl with me. And Malika called me and said that I had all the family needs to get to the hospital. The doctor said that Jalik might not make it through the night. So as I'm riding back down the highway coming back this way, I said a prayer to God, and I said, you know, if you help my son to make it through the night, I won't cheat on my wife again. And I broke that promise.
And your son did make it through the night?
He did make it through the night. He made it to live actually 11 months old. And I think when he got around 8 or 9 months, I seen he was okay, and like I said, I broke that promise.
But Malika wasn't aware you hadn't been actually caught breaking that promise, correct?
No.
And in case it wasn't clear, how did Jalik pass away?
He was born premature. His lungs were not developed 100%. So when he came home, he was on a breathing machine, monitors, and taking all type of different meds and stuff.
In terms of the timeline leading up to the murders in this case, did you communicate with Brandy in the couple of weeks before the week of the murder?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those communications?
She was just trying to find out when I was going to give her some money for child support and why I haven't came by to see her and Javante and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you make any plans based on your conversations with Ms. Peters?
Yes, I told her when I got in town I would come see her.
And did you keep that promise?
No, sir.
What happened when you got in town on the 15th or thereabout?
Let's see. I think I was bringing my son to school. We stopped off at McDonald's, got him some breakfast. Brandy seen me. She sent me a text message. She cursed me out. Just all kind of crazy text messages because I didn't come like I said I would.
Were those the text messages that we saw introduced into evidence that you had forwarded to Malika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on that, did you, at some point on Wednesday the 17th, make any plans to go over to Brandy's house?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And how did that go when you went over and met with her on the 17th?
Went good. We talked. I played with Javante.
Were you able to kind of chill her out on the child support issue?
Yeah, I told her I had just got shot. I wasn't able to work like I've been working. So once I get back on my long-term type jobs, it would be no problem to start sending her some money on a regular basis.
Okay. Do you recall getting a text from Brandy the next day, Thursday the 18th, about you looking good and she would have given you some if you weren't her baby daddy, LOL?
Yes.
What did you do when you got that text?
Well, I waited a few minutes and I think I called her.
Okay. Based on the conversation you had with Brandy on Thursday, did you make any plans?
Yes, sir. We talked for a little while on the phone. I don't remember how long, but I told her I was trying to come over that day, but I think she said she had something to do, so we made plans to come by tomorrow, the next day.
Okay. On Friday the 19th then, did you have any conversations with Brandy on the phone?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have taken place?
That morning, early that morning. I called her around 11, I think.
Okay. How long did you talk to her for?
About an hour.
And what did you guys decide to do based on that conversation?
Well, I was supposed to come by her house. I told her I would come by, sometime that afternoon.
Okay. At some point, did you leave your house and head up towards her house?
Yes.
Did you make it to her house?
Yes. I went to her house. I got there around 2-ish, 2 something.
Okay. Was she there when you got there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. What did you do when you realized she wasn't home?
I called her.
All right.
See where she was at. Said she was with her mother. She told me, so I said, I'll come back. I went to my sister's house.
And where's your sister live at?
On Gill Avenue, around the corner from Brandy.
Okay. How long did you stay at Sean's, you think?
About 45 minutes, hour maybe.
Okay. Did you talk to Brandy when you were over at Sean's house?
Yes.
What, if any, plans did you make based on that conversation with Brandy?
Well, I asked her how long she going to be, what was going on. She said she was with her mother. She was going to pick the kids up from school for me to come by after that. So I left and I left my sister's house, went back to her house around 3 o'clock, I parked my truck at the church. That's where I park at when I didn't want nobody in the neighborhood to see me over there at a house that might know my wife and report seeing my truck at her house. So
Okay.
I walked down to her house. Her mother's truck was still there. So I went back to my truck. And
I didn't hear what you said there. So you park at the church so that nobody sees your truck. You have a pretty distinctive looking truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's got the spoiler on the back and all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you said you walked over to Brandy's?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you walked over to Brandy's?
Her mother still was over there.
How do you know that?
The truck was still in the yard. She has a white and brown Tahoe.
And why couldn't you go over with her mom there?
Her mother be tripping because she knew I was married and she didn't like the relationship that we and her had.
So what did you do when you realized Brandy's mom was there?
I just went back to my truck, listened to my music, and watched the video I had a TV on my in-dash CD player.
How long did you do that for?
About 30, 45 minutes, hour maybe.
Okay.
Till I seen her mother's truck leave.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I headed back towards her house. I called home, checked to see if my son made it home from school yet. I didn't get no answer, so I went on over to her house. We had sex.
What time do you think it was that you got to Brandy's house finally?
It was sometime around 5, I guess, when I went in because I called my son. He normally gets home from school around 5.
Okay. Roughly how long did it take y'all to do what you needed to do?
15, 20 minutes maybe, not long.
Okay. Were the kids inside or outside when that was taking place?
When I walked up to the house, they were across the street playing.
All right. Did you utilize any kind of prophylactic when you had sex with Brandy?
Yes, sir.
What'd you use?
I used a condom.
What'd you do with it after you guys had sex?
She flushed it in the toilet.
Okay. What about after you guys finish up? At any point, do the kids come back in the house?
Yes, she called the kids in, and Javante came in, and me and him was watching TV, and I was trying to play with him a little bit. He didn't really know me all that well. The kids, they was running in and out the house, getting stuff and going back across the street to go with the girls, the twins.
The twins.
I was trying to play with Javante, talk to him, throw him up and down, just.
What was Brandy doing during that time?
She was on the phone.
Okay. At any point when you were over there, did Brandy eat dinner?
Yes, sir.
How did that go down?
Me and Javante was in the living room. She was on the phone. One of the twins came over with a plate of food. That's all I remember. One of the girls came over with the food. Once she came over, then Javante and her went back across the street. And it was me and Brandy was sitting down in the living room, and she was eating, and we were watching TV,
hang out.
talking. Yeah.
How long after that did the kids come back?
I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes. Not long. It didn't seem like too long.
And what'd y'all do once the kids got back?
We sat there for a few more minutes, watched TV. I was talking to him. I told Brenda I had to leave. And she told me, well, about time, I got company coming anyway, nigga. Something she said, some slick remark like that, trying to be funny. And I said, oh, that's what's up. So,
about what time do you think you left at?
Let's see, I don't know, it was around, 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, somewhere around after 8 maybe.
When you left there, did you go home?
Yes, sir.
At any point that night, did you go anywhere back near Brandy's house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, the explanation you've given here today is different than what you told the cops, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you repeatedly lie to the police officers in the course of an investigation like this about your sexual relationship with Brandy and all these other women?
Because I didn't want Malika to find out, and I know I told her I wasn't going to cheat on her anymore, and I didn't think that it would lead to me being arrested for killing somebody.
That kind of brings up the call that we listened to between you and Malika once you got arrested. She says something to the effect of she's given up her life for you, and you say, well, it looks like I've given up my life for you too.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say that?
Well, it's pretty much saying, you know, if I'd have just told the police I was cheating on you, I wouldn't be in jail.
We saw in the phone records that every time you ever call Brandy from your phone that you communicate with all the women with, you star 67 her. Why is that?
She had a habit of, like, stalk calling, I guess you'd call it. She'll call, like, if I don't answer the phone, she's going to call until I answer the phone.
Okay. Why didn't you want her doing that?
Because if I'm with another female and she's calling that particular phone, then the other female will be wondering, who is that?
Why did you leave your main phone, your primary phone, at your house when you went over to Brandy's house on the 19th to hook up with her, but not on the 17th?
If I'm not mistaken, I left it both times.
Okay. Why did you leave it?
The reason I left it was because Malika, she had a way of, anytime I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, she knew about it. She could, I got an email address, she can get in my email address, she get in my Facebook account. I don't care what I did, she found out about it. So I just left the phone there and took the phone that she didn't know about.
Okay. What about the deleted texts? Why did you delete texts from Brandy?
I didn't need them no more. Wasn't trying to, you know, I didn't want to see them, and I didn't want Malika to see them because it was in my phone that Malika be going through sometimes.
Okay.
It was some text in there that I didn't want Malika to see.
All right. Now, we saw a text about getting rid of the car. Can you tell the jury, despite the lack of physical evidence having anything to do with this case, why you wanted your buddy to get rid of that Monte Carlo?
That don't really have anything to do with this case, though.
I know, but why specifically did you not want the police poking around that Monte Carlo?
Because it was stolen.
Okay. When and where was it stolen from?
I don't remember what year, but it was stolen from Crystal River.
Yeah. Okay. What was your intent?
Not Crystal River, but Homosassa, I think.
What was your intent for the Monte Carlo?
Restore it, fix it up, and drive it, maybe sell it. I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to do with it.
Okay. And to this day, the actual VIN number for that, you replaced the VIN plate on the dash, right?
Well, I didn't, but someone did, yes.
Okay. The actual VIN, though, is still stamped on the engine block, correct?
Well, I replaced the VIN in dash. It was changed. It was swapped out. The VIN, original VIN, it still got stickers on the car. Like, you know, it'll show you that the original VIN number is still, you know, it's opposite from the one that's in the dash.
So if anybody ran that VIN, it would to this day come back stolen.
Yes.
I want to talk about the revolver that both your friend, Mr. Moore, and your friend, Mr. Thornton, saw you with back around July sometime. Did you have a revolver back around July?
It wasn't a revolver in July, but I had a gun in July.
Okay. And what ended up happening to that gun? Tell us the whole deal about how you got rid of that gun. What all happened?
I was working in Alabama. My cousin called me. He was in Long Beach, Mississippi. He called me and said he had some issues with some guys. Wanted to know if I can come by and, you know, have his back. Since I was like an hour or 2 hours away, I said, yeah, sure. So I rode over there. One thing turned to another. It turned into a shootout. That's when I had got shot.
So what you told the police about getting robbed and all that was not accurate?
No.
Okay. You didn't want to tell them you'd been in a shootout? Okay. What happened to the gun that you had after that shootout?
My cousin took it back with him.
Okay. Now, the injury that you suffered in that shootout, you actually got shot in the stomach, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's why in the picture we see that big, like 8 or 9 inch incision on your stomach. Had you had intestinal surgery?
Well, they went in and they had to search for the bullet because they didn't have time to do x-rays, and they found a bullet down in my groin. So it was, you know, they had, I don't know how many staples, but they stapled my stomach back up.
Okay. Did you have to miss work as a result of that?
Yes.
Now, in late November, around the time these murders occurred, were you back to full duty at work, or were you still restricted activity, restricted ability to do your job?
No, sir. I was still on light duty.
Okay. What was your pant size back in, I know this was like 7 years ago now, but what was your waist size back in 2010?
Like 34, 36, I believe.
Okay.
36, 38, one or two.
And are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm left-handed.
We heard testimony about you going over to Adam Thornton's house the day after the murder. Did that happen?
Yes.
What were you guys doing over there?
Just hanging out. Shot the boy an arrow. Showed me where his hunting stands was. We hung a red line for his dog to run back and forth. Throw the football.
When you were shooting bow and arrow and all that, were you having to retrieve some of the arrows?
Yes.
Where were the arrows going?
Well, he had like this big old hay, like a big hay bale, and he had like something in front of it with X's on it, and that was the target. And like right behind it was the little bushes or woods or whatever.
Okay.
With a fence.
Did you have to go into the bushes to get arrows on a variety of occasions while you were over there?
I didn't jump across the
Did you have
fence,
to reach in there?
I reached in there, yeah.
Okay. Is that where you got those little tiny scratches that we see in the pictures?
Yes.
Okay. What about the older wounds on your hands? You said you had been doing some welding still, even though you were on late duty. Are those burns from welding and working with fire and all that at your job?
Like, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember. Like, it could have been a burn. It could have been me hitting my knuckle up on something, but 9 times out of 10 was a burn. I got burns like all over my hands, my arms.
You've heard the suggestion that you killed Brandy and her 3 children.
Yes.
Is it in you to kill anybody, let alone 3 children, including one of your own?
Heavens no. Especially not the twins. They were like my kids as well as more than Javante, actually. I raised them more than I did Javante.
I have no further questions for the witnesses at this time.
Cross.
A couple things I want to ask you about, obviously. On the day of the homicide we're talking about, so let's talk about the 19th of November. You said you went over to Brandy's house and she wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And you hung out there for how long?
I didn't hang out initially. I went back to my sister's house. And, well, first I called her and she told me she wasn't home. So I went back to my sister's house.
Her, your sister, or her, Brandy? I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Her, your sister, or her, Brandy? I'm sorry. Which one did you call?
I called Brandy.
Okay.
She told me she wasn't there.
Okay.
Well, she told me where she was. So that's when I went back to my sister's house.
Okay. Back to your sister's house? Had you already been there once?
No, I went to my sister's house.
Okay. And how long were you at your sister's house?
Maybe an hour, maybe 30, 45 minutes, maybe.
Okay. And then you went back to Brandy's house?
I called her first from my sister's house, and she said that she was with her mother. She was getting the kids. She told me to come by after she got the kids.
All right. So you called Brandy from your sister's house? And she said to come on by?
Yes.
And if I understood you correctly, you then drove by. We saw on the map that there are 2 different entrances to Brandy's neighborhood. Did you come in that south entrance off Tram Road?
No, sir. In front of Fairview.
In front of where?
Fairview, up Zyla Street.
Okay, so you would have gone up to the northern entrance where
Yes.
the church is and everything?
Yes,
Okay. And what happened next?
I pulled into the parking lot. I got out. I walked down to the corner. I seen her mother's truck in the yard. So I went back to my truck.
Let's talk about, let's stop there real quick. When you say you walked down, how did you walk down? I mean, I understand you walked, but I mean, what direction did you go? Did you come down the street? Did you go through the woods?
No, down the street. I walked down the street. I think it was a sidewalk right there. You walk down the sidewalk, seen her mother's truck in the yard on the corner, from the corner, turned around at the corner, went back to the parking lot, got in my truck, turned my radio on, was listening to, I had it's like a BET video, but it was playing music through the speakers, but you can actually see the video while you listen to the music. So that's what I was doing.
Okay. Talk about her mom's truck. She had a SUV. So what did you say it was?
A Tahoe.
Okay, and it's white and brown?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw that. You go back to the church, and you're sitting in your truck. What happened next?
I seen her mother leave. Once I seen her mother's truck go up the hill, I get out of my truck. I walk back down the sidewalk, make a left turn to go to her house. I cut through her neighbor's front yard, and I walk in the house.
Okay. Did you call her again before you went back to her house at that point?
No, I called, well, when I got out of my truck, I called my son to see if he was home, to see if he had got home from school yet. Brandy already knew what the deal was because I talked to her from my sister's house, and she told me I'm with my mother, gonna pick the twins up, come by the house after I get the girls. She normally get the girls around 2:45, 3 o'clock, so something like that.
Okay. But you called and said, is my son home? Did I understand that correctly?
Right. When I called, no one answered the phone.
Okay. All right. And then you went in. Were the kids there whenever you first went in?
No, sir. They were across the street. I seen them off to my right, across the street.
Okay. Did they see you?
I don't think so. They didn't speak. I didn't speak. We didn't acknowledge each other.
And they weren't playing out in the yard or anything like that?
They was not in the front yard, but they were like on the side of the house, so to speak, in between the house.
Okay. And as you're walking up, you're passing the kids and they didn't see you?
No.
Or your son didn't see you and say, Daddy, or anything like that? Or the girls that you previously lived with didn't see you and say, hey, Daddy, or any of that stuff?
No.
Okay. And you got in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then y'all start having sex?
Yes.
And she flushed the condom down the toilet?
Well, I don't know if she flushed it or not, but she took it off of me.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just asking. The kids come home?
Yes.
Okay. And how long after y'all were done did the kids come home?
Well, she actually called them to come over there.
She called them to come over?
Yeah, she just stuck her head out the door and called them to come home.
All right, so she yells out the door, come on home?
Yeah.
And they came home?
Yes.
All right. Is that when they brought the food over? Or
no,
was
sir.
it later?
No, sir. It was later. She called them. The girls went in. They got something. They went back out to play, and Javante stayed in, and I was trying to interact with him.
Okay. So you're trying to interact with them?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Like I say, I wasn't really in his life like I should have been, so we didn't really have that father-son type relationship.
Let me back up a little bit. At some point you lived with Brandy and the girls, right?
Yes.
And how long was that?
Like what year?
No. How long did you live with them?
Oh, probably about almost a year, probably 8, 9 months, maybe.
Kind of get close with the girls at that point?
Yes.
In fact, I think you already said they called you Daddy.
Yes.
All right. And that was before Javante was born, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it was probably when Javante was conceived and he ended up being born?
Yes, sir.
Come back up. You talked a little bit about your cars you had. You said the Monte Carlo that was stolen.
Yes.
All right. You had your truck.
Yes.
You have any other cars?
Yes.
What else you have?
I had it was a 62, 63. I had a 63 Impala.
Cool car.
Yeah.
Where'd you keep that one?
In the front yard, on my driveway.
So that was at your house too?
Sir?
That was at your house too?
Yes.
Okay. As I understand it, the reason you just told law enforcement you weren't over there because you didn't want Malika to find out about Brandy, right?
Yes. Well, I didn't want her to find out about me cheating on her, period. Okay. Not just it being Brandy. She already knew about Brandy. She didn't know me and Brandy was still having sexual relations.
Okay. When you were over there on Wednesday, did Malika know about that one?
Yes, she did.
Okay, what did you tell her on that occasion?
That, you know, Brandy called me tripping, sending crazy text message, which actually I sent her the text message. And I told her I'm going to go over there, try to smooth it out with her, you know, talk to her, let her know I'm going to give her some money when I get it.
Okay.
So it don't be no issues.
Let's talk about the shootout you're involved in Alabama, Mississippi. Where was it?
It was in Long Beach, Mississippi.
Long Beach, Mississippi. You said you were there with your cousin?
Yes.
What happened?
I was actually working in Alabama. I think I was in Bruton, Alabama. And he called me and he said that he was having an issue with someone and was wanting to know if I could have his back, make sure nothing happened to him. So I was like a couple of hours from Mississippi, so I drove down there.
Okay. And you drove down to get his back in the whatever situation was going on, and you ended up in a shootout.
Yes, sir.
They're shooting at you, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Y'all shooting back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a little about the child support you were playing with about your daughter. You were traveling out of state from location to location, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were doing that because you didn't want your wages garnished, correct?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that part of the reason why is because, one, you knew you were getting your wages garnished in the state of Florida?
No, sir. That's not why.
That's not true at all?
No, sir.
You were getting paid under the table, so you wouldn't have any wages garnished, correct?
Not at that particular time.
Okay. You weren't making it easy on her to get your payments, were you?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Segura, you've had an opportunity to sit here in the course of the trial and listen to all the testimony throughout the whole trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity, obviously, in the 6 years leading up to this to review all the evidence out there against you, right?
I guess I could have, yes, sir.
You're well aware of the evidence that's against you. You've already said that if you just told law enforcement you were over there, that you wouldn't be here today, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know the criticalness of these cell phones and the information contained therein about this case, right?
I know that if I wouldn't lie to the police about where I was, they would have seen my cell phone record and seen me telling the truth, and I wouldn't be here today.
And isn't it true that back in that interview, you told law enforcement officers to check your cell phone, didn't you?
I don't recall. I may have.
You weren't here for that clip that we played in front of the jury?
Yeah, I think I was here like the last 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I understand. Did you not pay attention to whenever your screen was up there and you said, go check my cell phone, when they were asking you how they're going to verify you were at home?
Yes, I said it. I don't remember, but yeah, I guess it was.
So you told law enforcement, hey, check my cell phone, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yet you never told law enforcement officers which cell phone to check, did you? You didn't tell them about the 408 number, did you?
No, I never told them about that. No, I never told them about that.
You never told them about that one, right?
No, sir.
You set up where your 509 number was at your house, and you told them to check that phone number because that would say you're at your house, just like you told them, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about that 63 Impala. Remember that second video you had on the 30th? Right? Sound about right on dates?
Yeah, I remember that.
Isn't it true that whenever you were doing that interview, law enforcement were actually at your house serving a search warrant?
Yes.
And isn't it true on that time and that date, that 63 Impala was gone, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Wasn't there when they served the search warrant?
Yes, it was. You actually entered evidence with pictures of the Impala. Yeah, you took pictures of the Impala. It's in your evidence. I seen that last week.
So in Monte Carlo, saw your truck.
Yeah, I seen the Impala. I know what it looked like. It's my car.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that first interview. You were told, if I remember correctly, you got a phone call from Pint telling you about Brandy.
Yes.
Okay. And she told you about Javante, and she told you that your son wasn't found in the house. She thinks that he may be with the other guy saying he's a daddy or some junk like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was earlier in that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she told you that your son was either missing or dead, right?
Yes, sir. Well, she said he was. She said that she heard that they couldn't find him. Is what she said. She said people saying they thought that he was with the guy Caleb.
Okay. And she also tells you those two little girls that you spent a year with that called you daddy were also dead, right?
Yes. And Brandy.
And Brandy.
Yes.
Yet you never made a phone call to Brandy. You never made a phone call to law enforcement. You never made a phone call to anybody to check on that situation, did you?
What could I do about the situation?
Find out if your son was dead or whether he was with somebody else.
Well, when she told me that she wasn't sure if he was dead or not, that was over the phone. When I called her to make an appointment to get my son's hair braided. Once I went to her house to get my son's hair braided, she then told me that, they found Javante. He was in the house. He died too.
So if I understand you correctly, you're being told by this lady that your son may be dead or missing, and that these girls that you lived with for a year are dead, and Brandy's dead, who you had just slept with the day before. And you decided the best course of action then was not to tell law enforcement, not to call anybody, but then just go ahead and take your son over to get his hair braided.
Well, actually, I don't know what to say about law enforcement. I wouldn't be here today if it wouldn't be for law enforcement doing the job how they're supposed to do it. So I don't know what help I was going to be able to be to law enforcement about finding someone who killed my son and his sisters and mother.
Never asked law enforcement during that interview. You asked about how your son died, right?
Excuse me?
During that interview, you asked how your son had died,
yes.
Right? Never asked how the girls died, did you?
No.
You already knew that one, right?
No, I just wanted to know how my son died.
Going back, I've been able to listen to this entire trial, review your entire statements, review the evidence against you. And that first interview, you actually went on a big, long, drawn-out story about how you came home after dropping the kids off, told law enforcement you were at the house, right?
I don't recall that. I may have, I guess. I don't remember that.
Told law enforcement that you came home after dropping the kids off at school. You came home to listen to Steve Harvey.
Yeah, I remember that.
Worked all day in the cars. You were there all day. You fell asleep watching the 7 Years in Tibet. Around 10 o'clock, the kids fell asleep with you. All that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of that was true, was it?
Everything was true up until the part where I was at Brandy's house.
Okay. What about the fact at 10 o'clock when you were talking to Natasha and passing Publix?
Well, I wasn't passing Publix, actually.
Where were you passing?
I was going to that first gas station, like where the roads cross at Crawfordville and Highway 61, I think it is. Yeah, I went down there. I was finna go to that gas station to get me a Mountain Dew, but I didn't have no cash on me, so I turned around. I didn't even get to the gas station.
So when Mr. Prince asked you, 5-10 minutes ago, whether or not you had ever left your house again after returning from Brandy's house, and you told him, no, I didn't, that was untruthful as well, was it not?
Well, he didn't ask me that. He asked me, have I ever left the house that night and went back by Brandy's house.
And you just happened to tell Natasha you were passing Publix, and she got that wrong?
No, I didn't say I was passing Publix. I said I'm down here by Publix. I'm almost home.
Which Publix?
The Publix that's almost home by my house. It's the Publix. It's
the one out there on Capitol Circle and Crawfordville Highway?
Right.
Okay.
That's the biggest landmark close to my house, the Publix.
All right. Turning to that second interview you had, you told law enforcement that the last time you had sex with Brandy was over a year ago, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, they asked you again later on, maybe that Brandy was calling you because she wanted to rekindle the relationship a little bit. And you said, nope, I saw no signs she wanted to rekindle the relationship. All All I was there for was to hang out with Javante, right?
They also asked me if I had sex. I was in a relationship with Natasha. I told them no, I wasn't, because I didn't want my wife to find out anything about any of that stuff.
They even confronted you again with the fact that something was going on. That you and Brandy had something going on. And you said no.
We did have something going on, but I didn't feel like it was their business. You know, we was having sex. It didn't have
You're
anything
investigating
to do.
the murder of her and
exactly,
your son
a
and
murder.
your daughters.
Yes, exactly. That has nothing to do with me having sex with someone. My sexual life doesn't have anything to do with someone getting killed.
Your sexual life the day of the murders has got nothing to do with the investigation of the murder?
I didn't see it had anything to do with it at that time. No, I didn't.
Okay. Yet through all of that, you really didn't have a problem telling him that you went over there on Wednesday, did you?
No, sir. We didn't have sex
that day, didn't you?
Yeah. I wasn't there but a few minutes that day.
Okay. Not a problem admitting you were over there on Wednesday. You just had a problem admitting you were there the day of the murder. Right?
I had a problem admitting I was over there when I know we was having sex, and I was there hanging out with her and the kids for a couple of hours.
Why wouldn't you tell me you were hanging out with your kid then? I was over on Friday, I was hanging out with my kid. You didn't tell him that, did you?
I didn't want my wife to know I was over there.
Well, your wife certainly knew you weren't home. We saw those texts. She was already on to you there, buddy.
Yeah. She's been on to me a lot, but that doesn't mean she knew what I was doing.
In fact, you told law enforcement officers that you actually received a text from Brandy on the Friday, right?
Yes, she did, yeah.
Okay. And when they asked you what it said, you said, it said, "What's up?" Right?
What's up? Why you hung up on me or something like that, yeah.
I thought we told law enforcement.
Yeah. I don't remember what I told law enforcement, but...
And what you told law enforcement was that you didn't talk to Brandy at all on that Friday except for that one text.
Well, I actually talked to her like all day. We talked on the phone all day. How could I kill somebody if I'm talking to her all day?
Because they make you angry. They say things to you like, "I'm going to throw you in jail."
No, I was
You're
not worried
talking to
about
her all
going to
day
jail.
trying to get her to do away with the child support issues because you want to go to Afghanistan so you can earn 6 figures. And she won't do away with the child support issues on this kid that you don't even believe is yours. And you got angry.
It's nothing she could have done that made me angry enough to kill my son and them twins.
So if you didn't believe it was your son?
Well, that's what they make DNA tests for.
True. And in fact, you were trying to get that DNA test done so you could get out of that child support. Another way you're trying to get out of the child
So
support.
why would I kill her and my kids before getting the results of that test?
Because of law enforcement, because the state of Florida wouldn't do the DNA test for you like they did with your other daughter.
I just had to pay $300.
Which you couldn't afford, could you?
Yes, I could have afforded it. I just wasn't home at the time. You
Well,
notice
according to that receipt that said you only had $190 left in your account.
You talking about the one where I withdrew like $1,400 or $1,700?
And only had $190,000 left? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ask or wonder what I did with the cash?
Huh? In fact, you had still, through all of this, you still denied going to her house. And in fact, you were asked over 23 times in the second interview about it. And every single time, you said you didn't talk to her and you didn't go to her house. 23 times. Right?
That's correct.
Isn't it true, Mr. Segura, that you just told Mr. Prince that you didn't have it in you to kill anybody, especially your son?
No.
Is that what you said?
Sir? Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
But that's not true either, is it?
Yes, it is true.
Didn't you just tell these jurors that you got in a shootout in Mississippi with a gunfire and you got shot and you were shooting back at somebody?
Yeah, well, I didn't say I was shooting back at someone, but there was return gunfire. And I do own a pistol. Like at that time, I owned a pistol.
And you're saying that when you're in a shootout with someone, returning fire with your pistol, you don't have it in you to kill somebody?
well, you know, if certain circumstances, you know, if someone was trying to take my life, and I feel obliged to try and protect myself. But at that particular time,
you went there with your cousin for that purpose, didn't you, in that situation?
no.
No further questions. Hold on.
Further, Mr. Chief?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect,
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar.
We are listening to explosive testimony in the Henry Segura trial. This is Aaron Keller with you for the afternoon hours here on the LawNewz Network. The defendant taking the stand right now. They're in the middle of a process where jurors can ask questions of this defendant who's facing 4 first-degree murder charges for the deaths of his girlfriend, her twin daughters aged 6, and his son with his girlfriend, Javante Segura, age 3. This defendant is facing the death penalty, and he has taken the stand in his own defense to try to explain why he lied to the police in the course of the investigation. He says that he was lying to the police about visiting and having sex with the victim because he didn't want his wife to find out. But he's also talked on the stand about possessing a stolen vehicle. And just at the end of that cross-examination, we heard the state hammer this defendant about being in a shootout, asking him, well, if you're in a shootout, don't you have it in you to kill someone? And the defendant tried to backpedal. This defendant has an answer in response to almost every single thing that the state has tried to shove at him. He has had an answer to shoot right back at the state. And he said, well, I was in a shootout, but I didn't return gunfire. I just had a weapon I was being shot at, and other people were returning gunfire. So just an incredible direct examination, an incredible cross-examination here. Right now, the jurors are lining up questions that they're going to have for this defendant, because in Florida, jurors can ask questions of witnesses, and in this case, that's what's happening. We did not see an extreme amount of attempts here by the state to try to corner this witness into prior bad acts beyond the things that he admitted to on the stand, though. So an interesting element there, that the state may have been able to wing a lot more negativity at him than they ultimately wound up doing. So again, we were surprised here at the LawNewz Network to see this defendant taking the stand, but ultimately they really had to go that direction to try to get things squared away here, because otherwise the defense was going to have a very hard time trying to explain to the jury exactly why he said one thing to the police when it turned out he had done another. And ultimately that's what happened. In a second here, let's listen in. I think we're getting some questions.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Let the jury step out. You going to have further testimony, Mr. Prince?
I do, but not today. The remaining witnesses will take probably 10 minutes each. They're being brought down here from Georgia. Material witness warrants were signed by a Georgia judge, and once those were signed, the witnesses have become compliant, so they'll be here Monday morning to testify.
You don't have anything further to present?
No, Your Honor. He would have been the end of the defense case, but we were able to get those 2 witnesses. Like I say, they'll both be very short.
Well, I guess you don't have we had agreed you didn't need to have your rebuttal witnesses till Monday morning anyway, so.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So we're not going to all of a sudden Monday come up with a bunch of new witnesses, Mr. Prince.
No,
if you want to call anybody else, call them now.
There's no one else, Your Honor, just those two witnesses.
Okay, and they're both going to be brief.
It's yes, sir. It's Leon and Dahana Scott. I can't imagine either one of their testimony taking more than 5 to 10 minutes for direct.
These are the ones that were neighbors with the barking dog. That
Yes, sir.
situation.
These are the ones that we did the proffer on. We saw the SUV and all that.
How much do you believe you're going to have, Mr. Hughes?
Anticipation at this point, Your Honor, is probably 3 to 4 witnesses. Relatively brief. Mr. McElfresh will be the longest one. Your court's heard his testimony. Even with, if I start at 10, I would still suspect that I can probably be close to being done by lunch or a little bit of a late lunch.
Well, let's talk about how we want to proceed. I want to go ahead and kind of give the jury an idea of how we're going to proceed. What's y'all's preference?
Your Honor, my preference is to move into closing arguments on Monday. The only concern I've got is that I understand that jurors, as well as I'm sure people here in the courtroom, myself excluded, have children that are starting the first day of school, and I know we've already had the issue arise regarding jurors wanting to be there when they drop their kids off. I can't imagine as a parent they wouldn't want to be there when the kids got home. If we do start doing closing arguments on on Monday, I would anticipate that that's obviously going to be a much, much longer day, and then we get into whether or not we're releasing him or not. Those are my concerns. I don't know that I have an answer.
Well, the other issue is once they start deliberating, we have to sequester them unless there's a waiver of that.
Yes.
Is it, do y'all want to waive the sequestration part of it or not?
I could have a moment to discuss.
Yep.
Your Honor, after discussing with Mr. Prince, I think you talked to his counsel, there's concerns about splitting up the different closings because obviously the state has the first and last.
Who does?
State has first and last.
Right.
Yes, sir. And I have concerns about splitting that aspect up and sending them home in the middle of it. I think the preference of both myself, my
Under
counsel,
what circumstance would we do that?
If we're trying to cut it off where they can go home and see their kids and we just don't fit it into Monday, was my concern.
I mean, if we start closing on Monday, we're going to do all the closings. We're going to go to deliberations. We're going to instruct to go to deliberations. That's why I'm asking whether there's going to be a waiver or not.
Yes, I think we'd both prefer to just start closing Tuesday, both do closing Tuesday, and then.
Well, let me just say this, the only other issue we better think about is we've told this jury 3 weeks. We get beyond 3 weeks, we've got some jurors that got problems because they've told us about things that occurred after that 3 weeks. If we do Tuesday closing and instruction and deliberation, if we don't get a verdict till Wednesday or even Tuesday night, so we're starting the penalty phase on Thursday, we're going to have 2 days. That's what we're going to have, because once we get beyond that 3-week time, we're going to have a problem with this jury. I mean, I've asked your opinion and I want your opinion, but let's think it all the way through, because I'm afraid we're going to have some jurors drop out on us if we go beyond the 3-week time frame we've talked about.
Mr. Cummings is indicating he doesn't think the defense mitigation presentation would take more than a day.
It should take less than a day. We whittle down our witnesses just like the state has tried to do in the trial.
Your Honor, my suggestion, for what it's worth, of course, is, and I know your court asked for it, is that we do jury instructions, because I know the courts typically, and assuming that it's still going to do what they normally do, where jury instructions are read prior to actually doing the arguments. Go ahead and read the instructions on Monday or prompt conclusion, because those are lengthy in a homicide trial, or can be relatively lengthy. And then Tuesday morning, we do closings all the way through, and then the state does not want to waive sequester.
Well, if we do that, we will need to start the penalty phase on Thursday, whether we get a verdict on Tuesday or Wednesday. So, I mean, I've told y'all I was going to give you a day in between, but that's not going to allow for that to occur.
And that's
so,
fine, Judge. We can make arrangements for everybody to be here Wednesday and ready to go Thursday, and if they have to wait, they have to wait.
And from the state point of view, and I think we could work it with the defense and the jail if Dr. Pritchard is entitled to an evaluation of the defendant. That can be arranged in the evening hours if we want to handle it that way. So he would be ready to testify in case we need to call him. So that would be the only thing that we would need to make a accommodation for the state, is to have him given that opportunity. But like I said, otherwise, I don't anticipate the state's case in chief on penalty phase being too terribly long because of the evidence presented during the guilt phase.
I would really suspect you're not going to have anything, are you? Do you have any prior felonies on him?
No, it's just, would do a quick review. I would take a look to see if there is any possible witness, and if it is, it would be maybe an hour or two at the very most. But I don't really, at this stage, I really don't anticipate.
Probably more. You're just talking about perhaps some rebuttal with Dr. Leland.
Yeah, Dr.
But anyway, I just want to be clear. So I'm trying to think it all the way through so we can stay. We would have to finish the testimony on Thursday.
Yes.
That shouldn't be any problem.
Okay. I'm not going to split out the jury instructions from the closing. It doesn't. The jury instructions aren't any longer than in this than they are in any other case. I mean, that has a. In fact, they're shorter than some I've had with complicated charges. But I think they need the instructions to be done simultaneous with the closing argument. How long is the state thinking they're going to take in closing?
Still working on it, but I would anticipate it's probably going to be an hour. Actually, it'd probably be more along the lines of 30 to 45 minutes for the first one, and then probably the same amount for the second one. Go ahead.
So you need to get done before the jury gets done, as Judge Hall used to say. So,
Yes, that's always a challenge, Your Honor.
what are you thinking, Mr. Prince?
Probably an hour, perhaps less.
But, Your Honor, I mean, I think we could do them on Monday, but then we end up with a sequester and the kids and things like that. So that was my only concern there.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so tell the jury that we're going to break for the day. We're going to start 9:30 Monday morning. We have 2 brief defense witnesses. Have a couple hours of state rebuttal. We should be done with the testimony by late lunchtime on Monday. We will break at that point in time. We'll start back on Tuesday morning with instructions and closing. I don't know whether I need to get into it with them now, but remind me to tell them on Monday. I don't think I'm going to tell them now. Get them too fired up, but that when they come back on Tuesday, they need to bring a change of clothes, that they might be in a motel overnight. Bailiff's unit will be working on getting accommodations for Tuesday night, and we will, if there is a need for a penalty phase, we will start that Thursday morning, regardless of whether we get a verdict on Tuesday or Wednesday, and so that we can conclude it on Friday. I know things happen, but that would be pretty well my plan. Anybody have an issue with that?
Nothing from State, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I want to go ahead and tell the jury that. Y'all have a problem with me laying that out to the jury?
No problem.
I think it's just good to give them a heads up of what to expect.
No issues from State, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's have a jury in, please.
You ready for it?
All right, everybody be seated, please. All right, I've been kind of hammering out a schedule with the attorneys. We're going to break with y'all at this point in time. I need to meet with the attorneys, and we're working on jury instructions, and we don't need you sitting here while we're doing that. The defense indicates that they have 2 brief witnesses that they could not get here today. Will be here Monday morning, very briefly, and then they will be resting. The state's going to have a couple hours of rebuttal testimony. So Monday, again, we'll probably have another short day, and I know y'all think, well, let's, if we do it all at once, you get it done, but the thing is, once you start deliberating, we have to sequester you until we get a verdict. So if Monday afternoon we go into closing and instructions, that's about 3 hours or so. So it'll be 4:30 or 5 before you got the case. And I don't like to keep juries late. That's when they tend to get upset with each other, and then you don't get a verdict at all. So what we'll be doing, and I'm just kind of laying this all out so you kind of know what to expect. We'll be done by probably a late lunch on Monday. We'll break Monday afternoon. We'll come back Tuesday morning, have instructions and closing argument. and you should have the case by lunchtime on Tuesday for deliberations. Once we start deliberating, as I said, you're going to stay till we have a verdict, or we sequester you overnight. So that's where we stand schedule-wise. I know we've agreed we're going to start at 9:30 on Monday. So that's kind of the outline of where we stand and why we're trying to do it. I know, I know maybe you'd wish we'd just kind of have it all going, but sometimes it doesn't work that way. And at least y'all aren't sitting back there in the jury room watching the walls. Anyway, anybody have questions of the schedule? Anybody have issues? So we're going to start back Monday morning at 9:30. Same parking arrangement. Don't watch any media. Don't talk to anybody about the case. We've come this far. Let's not mess it up at this point in time. Anybody have any issues we need to deal with? All right. All right. We'll see you Monday morning at 9:30. Anybody have a problem with what I've told the jury?
No, you're not.
So.
Okay, folks, welcome back to the LawNewz Network. We just heard the schedule from the judge on where things are going to go for the remainder of the Henry Segura trial out of Tallahassee, Florida. They're going to start a little bit later on Monday because apparently that's the day that school starts in Florida, and a lot of jurors and some court personnel, from what I believe I've heard over the last couple of days, just want to make sure they get their kids to school without any issue Monday morning. So they're going to start at 9:30 in the morning on, we're going to start a little bit late on Monday morning at 9:30. The state has a few rebuttal witnesses, but they're planning to have a short day, coming back at about lunchtime and wrapping up around lunchtime. Then they're going to send the jury home with closing arguments on Tuesday and then jury instructions. They'll probably break around lunchtime on Tuesday. And at that point, they're going to be sequestered. So this is a sequestered jury once they begin deliberations. They're not sequestered now, obviously. And assuming a verdict comes back relatively quickly, the judge said he wants to go right into the penalty phase of the trial on Thursday if he needs to. So that's where things are going to go in the Henry Segura case. The judge really wants to keep this on a tight calendar, and that has not changed as we go into this particular phase of the trial. So things are starting to wind down, though. An incredible afternoon with the defendant himself taking the stand in his own defense, trying to explain away why he had lied to the police. And he said it all surrounds whether or not he thought his wife would find out about his various extramarital affairs. He says it's why he had more than one phone. He said it's why his movements that day were a bit strange. So we want to kick off the afternoon before we bring our afternoon guests in by going back in detail over the testimony of the defendant himself, the man who is on trial for his life, Henry Segura, on 4 counts of first-degree murder.
Mr. Segura, can you please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Henry Segura, Henry Segura.
And you have 2 prior misdemeanors involving dishonesty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you doing for a living back in 2010?
I was a welder.
And what kind of welder were you? Were you working with a particular company, or were you like an independent contractor?
I was working with different companies.
How did that work exactly? How did you get work? How did you find out where jobs were going to be at?
Mostly by word of mouth, sometimes through the internet.
Okay. And where would you go to do your welding jobs at?
Various locations from here to Washington State to Maine, Colorado, Michigan, Minnesota.
Did you hold any certifications or licenses for welding in any states?
No, sir.
How were you able or allowed to do welding jobs without any particular certification or license?
Once you get to whatever job you're going to, you have to take a drug test and you have to take a welding test. It certifies you for the job once you get there.
Okay. Is that what the all the gloves and the grease suit and the tools and all that we saw in the pictures of the back of your truck were for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were married in 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who were you married to?
Malika Segura.
Did you have any kids with Malika?
Yes.
Did you have any kids that were not by Malika?
2010, yes.
Okay. And at that point, it would have just been Janae and Javante. That was, I understand it's in some dispute, but Janae and Javante, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of your 4 children at that time was with Brandy Peters, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Brandy?
I met her at a gas station.
And how did you guys end up getting into a relationship together?
We started talking on the phone first, and one thing led to another. Well, we had a sexual encounter, and I ended up moving in with her at Swakoko Village on Holden Street.
How did that go down exactly? Because you were still married at that time, right?
Yes.
All right, so how did that transpire that you were staying with Brandy but still married to Malika?
Whenever me and my wife first moved back to Tallahassee from Sanford, Florida, she was living in Quincy with her mother. I was living in Tallahassee with my mother. Instead of me living with my mother, I was living with Brandy.
Okay. At some point during that time, did Brandy become pregnant?
Yes, sir.
And subsequent to that, Javante was born?
Yes.
I guess the twins were older than Javante, correct?
They were 2 at the time when I met her.
Okay. Did you have any kind of relationship with the twins?
Yes, sir.
And what was that relationship?
They were like my kids. They called me daddy. I potty trained them. I used to bring them to daycare, fed them, cooked them.
How long did that go on for? Were you staying with her and taking care of the kids?
Let's see. I could tell Javante was like 4 or 5 months.
Now, when you say you were staying with Brandy, were you living there with her every night, or just there a good percentage of the time?
I was there a good percentage of the time.
Okay. At some point, did there become a question about whether Javante was your son?
Yes.
And how did that come up?
Sometimes she would get mad with me and tell me, like if I wouldn't come over when I said I was coming, she would tell me that the baby was for some other guy.
Okay. At some point after you and Brandy were no longer staying together on the regular, did child support become an issue as well?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of trying to deal with that child support, did you at some point send a letter requesting that paternity investigation be conducted?
Yes.
So far as you were aware, had any collection actions been taken against you by Brandy or the Department of Revenue prior to you sending that letter?
No, sir.
After sending that letter, was there ever an occasion when you went to a Department of Revenue office?
Yes, sir.
And what was that for?
To fill the paperwork out to put myself on child support.
Your testimony is you were facilitating the process at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What exactly did you do? Do you remember what you filled out?
It was pages of paperwork. I went there twice. It was on North Monroe across from Tallahassee Mall.
What was the paperwork pertaining to?
Just filling paperwork out to pay child support so that I wouldn't have to continue to give her cash money.
Like biographical information about yourself?
Work experience, where you work at, where you live at, your monthly income, your bills, your monthly bills, and stuff like that. If you're married, not married.
Now, as of the time that you were going through those child support issues with Brandy, you were already dealing with, or had been dealing with for some time, a child support situation with Tamika, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, there was an arrearage judgment against you facilitated by Tamika, correct?
Yes.
What did you do exactly to deal with that?
Well, I went to court and had the arrears that they had me that they laid out for me to pay. I had it reduced.
How did you get it reduced?
I showed them. Let me see. I think I showed them some receipts, and in the beginning, Tamika I showed them some receipts from when Janae was younger. No, that's with Brandy. When Tamika first had Janae, she had a birth certificate with Janae's last name is Brown, and she never told me Janae was mine. So when Janae was born, whenever she put me on child support, when I went to the courthouse, her last name was Brown, but Tamika changed it to Hawkins on her birth certificate. So when I told the judge about it, when he asked her about it, she verified that she did change the name, because in the beginning she told the judge that I knew the baby was mine, and that's why I was supposed to pay arrears for the last 3 years or whatever. But when she had some other guy that was supposed to be her baby, her father, and changed the name up or something like that.
So there was some confusion for a while about who the father was.
Yeah.
Just as with this case.
Yeah.
Okay. Even after the judgment with Tamika got reduced, did it remain above $5,000 the entire time?
Oh, yes.
Did she have a tax lien against you so that any refund you got would be sent directly to her?
Yes, sir. She gets my taxes right now if I get them.
Yeah. Okay. What did you intend to do about the child support situation with Brandy after that arrearage order was entered against you?
See, with Brandy, it was different because I was at the hospital when she had the baby. I signed a birth certificate. I had receipts from clothes and helping pay bills and all that type of stuff. So I was going to bring all that stuff to court once I went to court, and that would have reduced the payment because it would have showed that I was in his life from the day he was born up until that judgment came out.
Okay. Now, what did your prior experience with paying partial child support obligation teach you about how to deal with these situations?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. In the course of dealing with the Tamika judgment, you weren't always making full child support payments, correct?
Right.
But after going to jail that first time, you never got put back in jail, correct?
Oh, right. Well, I didn't have to. Some guy I met told me that, you don't have to. If you are ordered by the court to pay $200 a month, as long as you pay $50 a month, they won't put you in jail because they see you're trying. So I wouldn't have to pay the full amount as long as I'm putting forth an effort to pay something.
Okay. Let's fast forward and talk about kind of what your relationship was with Brandy, like in the year, 6 months, leading up to the time when she was murdered. What kind of relationship did you guys have at that point?
It was an off and on type relationship, sexual mostly.
Okay. How many times do you think over the course of the 6 months or so leading up to her death did you hook up with Brandy?
I'm not sure about a set amount of times, but I know sometimes when I leave to go out of town to work, I will stop at her house before I left. Sometimes when I come back in town from work, I stop at her house before I got home. And so I don't know how many times that was within a year or whatever, but it was a lot.
Was Brandy the only woman during that time period with whom you were engaging in acts of infidelity?
No, sir.
How many other women, if you know, were you cheating on Malika with?
3 in Tallahassee.
Welcome back. Testimony on the witness stand from a man who is facing the death penalty resulting from the murders of his girlfriend, Brandy Peters, who he was trying to hide from his wife at the time, her twin daughters, who were 6 years old, and his son with that girlfriend, Javante, who was 3 years old. Andrew Maloney is along with us here on the LawNewz Network. And just to start out, it was absolutely a surprise to almost all of us to see this guy take the witness stand in his own defense. But it's a death penalty trial in Florida, so maybe he felt he had to.
It's a risky maneuver. Most lawyers, most defense lawyers would advise their client not to take the witness stand because they can get tripped up. Even if they're innocent, they can easily get tripped up during their testimony, especially on cross-examination by the prosecutor. And worse still, if you have skeletons in your closet that are unrelated to the actual crime, that could sway a jury against you.
Yeah, and it was a surprise because they didn't get into a lot of prior stuff with this guy, and I haven't dug into all of his record. Maybe there's not a lot there, but I could have swore there was at least something based on some notes that I had from some others who did read it. The cross-examination was mainly about the elements of this particular case and where he was, and why did you tell the police one thing when you were really doing another? He had an answer for almost every single one of them on the ready, and he had a comeback. He said, well, I was cheating on my wife. That's why I didn't tell the police anything, because I didn't want her to find out. Well, they said, that's pretty bizarre considering that the police were investigating 4 murders, including the death of your son and the death of the woman you had just slept with the day before. Why didn't you want to at least tell the truth? And maybe the question was more important than the answer.
I think so. I think you're exactly right. I mean, whenever you give deceptive responses to the police, you have to question whether or not there's something you're trying to hide. Now, it could be a not so innocent explanation about the affair. I mean, certainly that's something you'd want to keep secret. But in the face of a quadruple homicide, you would think that'd be a lot more important for you to convince the police that you are innocent and fully cooperate with them.
Yeah, I want to continue listening to the testimony of Henry Segura on the stand this afternoon. He was just asked about his sexual relationship with Brandy Peters, the victim who died in this case. Let's continue as he tries to explain all of what was going on, where he was, where he wasn't, and why he didn't want half of the people he knew to know where he really was.
Was Brandy the only woman during that time period with whom you were engaging in acts of infidelity?
No, sir.
How many other women, if you know, were you cheating on Malika with?
3 in Tallahassee. I'm not sure otherwise outside of the state of Florida.
Now, when you say 3, is that women with whom you were carrying on ongoing sexual relationships?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't count all the women who you were just kind of one-time encounters, or you'd meet them somewhere and hook up afterwards. Had you ever gotten caught by Malika cheating after the death of your son Jalik a year and a half prior to Brandy's death?
Yes,
sir. As a result of all this, but I mean in between when Jalik passed away and when you got arrested in this case, you'd never been caught by Malika, correct?
Right.
Okay. What was so, I mean, having been caught multiple times in the past, what was so significant surrounding the death of your son, Jalik, that prompted you to make Malika want to believe that you weren't going to cheat anymore?
Well, I was in Crystal River, Florida, working at a power plant, and I had a girl with me, and Malika called me and said that all the family needs to get to the hospital. The doctor said that Jalik might not make it through the night. So as I'm riding back down the highway, coming back this way, I said a prayer to God, and I said, if you help my son to make it through the night, I won't cheat on my wife again. And I broke that promise.
And your son did make it through the night?
He did make it through the night. He made it to live actually 11 months old. And I think when he got around 8 or 9 months, I seen he was okay, and like I said, I broke that promise.
But Malika wasn't aware you hadn't been actually caught breaking that promise, correct?
No.
And in case it wasn't clear, how did Jalik pass away?
He was born premature. His lungs were not developed 100%. So when he came home, he was on a breathing machine, monitors, and taking all type of different meds and stuff.
In terms of the timeline leading up to the murders in this case, did you communicate with Brandy in the couple of weeks before the week of the murder?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of those communications?
she was just trying to find out when I was going to give her some money for child support and why I haven't came by to see her and Javante and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you make any plans based on your conversations with Ms. Peters?
Yes, I told her when I got in town I would come see her.
And did you keep that promise?
No, sir.
What happened when you got in town on the 15th or thereabout?
Let's see. I think I was bringing my son to school. We stopped off at McDonald's, got him some breakfast. Brandy seen me. She sent me a text message. She cursed me out. Just all kind of crazy text messages because I didn't come like I said I would.
Were those the text messages that we saw introduced into evidence that you had forwarded to Malika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on that, did you, at some point on Wednesday the 17th, make any plans to go over to Brandy's house?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And how did that go when you went over and met with her on the 17th?
Went good. We talked. I played with Javante.
Were you able to kind of chill her out on the child support issue?
Yeah, I told her I had just got shot. I wasn't able to work like I've been working. So once I get back on my long-term type jobs, it would be no problem to start sending her some money on a regular basis.
Okay. Do you recall getting a text from Brandy the next day, Thursday the 18th, about you looking good and she would have given you some if you weren't her baby daddy, LOL?
Yes.
What did you do when you got that text?
Well, I waited a few minutes and I think I called her.
Okay. Based on the conversation you had with Brandy on Thursday, did you make any plans?
Yes, sir. We talked for a little while on the phone. I don't remember how long, but I told her I was trying to come over that day, but I think she said she had something to do, so we made plans to come by tomorrow, the next day.
Okay. On Friday the 19th then, did you have any conversations with Brandy on the phone?
Yes, sir.
When would that have taken place?
That morning, early that morning. I called her around 11, I think.
Okay. How long did you talk to her for?
About an hour.
And what did you guys decide to do based on that conversation?
Well, I was supposed to come by her house. I told her I would come by, sometime that afternoon.
Okay. At some point, did you leave your house and head up towards her house?
Yes.
Did you make it to her house?
Yes. I went to her house. I got there around 2-ish, 2 something.
Okay. Was she there when you got there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. What did you do when you realized she wasn't home?
I called her.
All right.
See where she was at. Said she was with her mother. She told me, so I said, I'll come back. I went to my sister's house.
And where's your sister live at?
In Gill Avenue, around the corner from Brandy.
Okay.
Okay, folks, welcome back. More testimony there from Henry Segura, who is facing the death penalty on 4 first-degree murder charges in Tallahassee, Florida, related to the death of his girlfriend, who he testified he was just trying to hide from his wife. Now, Andrew Maloney, former federal prosecutor, if you were prosecuting a case like this, first of all, your reaction to some of what's coming out of this guy's mouth on the stand. He's talking about, cheating on his wife. He's talking about saying prayers that if God lets his son, who was born very prematurely and who ultimately did die, but if God would save his son, he wouldn't cheat on his wife anymore. And it's just kind of like, what kind of bargain is that? And how does the jury take this?
Well, it clearly is risky because it could turn several members of the jury off. It could make them think this guy is not a good guy. And that's very important, because if you lose a juror and starts to question your ability to be likable, you're in trouble. On the other hand, this is something that is unfortunately far too common in some communities, and as bad as it may sound, it is far different than a quadruple murder. And so for him to get up there and essentially explain this really in a painful way could have the opposite effect. The jurors might actually think that he's being candid and telling everybody in the world about that he's not a good guy when it comes to women in terms of taking care of his family and his women, and that he cheats all the time, but that's different than actually murdering somebody.
Yeah, now he has a lot of just bad stuff in his record. He's got child support issues. He's got this shootout he was involved with somewhere. He's got multiple affairs going on. He admits lying to the police, saying, "Well, I was trying to cover up for the affairs." But let's look at some of the other evidence in this case. There's this DNA on the scene that apparently is from someone else, although the analysis isn't very strong because it was mixed in with another sample. And they don't have it down to the precision that is oftentimes allowed in other, or rather seen in other DNA analysis, where, oh yeah, it's a 1 in 10 million chance that it could be any other human except for this one. It's not quite that precise in this case, but they've got this DNA on the scene from other people. We had a crime scene reconstructionist on the stand this morning saying it looked like this was far more complicated than one guy showing up and killing his girlfriend and 3 kids ages 6 and 3 over a child support issue. So there are a lot of what ifs in this case, and it leads a lot of people to question whether or not there's enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to say that this is premeditated murder.
Well, you touched upon the ultimate question here. Is there enough for beyond a reasonable doubt to convict this guy? It sounds like the defense has a case here to have the jury question that. And I think that's why they took the gamble and put him on the stand, because as bad as his conduct was, his personal character, if you will, is and may be offensive to some members of the community and the jury, the gamble may pay off because he's coming across, or at least he's trying to come across, as maybe not such a great guy, but not a murderer. And that's the ultimate question for the jury. Is he a murderer? There are people that do the things that he's done, fail to pay child support, have multiple kids with multiple girlfriends, that don't commit murder.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where this is going to go once the jury gets the case. The closing arguments are going to be critical here because there's just been so many what-ifs raised by the defense. They've raised the DNA issue. Apparently it was on the victim's phone somehow. So, okay. How does and not only that, but the results came back that it was some guy who had been in federal prison in Florida who was recently released and who not long after the murders took off and fled the country. I think he was back and forth between a couple of countries, but ultimately wound up in Italy. They sent investigators over there to try to get something out of him, but it didn't rise to the level of enough information to trigger an extradition between Italy and the United States, and explain that Italy really doesn't let people go based on just a little bit of information. It's got to be really, really clear. So some of the protection that other person could be under is just the result of the treaties between Italy and the United States. But I mean, that could be reasonable doubt. A lot of jurors could say, okay, well, this guy's a bad guy. Maybe he was involved in something, but maybe he's involved in something isn't enough for a conviction under American law.
It's very true. The fact that you had DNA evidence from another person, a male, a felon, I think, certainly spent time in prison. There were certain rumors about drug trafficking and that she herself might have been involved in drug trafficking and owed a debt or had done something to piss off one of the drug dealers in the area. Coupled with the fact that you have a quadruple murder that for one person to do that would not be easy, even though you're talking about children. It'd be more likely, you would suspect, there'd be more than one assailant in the home.
Yeah, there's just a lot of information that we're trying to piece together here. So we're going to continue listening to the testimony of the defendant himself on the witness stand this afternoon. It was a surprise to see him, but the defense said it was going to wrap up today, and it certainly did in a big way.
Did you make it to her house?
Yes. I went to her house. I got there around 2-ish, 2 something.
Okay. Was she there when you got there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. What did you do when you realized she wasn't home?
I called her.
All right.
See where she was at. Said she was with her mother. She told me, so I said, I'll come back. I went to my sister's house.
And where's your sister live at?
On Gill Avenue, around the corner from Brandy.
Okay. How long did you stay at Sean's, you think?
About 45 minutes, hour maybe.
Okay. Did you talk to Brandy when you were over at Sean's house?
Yes.
What, if any, plans did you make based on that conversation with Brandy?
Well, I asked her how long she going to be, what was going on. She said she was with her mother, she was gonna pick the kids up from school for me to come by after that. So I left and I left my sister's house, went back to her house around 3 o'clock. I parked my truck at the church. That's where I park at when I didn't want nobody in the neighborhood to see me over there at a house that might know my wife and report seeing my truck at her house. So
Okay.
I walked down to her house. Her mother's truck was still there. So I went back to my truck. And
I didn't hear what you said there. So you park at the church so that nobody sees your truck. You have a pretty distinctive looking truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's got the spoiler on the back and all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you said you walked over to Brandy's?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you walked over to Brandy's?
Her mother still was over there.
How do you know that?
The truck was still in the yard. She has a white and brown Tahoe.
And why couldn't you go over with her mom there?
Her mother be tripping because she knew I was married and she didn't like the relationship that we and her had.
So what did you do when you realized Brandy's mom was there?
I just went back to my truck, listened to my music, and watched the video on I had a TV on my in-dash CD player.
How long did you do that for?
About 30, 45 minutes, hour maybe.
Okay.
Till I seen her mother's truck leave.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I headed back towards her house. I called home, checked to see if my son made it home from school yet. I didn't get no answer, so I went on over to her house. We had sex.
What time do you think it was that you got to Brandy's house finally?
It was sometime around 5, I guess, when I went in because I called my son. He normally gets home from school around 5.
Okay. Roughly how long did it take y'all to do what you needed to do?
15, 20 minutes maybe, not long.
Okay. Were the kids inside or outside when that was taking place?
When I walked up to the house, they were across the street playing.
All right. Did you utilize any kind of prophylactic when you had sex with Brandy?
Yes, sir.
What'd you use?
I used a condom.
What'd you do with it after you guys had sex?
She flushed it in the toilet.
Okay. What about after you guys finish up? At any point, do the kids come back in the house?
Yes, she called the kids in, and Javante came in, and me and him was watching TV, and I was trying to play with him a little bit. You know, he didn't really know me all that well. The kids, they was running in and out the house, getting stuff and going back across the street to go with the girls, the twins.
The twins.
I was trying to play with Javante, talk to him, you know, throw him up and down, just.
What was Brandy doing during that time?
She was on the phone.
Okay. At any point when you were over there, did Brandy eat dinner?
Yes, sir.
How did that go down?
Me and Javante was in the living room. She was on the phone. One of the twins came over with a plate of food. That's all I remember. One of the girls came over with the food. Once she came over, then Javante and her went back across the street. And it was me and Brandy was sitting down in the living room, and she was eating, and we were watching TV,
hang out.
talking. Yeah.
How long after that did the kids come back?
I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes. Not long. It didn't seem like too long.
And what'd y'all do once the kids got back?
We sat there for a few more minutes, watched TV. I was talking to him. I told Brenda I had to leave. And she told me, well, about time, I got company coming anyway, nigga. And something she said, you know, some slick remark like that, trying to be funny. And I said, oh, that's what's up. So,
about what time do you think you left at?
Let's see, I don't know, it was around, 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, somewhere around after 8 maybe.
When you left there, did you go home?
Yes, sir.
At any point that night, did you go anywhere back near Brandy's house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, the explanation you've given here today is different than what you told the cops, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you repeatedly lie to the police officers in the course of an investigation like this about your sexual relationship with Brandy and all these other women?
Because I didn't want Malika to find out, and I know I told her I wasn't going to cheat on her anymore, and I didn't think that it would lead to me being arrested for killing somebody.
That kind of brings up the call that we listened to between you and Malika once you got arrested. She says something to the effect of she's given up her life for you, and you say, well, it looks like I've given up my life for you too.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say that?
Well, it's pretty much saying, you know, if I'd have just told the police I was cheating on you, I wouldn't be in jail.
We saw in the phone records that every time you ever call Brandy from your phone that you communicate with all the women with, you star 67 her. Why is that?
She had a habit of.
So more testimony from this afternoon in the Henry Segura trial out of Tallahassee, Florida, and just walking the defendant through what was going on. That's the tactic. Let's talk about trial tactics a little bit here, because a couple things have jumped out at me. First of all, this is direct examination. So this guy's own attorney called him to the stand. But we're seeing a lot of leading questions, and normally that's not allowed. So why might that be?
If you're dealing with a witness who's not comfortable in a courtroom and speaking in public, or has never seen this process, or maybe, you know, lacks the education, they're going to have difficulty answering open-ended questions, and so his lawyer will try to lead him to make it as easy to answer his questions as possible, and therefore lead him. The prosecutor's not objecting. The prosecutor has the right to object to the leading nature of some of the questions. He's not doing it. Some of that is also a tactical decision on either lawyer of when to object, because even if a question is objectionable, it doesn't mean you're going to object to it, because you don't want to give the impression that you're afraid of something, you're trying to hide something, you're trying to prevent a question and answer getting to the jury.
Well, in this case, though, I would almost think that the prosecutor would want to object just to try to throw the game off here.
It's true.
You know, say, hey, look, I mean, this is the defendant in a quadruple first-degree death penalty murder trial. I want him to tell his own story out of his own mouth and not have the lawyer pulling the strings back here, trying to shove the questioning a certain way by asking leading questions to try to, you know, pull the strings, I guess. You know, I might have gotten in the middle of that, at least if it were
you know,
me.
it's a tactical decision that the lawyer has to make, and I agree with you. I would disrupt this flow. The flow, if I'm the prosecutor, is not a good one for me. If I want to rattle this guy, I'm going to start getting in his face through objecting and making sure, just as you said, the testimony comes from him rather than his lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, if this is supposed to be coming out of that defendant's own mouth, it's supposed to be his version of the events. Shouldn't he be able to tell it start to finish without all of these, you know, oh, let's talk about this, let's talk about that. And I thought that the flow of it, from my perspective, even I'm trying to log what's happening, I thought that the flow of it was a bit disjunctive. You know, he's here, then he's there, then he's talking about this, the death of his son before this other thing happened. I mean, from a timeline perspective, it was all over the place. So even if there were leading questions, I think that the defense attorney could have done a better job of turning that into an actual narrative, rather than just saying, okay, let's talk about this, now let's talk about that. Let's all of a sudden, whoops, we're up to the day of the murder after we've had this sort of disjunctive background and whatnot.
It's true, but you have to sort of play the cards you dealt with. And I think Mr. Segura's testimony is disjointed. Some of his life seems to be a bit disjointed, and that's maybe part of the problem.
And that's an understatement.
And that is why his lawyer has to lead him the way he does. But on a direct exam, you're supposed to be asking a witness who, what, where, when, why, explain this, explain that, describe this. That's how the question should start, and allow the witness to fill in those blanks. A cross-examination is just the opposite. You make statements that you want the witness to either agree or disagree with a yes or no answer. In this case, the defense lawyer is getting away with a leading examination, which I'm surprised the prosecutor is not objecting, to disrupt the flow and to make it send a message to the jury that this is essentially the defense lawyer pulling the strings. Now, that doesn't mean Mr. Segura is guilty or not guilty. It's just a courtroom tactic that lawyers have at their disposal.
Yeah, we'll continue listening to the testimony of Henry Segura in Florida now. He continues to take us through the chain of events that led up to the murder of one of his children, two other twins who looked at him as a father, and his girlfriend.
The phone records that every time you ever call Brandy from your phone that you communicate with all the women with, you star 67 her. Why is that?
She had a habit of, like, stalk calling, I guess you'd call it. She'll call, like, if I don't answer the phone, she's going to call until I answer the phone.
Okay. Why didn't you want her doing that?
Because if I'm with another female and she's calling that particular phone, then the other female will be wondering, who is that?
Why did you leave your main phone, your primary phone, at your house when you went over to Brandy's house on the 19th to hook up with her, but not on the 17th?
If I'm not mistaken, I left it both times.
Okay. Why did you leave it?
The reason I left it was because Malika, she had a way of, anytime I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, she knew about it. She could, I got an email address, she can get in my email address, she get in my Facebook account. I don't care what I did, she found out about it. So I just left the phone there and took the phone that she didn't know about.
Okay. What about the deleted texts? Why did you delete texts from Brandy?
I didn't need them no more. Wasn't trying to, you know, I didn't want to see them, and I didn't want Malika to see them because it was in my phone that Malika be going through sometimes.
Okay.
It was some text in there that I didn't want Malika to see.
All right. Now, we saw a text about getting rid of the car. Can you tell the jury, despite the lack of physical evidence having anything to do with this case, why you wanted your buddy to get rid of that Monte Carlo?
That don't really have anything to do with this case, though.
I know, but why specifically did you not want the police poking around that Monte Carlo?
Because it was stolen.
Okay. When and where was it stolen from?
I don't remember what year, but it was stolen from Crystal River.
Yeah. Okay. What was your intent?
Not Crystal River, but Homer Salsa, I think.
What was your intent for the Monte Carlo?
Restore it, fix it up, drive it, maybe sell it. I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to do with it.
Okay. And to this day, the actual VIN number for that, you replaced the VIN plate on the dash, right?
Well, I didn't, but someone did, yes.
Okay. The actual VIN, though, is still stamped on the engine block, correct?
Well, I replaced the VIN in dash. It was changed. It was swapped out. The VIN, original VIN, it still got stickers on the car. Like, you know, it'll show you that the original VIN number is still, you know, it's opposite from the one that's in the dash.
So if anybody ran that VIN, it would to this day come back stolen.
Yes.
I want to talk about the revolver that both your friend, Mr. Moore, and your friend, Mr. Thornton, saw you with back around July sometime. Did you have a revolver back around July?
It wasn't a revolver in July, but I had a gun in July.
Okay. And what ended up happening to that gun? Tell us the whole deal about how you got rid of that gun. What all happened?
I was working in Alabama. My cousin called me. He was in Long Beach, Mississippi. He called me and said he had some issues with some guys. Wanted to know if I can come by and have his back. Since I was like an hour, 2 hours away, I said, yeah, sure. So I rode over there. One thing turned to another. It turned into a shootout. That's when I had got shot.
So what you told the police about getting robbed and all that was not accurate?
No.
Okay. You didn't want to tell them you'd been in a shootout? Okay. What happened to the gun that you had after that shootout?
My cousin took it back with him.
Okay. Now, the injury that you suffered in that shootout, you actually got shot in the stomach, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's why in the picture we see that big, like 8 or 9 inch incision on your stomach. You had intestinal surgery?
Well, they went in and they had to search for the bullet because they didn't have time to do x-rays, and they found a bullet down in my groin. So it was, they had, I don't know how many staples, but they stapled my stomach back up.
Okay. Did you have to miss work as a result of that?
Yes.
Now, in late November, around the time these murders occurred, were you back to full duty at work, or were you still restricted activity, restricted ability to do your job?
No, sir. I was still on light duty.
Okay.
More testimony there from Henry Segura, who's facing 4 first-degree murder counts in Florida. He took the stand in his own defense, and we were just talking back and forth about some of the reasons why he was put on the stand, and you had a couple of good theories.
I think the defense lawyer is banking on the jury essentially saying, okay, he may be kind of scummy when it comes to women, maybe even children, in terms of taking care of them and having so many girlfriends. On the other hand, he's come clean about that. He's been brutally honest about that. He's a soft-spoken guy, and the defense team is banking on the jury not disliking him, disliking maybe what he did with being a philanderer, but not to the level of murder. He's not coming across or sounding like a murderer. And this whole case could rise and fall on his testimony. If the jury relies on their gut, they might say, I don't like the guy, but he's not a murderer, or we have at least reason to doubt. He explained how he cared for his children, and it would be hard for any parent to see another parent actually murder and kill little children, one of whom was his own. So there's a lot of holes here that the jury's going to have to address during deliberations. And I think one of the things they're going to be doing is weighing his credibility and his likability factor from what they heard on the witness stand.
You know, I made the observation, and if people out there watching disagree with me, jump in the chat room and tell me, but he doesn't necessarily come across as unlikable. I'm not saying that that's how he should be judged. I'm just saying, as you say, he's soft-spoken, he has an answer for questions, even if it's an answer that many people would look at as disgusting or loathsome or dirty or pathetic. He's got an answer for them, and it's not the same version of events that the police have had in this case.
Well, listen, you know, there are a lot of people have skeletons in their closet, or peccadillos, or things that, you know, they don't want to tell the world about that make them look bad, but they're not crimes, and they're certainly not murder. And I think that's what he's trying, the message the defense is trying to get across to the jury right now. You may not like his character, but he's not a liar and he's not a murderer.
Well, he kind of sort of was, because he told police that he was doing one thing when he was really apparently doing everything else in the city. So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, lying to the jury at this trial is what the ultimate issue is. He's had an explanation as to why he initially lied to the police, and I agree with you, that was a mistake on his part, and they're going to harp on that in cross-examination. They're going to harp on that at summation, because anytime you lie to the police and they can prove that you were lying, you look like you're trying to hide something. But as you indicated, he's got an answer to that, why he was lying, and that was didn't want the wife to find out about the girlfriend and his son. So there's an explanation. It may not be believable, but there's an explanation.
Let's continue listening to the testimony of Henry Segura then. He's getting further and further into detail about his version of events leading up to the crime and what was going on around that time frame.
36, 38, one or two.
And are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm left-handed.
We heard testimony about you going over to Adam Thornton's house the day after the murder. Did that happen?
Yes.
What were you guys doing over there?
Just hanging out. Shot the bow and arrow. Showed me where his hunting stance was. We hung a red line for his dog to run back and forth. Throw the football.
When you were shooting bow and arrow and all that, were you having to retrieve some of the arrows?
Yes.
Where were the arrows going?
Well, he had like this big old hay, like a big hay bale, and he had like something in front of it with X's on it, and that was the target. And like right behind it was the little bushes or woods or whatever.
Okay.
With a fence.
Did you have to go into the bushes to get arrows on a variety of occasions while you were over there?
I didn't jump across the
Did you
fence,
have to reach in there?
I reached in there, yeah.
Okay. Is that where you got those little tiny scratches that we see in the pictures?
Yes.
Okay. What about the older wounds on your hands? You said you had been doing some welding still, even though you were on late duty. Are those burns from welding and working with fire and all that at your job?
Like, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember. Like, it could have been a burn. It could have been me hitting my knuckle up on something, but 9 times out of 10 was a burn. I got burns like all over my hands, my arms.
You've heard the suggestion that you killed Brandy and her 3 children.
Yes.
Is it in you to kill anybody, let alone 3 children, including one of your own?
Heavens no. Especially not the twins. They were like my kids as well as more than Javante, actually. I raised them more than I did Javante.
I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Carl.
That was important testimony, because one of the questions that the defense is going to have to answer on closing argument is exactly how the defendant wound up with these marks or scratches or whatever you want to call them on his arm that the police recorded when they interrogated him after the murders took place. One of the excuses that we've heard out of the defendant, and I'm not saying whether it's a valid or an invalid excuse, but one of the responses, I guess I should say, from the defendant is that they may have been caused by retrieving arrows through a fence or through some other mechanism at this bow and arrow session that happened the day after the murders. And one of the other explanations we just started to hear on the stand is maybe they had something to do with a welding injury, but you had a great point that a welding injury wouldn't look like a scratch, first of all, and second of all, doesn't he have some kind of a suit on or some kind of protection when he's welding? And I don't think that the questioning went there.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, if he's a welder, they've found some of his welding equipment in his truck. He claims he had a full suit on, which is typical for a welder to protect yourself from sparks or from anything. So you would expect him to be covered with gloves, insulated gloves that usually go back over your forearm, and some kind of jumpsuit and a welding mask and a helmet. So you wouldn't expect him to get burns, and if he did get a burn, it would look a lot different than a cut. So I haven't seen the photographs of what injuries they're talking about, but certainly it's a question, and again, I'm sure the police look for DNA under the fingernails of the victims, and I'm not clear on what they found there. But
there is none of this guy's DNA on this scene, and they're saying that the attack had some element of a fight. It wasn't just a hit from behind a corner and the victims never saw it coming. There's blood spatter on the scene and whatnot, but there's nothing from this defendant on the scene. And he used to spend time at the house. Mm-hmm. And I know, I mean, it's possible, yeah, in theory, somebody could do a DNA test around the table here and not find mine if we wipe the table up. And I mean, I know that it doesn't always have to be there. In other words, someone could be somewhere and their DNA not be found by a sweep. But you just mentioned something, though, important. His DNA wasn't found there, and let's assume for the second that there was a DNA sweep to clean the area or clean under the fingernails. You've just told me, though, that didn't happen because they found evidence of a struggle. They've got blood. They've got other DNA. So it would be, I'd find it hard to believe that you could swipe an area to get rid of my DNA and leave everybody else's DNA there. Yeah, there's just that piece of this just doesn't make a lot of sense. But part of me wonders, like, okay, what's going on with this whole discussion about these welding injuries, these bow and arrow scratches, whatever they are? I mean, is he just trying to give what ifs, or is this just a defendant giving every excuse under the book and hoping one of them sticks? I can't quite figure it out, at least from where I sit.
Well, it's a fair question, but I would say, as devil's advocate, if I were to ask you, Aaron, you've got a bruise or a bump or a scratch on your shin, and you got it a week or two ago, and you're at the beach or something, you don't even remember how you got it, and you'd say, I don't know, I don't remember how I got it. That happens all the time. And so he's trying to, maybe in his own mind, speculate and is running a risk when he does speculate, because it does sound like you're starting to give a shotgun approach to your answers. So it's risky if you don't give definitive answers. But if he says, I don't know how I got it, as truthful as that might be, some people might not believe that.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the jury responded to this. The jury had a chance to ask a question. They asked one question of this guy, probably the most critical witness. They asked one question, and that was the date that he got shot. The answer was July 31st, 2010. And that's all the jury wanted to ask him. And I was surprised at how short the cross-examination was.
Yeah, it's surprising, actually, because the prosecutor did not appear to be very aggressive with this defendant on the stand, and I'm curious as to why.
I would have to go back to answer that question and look at all of the motions in limine about what the agreed parameters were for cross-examination, if certain pieces of this guy's past were wiped out at the beginning of the trial. But even so, okay, well, motion in limine can fall, and we've seen it happen in other trials. Whether it's good evidence law or not is another story, but I've seen people wipe out motions in limine and say, hey, wait a minute, that was before we knew that the defendant was going to testify, now we're going to hammer him.
It's called opening the door. So you can have evidence excluded pre-trial in the motion in limine.
Motion in limine.
But the judge typically will give a warning to the other side saying, if your witness or if you, counsel, opens the door to this ruling and about this evidence, in other words, you cannot use that shield as a sword and get away with it. So if you're going to somehow open the door and tell only part of that piece of the puzzle, the other side gets to come back and kick that door open, and then that evidence does come flying in.
And we've seen that happen, but in this case, I don't think they hit him horribly harshly. They did in a few areas, but not horribly harshly. So we're going to get into some of the cross-examination in our next clip here. This is the beginning of the state's cross-examination of the guy that they've got on trial for 4 murders.
You said you went over to Brandy's house and she wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And you hung out there for how long?
I didn't hang out initially. I went back to my sister's house. And, well, first I called her and she told me she wasn't home. So I went back to my sister's house.
Or your sister or her, Brandy? I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Her, your sister, or her, Brandy? I'm sorry. Which one did you call?
I called Brandy.
Okay.
She told me she wasn't there.
Okay.
Well, she told me where she was. So that's when I went back to my sister's house.
Okay. Back to your sister's house? Had you already been there once?
No, I went to my sister's house.
Okay. And how long were you at your sister's house?
Maybe an hour, maybe 30, 45 minutes, maybe.
Okay. And then you went back to Brandy's house?
I called her first from my sister's house, and she said that she was with her mother. She was getting the kids. She told me to come by after she got the kids.
All right. So you called Brandy from your sister's house? And she said to come on by?
Yes.
And if I understood you correctly, you then drove by. We saw on the maps that there are 2 different entrances to Brandy's neighborhood. Did you come in that south entrance off Fram Road?
No, sir. In front of Fairview.
In front of where?
Fairview, up Zyla Street.
Okay, so you would have gone up to the northern entrance where the church is and everything?
Yes,
okay. And what happened next?
I pulled into the parking lot. I got out. I walked down to the corner. I seen her mother's truck in the yard. So I went back to my truck.
Let's talk about, let me stop there real quick. When you say you walked down, how did you walk down? I mean, I understand you walked, but I mean, what direction did you go? You come down the street, you go through the woods?
No, down the street. I walked down the street. I think it was a sidewalk right there. You walk down the sidewalk, seen her mother's truck in the yard on the corner, from the corner, turned around at the corner, went back to the parking lot, got in my truck, turned my radio on, was listening to, I had it's like a BET video, but it was playing music through the speakers, but you can actually see the video while you listen to the music. So that's what I was doing.
Okay. Talk about her mom's truck. She had a SUV. So what did you say it was?
A Tahoe.
Okay, and it's white and brown?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw that. You go back to the church, and you're sitting in your truck. What happened next?
I seen her mother leave. Once I seen her mother's truck go up the hill, I get out of my truck. I walk back down the sidewalk, make a left turn and go to her house. I cut through her neighbor's front yard, and I walk in the house.
Okay. Did you call her again before you went back to her house at that point?
No. When I got out of my truck, I called my son to see if he was home, to see if he had got home from school yet. Brandy already knew what the deal was because I talked to her from my sister's house, and she told me I'm with my mother. Go and pick the twins up. Come by the house after I get the girls. She normally get the girls around 2:45, 3 o'clock, so something like that.
Okay. But you called and said, "Is my son home?" Did I understand that correctly?
Right. When I called, no one answered the phone.
Okay. All right. And then you went in. Were the kids there whenever you first went in?
No, sir. They were across the street. I seen them off to my right, across the street.
Okay. Did they see you?
I don't think so. They didn't speak. I didn't speak. We didn't acknowledge each other.
And they weren't playing out in the yard or anything like that?
They was not in the front yard, but they were like on the side of the house, so to speak, in between the house.
Okay. And as you're walking up, you're passing the kids and they didn't see you?
No.
Or your son didn't see you and say, Daddy, or anything like that? Or the girls that you previously lived with didn't see you and say, hey, Daddy, or any of that stuff?
No.
Okay. And you got in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then y'all start having sex?
Yes.
And she flushed the condom down the toilet?
Well, I don't know if she flushed it or not, but she took it off of me.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just asking. The kids come home?
Yes.
Okay. And how long after y'all were done did the kids come home?
Well, she actually called them to come over there.
She called them to come over?
Yeah, she just stuck her head out the door and called them to come home.
All right, so she yells out the door, come on home?
Yeah.
And they came home?
Yes.
All right. Is that when they brought the food over? Or
No,
was
sir.
it later?
No, sir. It was later. She called them. The girls went in. They got something. They went back out to play, and Javante stayed in, and I was trying to interact with him.
Okay. So you're trying to interact with them?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Like I say, I wasn't really in his life like I should have been, so we didn't really have that father-son type relationship.
Let me back up a little bit. At some point you lived with Breen and the girls, right?
Yes.
And how long was that?
Like what year?
No. How long did you live with them?
Oh, probably about almost a year, probably 8, 9 months, maybe.
Kind of get close with the girls at that point?
Yes.
In fact, I think you already said they called you Daddy.
Yes.
That was the beginning of the state's cross-examination of Henry Segura. It happened a little bit earlier this afternoon. We're reviewing it in full because it was a surprise to us that this defendant took the stand. But at first I wasn't sure he fared well, but when I go back and listen to it again, I'm thinking he came across a little bit better than I thought the first time. Of course, the jury did see it once. They didn't see it twice. You know, let's talk again about trial advocacy. We saw a lot of closed-ended questions coming out of his own defense attorney on direct, which normally shouldn't happen. Normally, your attorney who calls you is supposed to ask open questions and let you tell your own story. This thing is backwards all the way around because the prosecutor, who normally would be hammering him with punctuated, closed-ended questions, is really just letting him tell his story all over again. This is perhaps one of the weakest cross-examinations I've ever seen out of a prosecutor, especially with a case with this severity of charges.
Well, you're 100% right. The prosecutor is not being very aggressive in a quadruple murder case, and I don't know the explanation for that. Perhaps some of his weapons have been taken away during some of the pretrial rulings, or perhaps the prosecutor himself is starting to doubt whether or not he has enough evidence to convict beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, and if that's the case, why push forward? Why have this guy in jeopardy for his life in a death penalty trial if the prosecutor's dialing things back a little bit?
Well, I don't think the prosecutor's entirely sure, and I think that those are the questions that are going to have to be answered over the next few days, and they'll take the time to do it now that they've heard him or seen him on the witness stand. You never know what's going to happen next week, but I don't know any other explanation why a prosecutor would not be aggressively cross-examining a defendant who's taken the stand, who's a suspect in a quadruple murder. That's the kind of person I would go after with full force, and that's not what we're seeing here.
Not in the beginning, at least. It did get a little bit heated a little bit further in, but it took a while to get there. And again, maybe the local customs are a little bit different in Tallahassee, Florida than what we're used to seeing in the Northeast. But even in some of the more laid-back states in the Northeast, I would expect there to be stronger advocacy here.
Absolutely. You know, both when there was the direct exam by the defense lawyer, I would have expected the prosecutor to be objecting left and right on the leading nature of that examination, the pulling of the strings. And then on cross-examination as the prosecutor, I'm coming after a suspect in a quadruple murder, not just a quadruple murder, but somebody who's accused of killing 3 children.
Including one of his own.
Including one of his own, a monster. This defendant is not coming across like a monster, and that's why I think his defense team made the decision to take the risk and the gamble to put him up on the stand.
Yeah, well, I know you need to hit the road here shortly, so Andrew Maloney, former federal prosecutor, we always appreciate your insight. I think that you might be onto something here. You were onto a couple things that I didn't pick up on, so we appreciate it.
Most welcome. Thanks for having me.
We're going to continue to listen to that cross-examination. It does get a little bit more heated as things go on. Let's listen in.
And that was before Javante was born, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it was probably when Javante was conceived and he ended up being born?
Yes, sir.
Come back up. You talked a little bit about your cars you had. You said the Monte Carlo that was stolen.
Yes.
All right. You had your truck.
Yes.
You have any other cars?
Yes.
What else you have?
I had a, it was a 62, 63. I had a 63 Impala.
Cool car.
Yeah.
Where'd you keep that one?
In the front yard, on my driveway.
So that was at your house too?
Sir?
That was at your house too?
Yes.
Okay. As I understand it, the reason you just told law enforcement you weren't over there because you didn't want Malika to find out about Brandy, right?
Yes. Well, I didn't want her to find out about me cheating on her, period.
Okay.
Not just it being Brandy. She already knew about Brandy. She didn't know me and Brandy was still having sexual relations.
Okay. When you were over there on Wednesday, did Malika know about that one?
Yes, she did.
Okay, what did you tell her on that occasion?
That, you know, Brandy called me tripping, sending a crazy text message, which actually I sent her the text message. And I told her I'm going to go over there, try to smooth it out with her, you know, talk to her, let her know I'm going to give her some money when I get it.
Okay.
So there don't be no issues.
Let's talk about the shootout you're involved in Alabama, Mississippi. Where was it?
It was in Long Beach, Mississippi.
Long Beach, Mississippi. You said you were there with your cousin?
Yes.
What happened?
I was actually working in Alabama. I think I was in Bruton, Alabama. And he called me and he said that he was having an issue with someone and was wanting to know if I could have his back, make sure nothing happened to him. So I was like a couple of hours from Mississippi, so I drove down there.
Okay. And you drove down to get his back in the whatever situation was going on, and you ended up in a shootout.
Yes, sir.
They're shooting at you, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Y'all shooting back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a little about the child support you were playing with about your daughter. You were traveling out of state from location to location, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were doing that because you didn't want your wages garnished, correct?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that part of the reason why is because, one, you knew you were getting your wages garnished in the state of Florida?
No, sir. That's not why.
That's not true at all?
No, sir.
You were getting paid under the table, so you wouldn't have any wages garnished, correct?
Not at that particular time.
Okay. You weren't making it easy on her to get your payments, were you?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Segura, you've had an opportunity to sit here in the course of the trial and listen to all the testimony throughout the whole trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity, obviously, in the 6 years leading up to this to review all the evidence out there against you, right?
I guess I could have, yes, sir.
You're well aware of the evidence that's against you. You've already said it, that if you had just told law enforcement you were over there, that you wouldn't be here today, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know the criticalness of these cell phones and the information contained therein about this case, right?
I know that if I wouldn't lie to the police about where I was, they would have seen my cell phone record and seen me telling the truth, and I wouldn't be here today.
And isn't it true that back in that interview, you told law enforcement officers to check your cell phone, didn't you?
I don't recall. I may have.
You weren't here for that clip that we played in front of the jury?
Yeah, I think I was here like the last 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I understand. Did you not pay attention to whenever your screen was up there and you said, go check my cell phone, when they were asking you how they're going to verify you were at home?
Yes, I said it. I don't remember, but yeah, I guess it was.
So you told law enforcement, hey, check my cell phone, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yet you never told law enforcement officers which cell phone to check, did you? You didn't tell them that your 408 number, did you?
No, I never told them about that. No, I never told them about that.
You never told them about that one, right?
No, sir.
You set up where your 509 number was at your house, and you told them to check that phone number because that would say you're at your house, just like you told them, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about that 63 Impala. Remember that second video you had on the 30th? Right? Sound about right on dates?
Yeah, I remember that.
Isn't it true that whenever you were doing that interview, law enforcement were actually at your house serving a search warrant?
Yes.
And isn't it true on that time and that date, that 63 Impala was gone, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Wasn't there when they served the search warrant?
Yes, it was. You actually entered evidence with pictures of the Impala. Yeah, you took pictures of the Impala. It's in your evidence. I seen that last week.
Saw Monte Carlo, saw your truck.
Yeah, I seen the Impala. I know what it looked like. It's my car.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that first interview. You were told, if I remember correctly, you got a phone call from Pint telling you about
Javante. Yes.
Okay. And she told you about Javante, and she told you that your son wasn't found in the house. She thinks that he may be with the other guy saying he's a daddy or some junk like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was earlier in that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she told you that your son was either missing or dead, right?
Yes, sir. Well, she said he was. She said that she heard that they couldn't find him. Is what she said. She said people saying they thought that he was with the guy Caleb.
Okay. And she also tells you those two little girls that you spent a year with that called you daddy were also dead, right?
Yes. And Brandy.
And Brandy.
Yes.
Yet you never made a phone call to Brandy. You never made a phone call to law enforcement. You never made a phone call to anybody to check on that situation, did you?
What could I do about the situation?
Find out if your son was dead or whether he was with somebody else.
Well, when she told me that she wasn't sure if he was dead or not, that was over the phone. When I called her to make an appointment to get my son's hair braided. Once I went to her house to get my son's hair braided, she then told me that, they found Javante. He was in the house. He died too.
So if I understand you correctly, you're being told by this lady that your son may be dead or missing, and that these girls that you lived with for a year are dead, and Brandy's dead, who you had just slept with the day before. And you decided the best course of action then was not to tell law enforcement, not to call anybody, but then just go ahead and take your son over to get his hair braided.
Well, actually, I don't know what to say about law enforcement. I wouldn't be here today if it wouldn't be for law enforcement doing the job how they're supposed to do it. So I don't know what help I was going to be able to be to law enforcement about finding someone who killed my son and his sisters and mother.
Never asked law enforcement during that interview. You asked about how your son died, right?
Excuse me?
During that interview, you asked how your son had died.
Yes.
Right? Never asked how the girls died, did you?
No.
You already knew that one, right?
No, I just wanted to know how my son died.
Going back, I've been able to listen to this entire trial, review your entire statements, review the evidence against you. And that first interview, you actually went on a big, long, drawn-out story about how you came home after dropping the kids off, told law enforcement you were at the house, right?
I don't recall that. I may have, I guess. I don't remember that.
Told law enforcement that you came home after dropping the kids off at school. You came home to listen to Steve Harvey.
Yeah, I remember that.
Worked all day in the cars. You were there all day. You fell asleep watching the 7 Years in Tibet. Around 10 o'clock, the kids fell asleep with you. All that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of that was true, was it?
Everything was true up until the part where I was at Brandy's house.
Okay. What about the fact at 10 o'clock when you're talking to Natasha and passing Publix?
Well, I wasn't passing Publix, actually.
Where were you passing?
I went down to, I was going to that first gas station, like where the roads cross at Crawfordville and Highway 61, I think it is. Yeah, I went down there. I was finna go to that gas station to get me a Mountain Dew, but I didn't have no cash on me, so I turned around. I didn't even get to the gas station.
So when Mr. Prince asked you, what, 5-10 minutes ago, whether or not you had ever left your house again after returning from Brandy's house, and you told him, no, I didn't, that was untruthful as well, was it not?
Well, he didn't ask me that. He asked me, have I ever left the house that night and went back by Brandy's house.
And you just happened to tell Natasha you were passing Publix, and she got that wrong?
No,
So
I
it's a
didn't say I was
different
passing Publix. I said I'm down here by Publix. I'm almost home.
Which Publix?
The Publix that's almost home by my house. It's the Publix. It's
The one up there on Capitol Circle and Crawfordville Highway?
right.
Okay.
That's the biggest landmark close to my house for Publix.
All right. Turning to that second interview you had, you told law.
That was cross-examination of the defendant himself in the Henry Segura trial, and it was certainly a surprise, at least for me, to see him on the witness stand. But the more I go back and listen to this, the more I think he held up relatively well on the stand. We want to bring some more analysis in with Ty Martin, an attorney who's joining us by Skype this time. So Ty, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you, Aaron. Thanks.
All right. So you watched this defendant on the stand in his own defense in this trial in Tallahassee, Florida, and overall, I said that I thought he held up relatively well, despite all of the bad stuff he admitted to, and I think you seem to share that opinion.
I do share it. It reminded me actually of a trial that I saw when I was in law school, where, you know, almost under similar circumstances, not so much a murder, but a defendant went up on the witness stand, and he had his background, you know, they painted him as a horrible parent. He was really a very neglectful parent. But the fact that he was up there and he was so truthful and forthcoming, it actually helped his case, because the jurors believed him. They believed, you know, if he would be telling us all of these things now, then he certainly is telling the truth about the actual issue that they were there to hear. So that may help him in this particular instance. He seemed like he held up really well, like you said.
You know, there's this one part, though, where I think he may have really hurt himself, and we were talking about it while we were listening to the clip, and that's this part about not really cooperating or going along with the law enforcement investigation. That part really concerned me.
Yeah, it concerned me too. You know, everywhere else, his testimony seemed solid. It was unchallenged, it seemed, by the prosecution. But when it came to that particular instance where he couldn't really justify, you know, I'm not a parent. I don't know if, you know, but I'm sure that parents out there, they have an instinct, whether a maternal or paternal instinct. Doesn't really matter if they are, you know, in the child's life constantly, but they would certainly want to know what happened or where their child is. Especially, you know, his testimony was that the twins were like his children. And if he was going about, you know, business as usual, trying to schedule an appointment for his son, to his biological child in this instance, to receive, to get his hair taken care of, without, you know, showing the remorse, that to me would probably stand out in the mind of a jury, especially a jury where school starts in a few days, and it seemed as if the judge was, you know, trying to bend over backwards to keep the trial from interfering with the life of those jurors who were parents, you know, duties as mothers and fathers.
Yeah, you know, that whole thing about not really wanting to play a meaningful role in the investigation didn't sit well with me, nor did it sit well with me the lying to the police. Okay, so he's cheating on his wife. That's bad. It's deplorable. We don't like that. You know, but if your own kid had just been murdered and he kept trying to slice and dice, well, they didn't tell me the kid was dead at that particular point, and he kept fighting back on that one issue, okay, about when exactly he learned that his own son was indeed dead. You know, that lack of cooperation, given at least that possibility, is concerning. And, you know, I've got to couple it with this other testimony where he's saying, hey, you know, I was throwing a football around and shooting bows and arrows with my buddy the day after. I mean, that's bizarre.
It is pretty bizarre. Again, back to parents and how they would react in normal circumstances if their child is either missing or children that aren't theirs biologically, but, you know, he had said that he had, you know, been in their lives since they were around 2 years old. So I would suspect that his, you know, his life would be topsy-turvy at this point, but it's almost as if he's trying to portray as if nothing happened and it's life as usual. And I could see where the inclination of the police is to start focusing a little bit more attention on him in that instance.
You know, there's a couple points of this that really stick with me, but when I sit on the fence with things like this, and a few people in the chat room, I've asked them many times over again, you know, what did you think of this? And a lot of people are agreeing that he came across pretty well, but they want to know where the remorse is. They want to know you know, about some of these other things that we're bringing up. And you know, I have to take all of that and couple it along with this standard of, or rather the burden of proof in these cases and say, well, you know, if it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to acquit.
Exactly. Exactly. You hit the nail right on the head there. You know, doesn't really matter about the poor parenting or the poor relationship skills of this gentleman. It really matters if the defense is able to poke holes in their case. And I'm sure your viewers and the people in the chat room have heard this on like a basis of ad nauseum, that if they're able to poke holes, they could probably get the defendant off of this case. And as we started out with, and I think, you know, going forward, we're going to continue mentioning this. I think he held up pretty well on the witness stand. There may be that issue that we just talked about with his, you know, the remorse, or maybe the trying to portray himself as life as usual, even though that this terrible, horrific incident happened. You know, it will, in some instances, affect the normal person, but you know, it comes off as really horrible for him. But again, on the witness stand, he held up pretty well, and I don't think that the cross-examination even really did the effect of shaking his resolve. He was basically unshakable.
I agree with that. He had a comeback for every one of the questions asked of him, but you know, we were just talking with our previous guest about this. I think the cross-examination by the state was garbage in this case. I don't think they did a good job at all. I mean, they were pretty much just letting him tell his own story again. Well, that's what his own attorney's supposed to be for. What's going on in this thing? If you've got a guy on the hook who's supposed to be there on 4 first-degree murders, he premeditated them, that's what the charge is. He thought of this up ahead of time, that's what the state's claiming. He killed his own kid, piled the bodies up in a bathtub. You know, just going to sit there and let him tell his own story?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. The way the cross-examination went just makes no sense to me.
Right. It seems like very cold-blooded stuff that they would be able to, like, you know, really harp on and pick at it and throw him off his game and make him really trip over his own words. But the prosecutor didn't do that. I don't know if the theory of the strategy of the prosecution, I should say, was to, you know, just kind of let him talk. But they just let him talk, and everything that he said seemed right. Maybe the prosecutor felt like he has a slam dunk case. Maybe he got a little bit arrogant in terms of, you know, I think I've got this. There's really no need for me to shake him, you know. But in normal circumstances, when you have the defendant on the witness stand, that's the time. It's so rare that you'll get a defendant on the witness stand, because obviously they don't have to be there, that if he is there, that's the time to pick at him. That's the time to be a vulture and a hawk in the courtroom. Not, you know, when the, you know, but this opportunity he let slip by.
Oh, let it more than slip by. I mean, he may have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, you know. I mean, but you know, we've got all this other weird stuff in this case. We've got the DNA that you know, and again, I know that it's not quite as clear cut as some other DNA evidence. You know, I'm trying to follow this along with what's going on in court. There's so much stuff that hasn't made it in front of the jury, but we'll get in that in a couple of minutes here. I want to continue listening to our last clip of the cross-examination of Henry Segura himself, and Ty, hang in there with us. We'll be back in a second.
Will do.
And in fact, they ask you again later on, maybe they ask you again later on, maybe that Brandy was calling you because you wanted all I was there for was to hang out with Javante, right?
They also asked me if I had sex. I was in a relationship with Natasha. I told.
And in fact, they asked you again later on, maybe that Brandy was calling you because you wanted to rekindle the relationship a little bit. And you said, nope, I saw no signs you wanted to rekindle the relationship. All I was there for was to hang out with Javante, right?
They also asked me if I had sex. I was in a relationship with Natasha. I told them no, I wasn't, because I didn't want my wife to find out anything about any of that stuff.
They even confronted you again with the fact that something was going on. That you and Brandy had something going on. And you said no.
We did have something going on, but I didn't feel like it was their business. You know, we was having sex. It didn't have anything to do.
You're investigating the murder of her and
exactly,
your son and your daughters.
Yes, exactly. That has nothing to do with me having sex with someone. My sexual life doesn't have anything to do with someone getting killed.
Your sexual life the day of the murders has got nothing to do with the investigation of the murder?
I didn't see it had anything to do with it at that time. No, I didn't.
Okay. Yet through all of that, you really didn't have a problem telling him that you went over there on Wednesday, did you?
No, sir. We didn't have sex
that day, didn't you?
Yeah. I wasn't there but a few minutes that day.
Okay. Not a problem admitting you were over there on Wednesday. You just had a problem admitting you were there the day of the murder. Right?
I had a problem admitting I was over there when I know we was having sex, and I was there hanging out with her and the kids for a couple of hours.
Why wouldn't you tell me you were hanging out with your kid then? I was over on Friday, I was hanging out with my kid. You didn't tell him that, did you?
I didn't want my wife to know I was over there.
Well, your wife certainly knew you weren't home. We saw those texts. She already on to you there, buddy.
Yeah. She's been on to me a lot, but that doesn't mean she knew what I was doing.
In fact, you told law enforcement officers that you actually received a text from Brandy on the Friday, right?
Yes, she did, yeah.
Okay. And when they asked you what it said, you said, it said, what's up? Right?
What's up? Why you hung up on me or something like that, yeah.
That's not what you told law enforcement.
Yeah. I don't remember what I told law enforcement, but...
And what you told law enforcement was that you didn't talk to Brandy at all on that Friday, except for that one text.
Well, I actually talked to her like all day. We talked on the phone all day. How could I kill somebody if I'm talking to her all day?
Because they make you angry. They say things to you like, I'm going to throw you in jail.
No, I was
You're
not worried
talking to
about
her all
going to
day
jail.
trying to get her to do away with the child support issues because you want to go to Afghanistan so you can earn 6 figures. And she won't do away with the child support issues on this kid that you don't even believe is yours. And you got angry.
It's nothing she could have done that made me angry enough to kill my son and them twins.
So if you didn't believe it was your son.
Well, that's what they make DNA tests for.
True. And in fact, you were trying to get that DNA test done so you could get out of that child support. Another way you're trying to get out of child support.
So why would I kill her and my kids before getting the results of that test?
Because of law enforcement, because the state of Florida wouldn't do the DNA test for you like they did with your other daughter.
I just had to pay $300.
Which you couldn't afford, could you?
Yes, I could have afforded it. I just wasn't home at the time. You
Now,
notice
according to that receipt that said you only had $190 left in your account.
You talking about the one where I withdrew like $1,400 or $1,700?
And only had $190,000 left? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ask or wonder what I did with the cash?
Huh? In fact, you had still, through all of this, you still denied going to her house. And in fact, you were asked over 23 times in the second interview about it. And every single time, you said you didn't talk to her and you didn't go to her house. 23 times. Right?
That's correct.
And in that clip, we had one of the most critical quotes that came out of the cross-examination, rather, of the defendant in this case. He said that he assumed his sexual life on the day of the murder with the murder victim had nothing to do with the murder, and that's why he wasn't very forthcoming with the police about it. Now, Ty, does that make any sense to you whatsoever?
It seems like he's grasping for straws at that one, Aaron. I don't know. You know, he tried to explain away the reason why he didn't tell the police the truth in the beginning, in terms of he didn't want his wife to know that he was still in relations with one of the girlfriends. But, you know, the fact that the wife already knows about his infidelity, I think that, you know, that again will be something that the jury will look at. Why, if his wife already knows about his proclivities, why wouldn't she be okay with it now, in the sense of trying to save his life? It seems like he would tell the truth in that instance, just because his wife would understand.
Yeah, I mean, this one part of this is one of the places where I thought, you know, he is not coming across well. He might be losing his own case for himself. It was this, and there were a couple of things we talked about before. And I said, you know, overall, he came across relatively well, but I guess the key to this is going to be how they argue it in closings when we actually get to closings. They're scheduled for next Tuesday after a brief prosecution rebuttal on Monday. So that's one of the key quotes that I'd be writing down if I were the prosecutor, and I'd be playing that one over and over. I'd be quoting it over and over in front of the jury.
Right, right. Yeah, that, and the fact that he was trying to make an appointment for his son's hair, and he was playing, you know, sports and other things after the day of the incident, trying to be too normal. You know, you're not supposed to be, it's okay not to be you know, okay. You know, you can be a basket case after the death of someone. It probably will help you out in case, you know, if someone believes that you did it, you can point to the fact that, you know, I am who I say I am. I didn't do this, and none of my actions would portray an individual who had tried to, you know, murder or had succeeded in murdering someone. He really should have just, you know, acted the part of a parent in this particular instance, and maybe even a concerned boyfriend.
Yeah, that behavior is just very, very bizarre. I will have to admit that. You know, a couple of other things here. You know, he said, well, nothing that she would have done could have gotten me to kill my son. The prosecutor did shoot back with a good point there and said, well, wait a minute. You were contesting whether or not he was even your son to try to get out of the payments, which is what they're trying to say the motive was. I thought that was a good comeback.
It was a good comeback. I did get to catch that part. I thought his quip was really good, though. I think that, in my mind, is more valuable to the jurors than what the prosecution shot back with. The fact that, you know, I wouldn't have killed my kid. Money or any amount of stress from the girlfriend, the mother of my son, would have amounted in me, you know, going there and killing them or doing anything to harm them, for that matter. And there was testimony. I'd like to harken back just a little bit. Testimony to one of the other girlfriends, who, although she put him, it seems as if she put him through a lot in terms of to collect the child support from him, and he went to jail, and she collects his tax returns. It seems as if, from her testimony, that he's still involved in his child's life, the 8-year-old that lives in, I think, Orlando area. So I think that plays well as well with that testimony that he had prior to the response of the prosecution. I think the fact that he really was able to get that out there may play well in his favor.
It's an interesting reaction. Now, let me broaden this discussion out a little bit. Do you think that the cross-examination was way too short? I was wondering the same exact thing. You know, our previous guest was saying maybe the prosecutor's not even that sure of his case at this point, and in which case that would open up a whole can of worms about whether it's ethical to keep pushing forward with a death penalty case, especially if the prosecutor's not even that confident in it. But, you know, I'm wondering, is it possible that they sprung this thing last minute and the prosecutor wasn't even aware that he was going to get up there?
Well, he threw that ticket away. He did, because that really, if the prosecutor was not on, if he was on his heels instead of the balls of his feet, he really threw away a golden opportunity there.
I agree. I think that look, you've got to prepare for your defendant to take the stand, regardless of whether you think your defendant's going to take the stand.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think in terms of the jury, if there are erudite individuals on the jury who are, interestingly enough, I was chosen for a jury 3 weeks ago. I didn't think I was going to be chosen, but I was chosen, and they eventually put me off as the alternate, so I didn't get to deliberate with them. But there are individuals in there who are unicorns, right? A lawyer on a jury is a unicorn. So there are unicorns in the jury and individuals who are looking deeply. They're in the jury box and they're taking copious notes and they're trying to figure out, the strategy of this person or that person. That person may be in this jury right now. And hopefully for the prosecution, they're not wondering, why didn't the prosecutor ask more questions? Is he not sure of his own case? Is he not confident in himself? Was he not prepared? Is he not, willing to push the envelope when it comes to asking this defendant in a quadruple murder case, did he do it? That question could have certainly been asked. But, even though it may not have been helpful, but in terms of that avenue, that stream of just being a hard-nosed, pushing the envelope, to the point of not being, not being too hard on the defendant, but trying to show the compassion of a prosecutor to get to the bottom of a quadruple murder case.
Yeah, I agree. Now let's ask another question here. The jury can ask questions. The jury asked one question of this guy. One. The only question that the jury asked was, what was the date that you got shot? And the answer was sometime in 2010. I forget the exact date. So yeah. Did the jury just eat this guy's words right up and agree with everything he was saying? Just say, yeah, he looks like a nice guy.
I hadn't heard that, but as you were telling me now, it strikes me as, wow, that happened, years ago. He seemed as if, maybe he's not such a bad guy. Up here, he's very calm. He probably wasn't the instigator of that event. We don't know what surrounded the shooting, but I kind of take his word for it that he maybe he didn't shoot back. Maybe other people were shooting at him, and that he'd only shoot someone in self-defense. That's fine. I have a gun. I'd probably do the same thing. I can relate. Those things are probably going through their mind. The one question, but honestly, although jurors can ask questions here in Florida, it's the prosecution's job to get those questions out there, put them out there in the universe so that the jurors can start grasping onto them, and maybe they'd have more questions. Also, maybe they're probably just nervous. We never know what's going on with the jury.
Yeah, I mean, if I were on that jury, and maybe it's my journalist instinct in having to ask hard questions, but, I would want to be asking some pretty direct questions, and I probably would have a list of 50 billion of them, having watched all that evidence go by, look, what's going on? I would have asked some much more pointed questions.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I agree with you. I certainly would have too, but we'll never know. Maybe they wanted to ask questions, or they just wanted to get out of there. Who knows?
Yeah, it was towards the end. Well, I don't know. They had a couple more hours they could have gone, but it is Friday. They have worked overtime this week, so we don't know. But the bottom line is apparently all the questions were answered because they didn't ask any. So I want to skip ahead now and listen to, or I shouldn't say skip ahead. I should say dial back. And listen to some of the testimony that was on the stand this morning from one of the crime scene reconstruction experts. a crime scene analyst. His name was Michael Knox. He got into a couple of critical things about the state of the crime scene. Again, this is a defense expert who analyzed the scene from the defense's perspective. Let's listen in.
Also, that what happened here? Okay, I don't know where that came from. There's a silver bracelet that is right here on the floor. This is the master bedroom door, and this bracelet, again, it was found right in that location. This is a close-up of that bracelet. Toward the bottom of the door, there's an impact stain, or it's a drop in flight. Again, this is a close-up of it. Elliptical shape, has a tail to it showing direction, so it's coming downward, strikes the door, and again, that could be either from her movements, the blood drop is being cast off, or it could be that there's interaction going on, and that would cause potentially an impact or something to her that would cause that blood to be put into flight. And then here is the door frame area to the same door, and there's some more blood there as well. Then on the wall just past that door, there's another blood stain, again another one of a blood in flight, and this is a close-up of it. So you have a blood drop that is very close to the wall. That's very, very shallow angle when it's elongated like that. If a blood drop were to hit straight on, it would be perfectly round, and then as you decrease the angle, it becomes more and more elliptical shape. So when it gets to where it's really long like that, it means it's very close to the wall. There were, this is the wall, and you can see that the lamp is here. This is like at the end of the hallway. You're kind of going into the living room right here. And again, there's blood here as well. These are, what you have is some blood that is deposited, and then you've got dripping. The blood is actually running down the wall. And there's some here, a little bit of a swipe indicating direction, and up here a little bit of a swipe indicating direction. Most likely Brandy Peters making contact with the wall, moving toward the front door. This is the east wall of the hallway. So again, you can see the front door here. So where we were just looking at the wall on the right, this is now on the wall on the left in the same orientation. And where this yellow circle is, there's another blood stain right there. And that one is this stain, again, very, it's directional, pointing toward the front door, very close to the wall. And that is another indicator of her path of travel toward the front door. And then this is an earring that is found near that wall on the floor. As you go out toward the living room area, you see that there's a number of scattered items about. There's this plant that's been overturned here, and then it continues toward where the front door is. This is the front door, and what we'll see here, there's actually some blood right outside, and in fairly small quantities, similar to what you see in the hallway. So what that would mean is that she's gotten not only to the front door, but actually made it outside the front door. And then as she goes outside the front door, there's some impact spatter on the wall. So the front door would be this to the left right here. There's impact spatter, a swipe right there. The impact spatter means that she's struck at that point. That you have an impact that's causing blood to spatter, and you have multiple drops that are traveling, and they all sort of converge back to a common location. So that means that what happens is she gets out the door, and then there's a continuation in violence. So once she gets out the front door, then she's attacked again. There's some blows delivered that cause this impact spatter.
How high off the ground is that impact spatter?
That spatter is about looks like, I think in the neighborhood of about 4.5 feet or so, 4 feet. Might be a little bit higher. This is based on what you have here as far as the angles. Then she's still upright, definitely, and that there's some type of impact happening while she's upright.
And the small quantity of blood, maybe you mentioned this, but I just want to make sure I understand. So we know that she's made it out of the house before she sustained the types of debilitating injuries that we see, which ultimately caused her death. Is that right?
Right, exactly. Because as I said, here you have very little blood. You're not dripping blood all over, as opposed to when you go back into the foyer area, there's a substantial amount of blood, which means that the majority of her injuries happen after she's outside, and then comes back into the foyer area, and then there's substantially more violence that takes place there. So that's how you're able to sort of sequence based on the volume of blood, because the volume of blood would always be increasing, not decreasing.
Were you able to tell, or are you about to tell us, what the directionality of that impact spatter in this slide is?
The impact spatter, the directionality is this way. So it's converging down here, which means that the location where the blood source is. So if she's got a wound and there's an impact that happens to that wound, would be at roughly this height in this area here. And then these drops are spattering out this way. So it's an impact that is viewed in the photograph would be generally a right to left impact with probably some upward angle, because you have drops that are going upward, as opposed to, there's very few that are actually traveling downward there. Then this is the swipe, a little closer view of it. The swipe also has direction indicated by it. That direction is back toward the door. So again, this is how you can determine that she comes outside and then she's stopped at some point and then is moved back into the foyer area, because that swipe is now going back in the opposite direction. All the ones we saw in the hall were all moving out toward the door. Now you have a swipe that's moving back from the outside back toward the inside of the house. And then you have, again, this is a little bit closer of the impact stains, and one of the key things here is that you have some differences in direction, so there's more than one. You couldn't tell you exactly how many, but there's not just, if you have one single impact, then all of the drops should converge back to one common area. Whereas if you have ones where there are differences in direction and they don't all converge to the same common area, then that would indicate that there's more than one impact. So, certainly there's something happening here that correlates to the movement back into the foyer.
Does the different directionality of the impact spatter indicate that the impacts are being inflicted from different angles?
Yes, it would generally mean that there's some slightly different angles. Now that can be, if I'm striking somebody like this, I mean, no two blows are going to be exactly the same and strike exactly the same way, but yes, there's some variance in that.
And with these ones here, are some of them moving in opposite directions?
Yes, yeah, there are actually some opposites where you have downward left to right. This one down here is actually the drop direction is downward left to right, and then you have this one left to right, and then you have this one is upward right to left, and one that's laterally right to left. So there's more than one impact here. Then this one is just kind of showing, they drew lines of convergence here, which is what we do with blood spatter impact stains, because the lines of convergence bring you back to where relative to that surface did this impact occur. So we would bring the lines of convergence down, and then you'd come straight out from that some distance that we're able to measure through measuring the angles of the drops, and you can figure out exactly how far away it happened. But the key thing is that those lines of convergence means that wherever the blood letting wound is that's impacted is right about here, and you can kind of see that's sort of doorknob height, roughly in that level. Then this is just orientation. That spatter that we were just looking at is right here relative to the door. Here's the front door, and that's where that spatter is. So it's just outside the door, just a few feet outside the door. And just to point out that purplish discoloration all over the door, that's where the leucocrystal violet was used to process the door. Typically when you see...
That was Michael Knox, a crime scene reconstructionist on the witness stand from earlier today. He's spitting out some interesting buzzwords there, things like continuation of violence, and he just talks about this being a prolonged violent attack. So Ty, we were just talking a couple of seconds ago about the causes of death here. Apparently 2 of the children were drowned. The mother was shot. And, we've got another child shot, if I'm remembering the medical examiner's testimony correctly. This crime scene picture that's being painted seems like it's perhaps something that that this defendant might not have been able to do alone, and I think that the defense wants people to go there.
Right. It's a bit gruesome for one person who I guess has never killed someone before to carry out all of these murders in such a cold-blooded manner, right? The defense wanted to paint the guy as someone who loved the 2 children, took them as his own children, the twins, and they called him dad. And then he had a child with the lady as well. So there has to be some feelings there for the, between him and the 4 individuals who unfortunately passed or died, was murdered. And so they're trying to say certainly that the only thing he should be guilty of is maybe lying to the police about his whereabouts. He's definitely not guilty of murder. And the fact that they're painting, one of their witnesses is painting this as such a horrific incident that he couldn't have done on his own. And their theory of there has to be some either, I think Los Zetas or something, that the Mexican cartel that was involved, or even the, I believe one of the things was also some gentleman from jail who wanted to marry her for citizenship or something. So certainly couldn't have been the defendant.
There are all these bizarre explanations going out there. We've got somebody else's DNA apparently on the crime scene. I know that the testing isn't as sure because it was mixed in with another sample, but you've got that going on. You've got multiple other people claiming responsibility from behind bars, and I've sort of dismissed some of those theories because it turns out that the one guy who claimed responsibility from behind bars had also claimed responsibility to other crimes that he could never have committed because he was incarcerated when he was said to have committed them. But then it turns out the guy had been writing to the victim, and there's evidence of letters that he had sent to the victim, but a lot of that stuff didn't even get in front of the jury.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to unravel all the facts on this thing. The facts are crazy. Trying to unravel them is crazy, and trying to wash them through the rules of evidence is a Herculean feat. What's relevant, what's not? Is this unfair confusion? Is it not? Is it just going to confuse the jury, or is it not? If a guy has a habit of sitting behind bars and confessing to additional crimes that he could not have committed because he was incarcerated when the crimes happened, but he had corresponded with the victim, do we put that guy on the stand? Well, they couldn't put him on the stand because he said he would plead the Fifth if he was called.
Right.
So it's like, how do we make sense of it, let alone let the jury hear it?
Exactly. It's a tough one, but I think that there is enough. There's still enough, although there are tons of things that we know about that the jury will never see as a collective body. There's still enough, I think, for them to arrive at the fact that, especially from today's testimony and I guess the ineffectiveness of the prosecution's cross-examination, that there could still be reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guiltiness. And going back to, I guess, what the expert that was on today testifying about, you know, the blood splatter and the severity of this and the just the horrendousness of the and horrific crime that was undertaken here. You know, I think it's all tying together. When we get to closing arguments next week, I think that the defense is going to be able to tie all of those things in and help their client out.
I want to listen to at least one more clip here. This is the crime scene analyst, the reconstructionist on the stand from this morning. Here's where he talks about the ultimate lack of DNA from the defendant at the crime scene and in the defendant's truck.
Actual unburned and partially burned powder particles that come out of the muzzle strike around the wound and actually make abrasions or even embed into the skin. Soot is basically like from the smoke. I mean, if you've ever, you know, had a fire in a fireplace and then you've gone in and touched it and you end up with this black stuff all over your hand, it's similar to that. It's the byproducts of the combustion that get deposited. Soot does not travel nearly as far as the powder particles do. So what you'll typically see is very close range. You'll see potentially stippling as well as soot. And then as you move away, the soot disappears, powder particles can continue, and then you reach a certain distance where you're not seeing any of it.
Okay. And when you have soot deposit like that, obviously the victim here was found in a bathtub. Would merely being in a bathtub, would you expect that to cause the soot to go away, or would you expect there to have to be some sort of scrubbing or rubbing to get soot off of a person once it's been deposited?
Soot is not permanent by any stretch. Where the powder particles pretty much are. You're not getting rid of that because you're actually doing abrasion damage to the skin. The soot is not permanent, but generally, you know, it doesn't just come off just because of application of water. I can't say that's impossible, but you know, if you anytime a wound is cleaned or anything like that, I mean, there's generally some scrubbing that's done in order to clean a wound and be able to see those. So it doesn't come off, you know, super easily, but it does come off.
Okay. In order for it to come off, would you expect there to have to be some sort of cleaning or scrubbing of the wound as you just described?
I think so. There would be more than just simply being submerged in water to have complete absence of
Okay.
soot.
And with respect to Maya, you showed us the different saturation patterns in the carpet and the tile. Were any of those saturation patterns from Tamaya?
For let me back up and see, make sure I'm following your question. The patterns. Where were you talking about?
In the living room, where you showed us large patterns of blood saturation.
I think all of the saturation that was in near the foyer and stuff on the carpet was Brandy Peters. I'm not sure if there was anything.
And if there's no saturation from Tamaya after having suffered a gunshot wound on the ground anywhere, what would that tell you?
Well, what it would tell you is that that wherever she's found is probably very close in proximity to where the gunshot wound took place. Obviously, if she was shot in another location outside of, removed from the bathroom where she's found with a gunshot wound, then that would have bled pretty quickly after the wound is inflicted. And so if she was, in any position other than up and moving, then you would expect that there would be at least some blood deposition. So if she falls down after being shot, it's put down, then you're going to see some blood deposition somewhere where that occurred. So in absence of that, then it would mean that she's likely shot very close to where she's actually found.
Okay. And some of the blood swipe patterns, if you could go back to those, going into the bathroom. Those were tested, right? Both the blood on the floor and the blood swipe pattern going into the bathroom where Tamaya and the other kids were found. Those were tested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that blood was consistent with Tamaya's?
Let me catch up to you here. Yes, that swipe mark going in is consistent with either one of the twins, but certainly Tamaya would be the explanation.
And neither of the twins had any other injuries of any kind besides Tamaya having that gunshot wound, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
So we've got a lot of things going on in that clip there, Ty. Discussion about the truck, discussion about whether or not blood was found in the truck. It wasn't. If they're trying to say that the defendant was injured, and I know the injury wasn't horrendously severe, but it's more likely that there would have been blood in the truck. There's no DNA or fingerprints to connect people to the crimes, so or at least this defendant to the crime. His DNA is not in the crime scene. And yet we've got these other hits that are coming up. They're partial hits, but they're coming up. Somebody, and yet another person's DNA is underneath the victim's fingernails. I'm starting to add this up and say from a forensic standpoint, it's not a surprise that the defense expert who was just on the stand in that clip is saying that there should have been more done to investigate this. And yet they stopped with the usual suspect.
Exactly. It's the fact that, they had just mentioned that she put up such a fight. I think they mentioned something about her broken fingernail and how she blood was outside and then blood came back inside, and the defendant has no blood on him and no blood in his truck. And I believe someone had testified earlier that his truck, they knew his truck he had a distinctive truck. I think he mentioned, the defendant mentioned that his truck was distinctive. It had like a hood scoop or a spoiler on the back.
Oh yeah, the pictures of the truck. I mean, it was all pimped out. He had a custom ride, so his truck was distinctive. That's why he said when he was on the stand that he used to park it around a corner at of all places, a church, when he said he was going to go cheat on his wife with the victim. Right. But the bottom line is yeah, people would have noticed a truck, and that's why he said, he tried to keep it out of the neighborhood.
Right, and even if he had parked it around the corner, having completed the task of murdering these people with blood dripping and blood on him, some blood would have probably trailed somewhere to the truck, and his blood would have probably gotten on the handle or her blood or one of the children's blood. So it's kind of iffy in terms of. I think they did a really good job of having this particular witness on the stand to kind of paint how horrible this thing was, and the fact that the prosecution may have done an incomplete investigation possibly. Don't blame the defense for the prosecution's incomplete investigation. If there were things to have been found and they didn't find it, there's reasonable doubt. That's certainly what I got from this testimony.
And that's exactly where I was going to go. I mean, how does the defense do closing arguments next Tuesday? It sounds to me that we're in agreement that the closing argument needs to talk a lot about burden of proof.
Right. The things that they could have found, but they didn't. And they can't now pull it out of thin air. It's not there. It doesn't exist. So if, as we've all known, and it's now like an adage now that if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. So that's how I think it's going to probably go next week in terms of closing argument. It's going to be hard to figure out what the prosecution's going to argue. Certainly, they're going to say he did this because of the $20,000 he owed in back child support, but obviously he didn't care about having multiple children out there. So why would one think that in this instance he'd kill this person just for the child support? The women abound for him, and he certainly could have, carried out the acts on any number of the women out there who have children for him.
Yeah, I'm having issues with this being a conviction, but we'll see what the jury decides. So that'll come up next week, though. Ty Martin, attorney from out of town, joining us from the Sunshine State, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, enjoy it. It is hot and sunny up here in the Northeast, though, today, I will mention. So you did not corral all of the nice weather for your own enjoyment this weekend.
I'm sure it's warmer in New York than it is in Florida.
Well, sometimes it is, but anyway, good to see you again, Ty. We'll catch you next time.
Take care, Aaron.
All right, and a reminder that we here on the LawNewz Network are here generally from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. This week we were starting early because of so much of the 8:30 a.m. testimony in the Segura case that we've just been talking about. That case is going to resume at 9:30 on Monday, though, because as you've been hearing for the last couple of days, it's back to school time in Florida, and the judge wants to give people on the jury enough time to drop off their kids to a first day of school and then get there in the courthouse. So 9:30 a.m. we'll pick up with the Segura case on Monday. We're expecting the state to have a brief rebuttal, so probably about a half day of testimony ending in the early afternoon on Monday, and then closing arguments and jury instructions on Tuesday. Then the jury will be deliberating and the jury will be sequestered. So that's what's coming up next week. For now, though, this is Aaron Keller at the LawNewz Network. Have a good weekend, everyone.